this should be your commentator A live. Commentator A.
That's commentator A, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Do I need to hear any program down this or anything? Is that good enough for you? Yeah, I can hear you now, Mike. Lovely. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Commentator B live. I can hear myself. Commentator B, lovely. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's commentator B.
Marvellous, thank you.
Not doing very well here. 1, 2, 3. Andy, sound me. 1, 2, 3. That's better. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks, okay. But the thing is, that heptathlon 100 hurdles, if it gets off on time and everything, will be done by 3 minutes past 10 with replays and everything. Aren't we going to have 10 minutes of dead air? Yeah, or why don't they just move the heptathlon one heat up to about 10:08 or something? Oh, well, I know. God forbid we should introduce some logic. Grace Morgan.
Do you reckon is Ewan going to be doing the field intros? I feel like Ewan normally does the field intros.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Louise Hind. She's 17. There was somebody 16 here yesterday, wasn't there?
Good morning and welcome back to the Müller UK Athletics Championships in Manchester. We're at the Manchester Regional Arena. We had a great day yesterday with loads of heats, loads of athletes getting their UK Championships off to a start. But now we're looking towards Saturday and Sunday, and they are jam-packed with finals. We've got so many events here on day 2. We'll have a nice relaxed start, maybe for us anyway, with the heptathlon and the decathlon. Those decathletes kept themselves very busy yesterday. They've got their final 5 events today, and we'll get underway with the women's heptathlon. And then we'll move towards some of the field finals. They will be straight finals here at the UK Championships. We'll move back into those heats with the men's 110-metre hurdles. That whole event will be started and finished today. Then we'll have the 800 for the men and the women. They'll contend a final tomorrow if they can navigate some really tough heats. Very stiff competition to make it into those finals. We'll see the women's 400-metre hurdles get underway as well. Women's triple jump is one of the finals we've got on the track today, together with the women's discus throw. That was on the previous page. As we move later into the afternoon, we'll get our second look at the male and female 100-metre runners. We saw them run some heats last night in some pretty blustery conditions. We treated to the ambulant events as well with some of our Paralympian stars. We'll get to see them in the men's and the women's 100. That women's 1,500-metre final featuring Laura Müller as well at 3:45. Work towards those women's 100-metre semi-finals. Daryl Neater and Dina Asher-Smith separated by just 100th of a second this season, but they'll need to navigate those semi-finals before they can move on to the final. Straight final in the men's steeplechase, the men's shot put and the women's long jump. Work towards those finals for the men's and women's 400 metres. We saw those athletes contending last night as well to get into these finals. Matt Hudson-Smith looked incredibly strong in the men's qualification round, and the women's really competitive. Very hard to predict who might take the medals there. Straight final in the women's 5,000 metres, and then the blue ribbon event of athletics, the one everyone loves, who's the fastest. We'll have the men's and the women's straight finals. Will take us off then. But myself, Hannah England and Tim Hutchins will be here all day. We're very excited about all the action as we're in this second day of 3 for the UK Championships.
Yeah, it will be a stunning day. Very long day, Hannah. 21 finals, 16 degrees centigrade, a little bit cooler than yesterday. The humidity is okay, though, and when it comes to the intense humidity, e.g. rain, at the moment, touch wood, we're okay. There's been hints of sunshine earlier on this morning, but it's a lot more blustery than yesterday, that's for sure. Let's hope that dies down, and let's hope it stays dry. 21 finals today, 8 field finals, 13 track finals. It is coming at us thick and fast, pretty much from the get-go, and we start with this women's 100-metre hurdles heptathlon, first event of them, of the 7 over 2 days for the multi-ladies. There were due to be 2 heats, but 1 or 2 withdrawals have led to there being just the 1 race. In lane 1, Jodie Smith, just 20 years old, very young field this. She was second in the UK indoor pentathlon this year, the Windsor Slough Eton athlete. Fastest in the field, by the way. Good event this for her, 13.53 her best. There's Grace Morgan, she goes in lane 2. The Cardiff Archers athlete. Personal best this year, she too, just 20. And how about this? Eloise Hind, just 17 years old, the Oxford City athletes. That's a vest that Hannah is familiar with, her old club, 14.44 here, but that's a pretty good time for the youngster. Grace Bauer goes in lane 4 for Liverpool Harriers and AC. Personal best in 2018. She's a former GB Junior International. Jordana Morish goes in lane 5. Bracknell AC athlete. She's a good high jumper. She'll be looking forward to the second discipline, and not too bad at this, the hurdles. Laura Darcy goes in lane 6. Basingstoke and Hampshire, 6th in the English Indoor Heptathlon Championships. Personal best of 14.95. Anything down around 14 seconds is very crisp. Madison Hutton goes in lane 7, the Epsom and Ewell Valley athlete. Epsom Newell Harriers athlete, and Ella Rush completes the lineup there in lane 8. Just 18 years old, Ella Rush, but the UK indoor champion in the pentathlon this winter. Amber Valley and Earwash is her club. They'll be watching with great interest, I know. There are the 8 ladies for this heptathlon 100-metre hurdles. After this, they have the high jump, shot put, and close this first day with the 200, and then tomorrow the long jump, javelin throw, and the 800 metres. So Hoping for good points here, these athletes. 14 seconds gets you 978 points. 14.10, 964. So what, some 14 points to the 10th of a second. Ooh, there was a twitch from lane 4 there. That would have been Grace Bauer. And then Jodie Smith just couldn't wait. Whether or not she saw out of the corner of her eye that twitch from Bauer, I don't know. But of course, they do get an extra life in the multi-events. So no disqualification. That would have meant disqualification for somebody probably in the normal individual events. So Jodie Smith just gets a warning. As I said, anything down around 14 seconds would be very useful. There were quite strong following winds yesterday morning down the home straight in early sprint events. I wonder if they'll get that same assistance here. Certainly it feels like it's quite strong gusts across this Manchester Regional Arena. Jodie Smith in 1, Grace Morgan in 2, Eloise Hind in 3, Grace Bauer goes in 4, Jordana Morris in 5, Laura Darcy in 6, Madison Hutton 7, Ella Rush on the left there in lane 8. Well, quickest to rise, probably Eloise Hind, third from right, she's having a great run, but on the right-hand side of picture, Jodie Smith in 1 and Grace Morgan in 2 having their own battle. Jodie Smith on paper was the quickest and is by far the quickest there, across the line, 5 or 6 metres to the good, 13.57 plus 3.2, just like yesterday. Early on, the winds are very, very strong here on this gorgeous blue track. She won't be bothered about that, though. That is a great start for Jodie Smith, second in the UK Indoor Pentathlon Championships. We knew she was the fastest on paper by good margin. The only athlete here that's broken 14 seconds, and she does it there by a massive margin, 13.57 unofficially. It's close down to her personal best, though, of course, she had a real gale behind her just now. But that's a super way to start. Really gets you thinking positively and very much on the up. Just what you need to kick off your first day.
Great start there from Jodie Smith. And following wind, when you're trying to time your approach into a hurdle, isn't necessarily as helpful as it might be in a flat sprint. You see Jodie Smith always just popping up over that first hurdle and then getting into her running at this stage. Good run from young Oxford City's Hind. That's my home club, so always excited to see how anyone runs in an Oxford City vest. At this point, Jodie Smith really just pulling away. Got that clock to contend with and as many points as she wants to accrue. But Eloise Hind finishing strongly to get that second place.
Well, 13.57, that's a very handy. Let me see, 1,040 points for Jodie Smith. So just eases over the 1,000 point margin. I don't think anybody else will, because the winning margin was huge. 14.18, Eloise Hind in second place, and that gives her 953 points. So that gives her what, some 87 points lead right at the get-go. Fabulous for Jodie Smith.
Be a personal best for Eloise Hind in second, 14.18.
Or would have been.
Would have been with the wind. No! I get so excited all day about people running personal bests, but you're right, Tim, we need to keep half an eye on that wind. As long as it drops by the time we get to that 100-metre final, because I think there's a lot of people in very good shape, and it would be really fun.
And it did last night, didn't it? At the end of the day yesterday, it began to ease back. She's a good high jumper too, is Jodie Smith. She's a 180 high jumper. There it is. Unofficial result, that is. We'll bring the official. We always like to update you as quickly as we can, but that's the way it's probably going to look. Jodie Smith, 13.57 to Eloise Hind, and as I said, 87 points, the difference between 13.57 and 14.18. Grace Morgan, 14.29 in third place. And let's have a look at the official version. That's a little more like it. Just a striking similarity, though. Forget those personal best and season's best times with a wind over 2 meters per second. Personal best cannot be set. No records or bests of any kind can be set when the wind is over 2 meters per second. And that was a 3.2. Well, if my maths is as bad as it's always been, then it won't be 87 points of difference, but I think it is. 87 points difference between Jodie Smith and Eloise Hind, and then just some 15 points between Hind and Morgan. So that's a very handy lead to take into the high jump for Jodie Smith. Crikey, and she could really push home that advantage with some decent vertical jumping in a little while. What time is that high jump on top of us, Hannah?
At 11 o'clock. I should remember Ella Rush indoors. It was so impressive. She held it together all day and she took that indoor title as a teenager. I think that's, if I'm remembering right, I'm pretty sure it was Ella Rush that won indoors.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how Ella Rush goes outdoors. Obviously, it's very different when you add in the javelin and what else do they add in outdoors? Oh, 200? Yes, they don't do a 200 indoors.
No, they do, yes.
So I think it'd be interesting to see how Ella Rush can convert from that indoor title to the outdoors. But Jodie Smith at the moment looking pretty good, particularly when, she is very competent in the high jump as well. As is Jordana Morrish, so we might expect her to jump up a little bit in that high jump. We'll watch that unfold over the next few hours.
Well, they've got nearly an hour now until that high jump comes along. Long jump, rather, excuse me. And then the shot and the high jump. No, I'm looking at the decathlon card. Goodness me. Too much paperwork here. That's what the trouble is. It is the high jump next for the ladies, and then the shot put and the 200. But 1,040 points. Cracking start for Jodie Smith. The decathletes getting ready for the next discipline. It's their first event of their second day, the 110-metre hurdles coming up. And there's some significant news in that yesterday, Elliot Thompson, who had won the 400 metres, the last event of the night, was initially disqualified for having put a couple of strides on the line. And he appealed against the decision to disqualify him. It was taken to the jury of appeal, and they said, well, look, we haven't really got any actual proof, photographic proof. There was no video evidence of him having committed that infraction. So he got reinstated, and he's back in it. There they are, and there he is to the right of picture. Elliot Thompson back in it, and he thought his day was done.
That's great. I wanted to ask. I saw him at dinner last night, and I thought I'll just leave him alone. And then saw him at breakfast this morning. I'm like, that looks like a competition breakfast. There's waffles and pancakes at our hotel, and it wasn't going anywhere near them. It looked much more like an athlete breakfast. So I was quite hopeful that.
What was his athlete breakfast? I mean, waffles sounds like a great idea.
Toast and eggs and all that sort of healthy stuff. Maybe a few beans. Didn't see too much sausage and bacon, not like you, Tim. But yeah, Elliot Thompson definitely looked like he was getting ready to compete today.
I'm chuffed that you were studying my breakfast. It was a very, very healthy English fry. Wolfed down because we didn't have a lot of time after a jog this morning, and actually a jog is the wrong word for it. It was a fast walk by me. It was pathetic. 7:15, little squad of us set out from the hotel a couple of miles away from here, and I was almost going backwards. It was that slow. But I felt less guilty having my breakfast.
Yeah. I was really, because it was so exciting for Elliot Thompson yesterday. He had a great day. That last round of the long jump, he was one of those athletes that sort of capped. He had 2 fouls, didn't he? And then still managed to churn out a great long jump. And you go, God, performing like that under pressure, a decent high jump, and then that 400, he just timed it so well. We're going to see some of that recap in a minute as well. But it was just, I was so gutted when we got that news saying that he'd had potentially an infringement in that 400. But it's just much better for the event as well, because it's really hotting up. They're so tight at the top, and I'm sure all the other men in the field as well, they would have been disappointed to see Elliot not toe the line today.
It's interesting though, isn't it, that the whole incident, there's a judge over there near the 200-metre point where he's going into the second bend. He took a couple of steps apparently on the left-hand line of his lane, which one step is legit, 2 steps apparently, and that's can result in disqualification. But there was no video evidence, so a judge who saw it reported it. It went back to the chief track judge. He decided it was a disqualification offence. He was disqualified. He appealed and said, prove it. And they couldn't, because there was no video. So the judge over there actually must feel a bit emasculated. I mean, why am I sitting here watching this stuff if there's no video of it? What's the point?
Well, one comment I heard is they were sure there was one step, and they couldn't be as sure about the second step.
Oh, really?
To the naked eye.
Okay, fair enough.
So it's kind of, then you've got to say something, haven't you? If you're there to judge and you think you've seen something, so started that conversation. But like you say, Tim, with no video evidence, in the larger championships with more cameras, you might have some footage to kind of complement naked eye or that sort of in-person opinion.
No, absolutely.
But it's similar to, like the race walking. I find that so interesting. We'll have some of that tomorrow. But it's to the naked eye of the judge. You can't use camera footage there. So it's a complex thing.
That's a total contradiction, isn't it?
Yeah.
You cannot use the photographic evidence in race walking. You have to take it on the word of the judge.
Yeah.
But here today, the judge's word is not sufficient. There has to be video evidence.
Yeah.
Now, there is a real anomaly. That's bonkers.
There is, yeah. Take it to World Athletics. Figure it
Somebody
out.
from the race walking community can explain that one, please. So we have video of you. What was it? That was an old Monty Python sketch, wasn't there? We've got video of you. No, I know. You've been accused of nailing your wife's ears to the floor. And he went, no, I didn't do that. And he went, they said, well, yeah, but we've got video of it. And he went, oh, yeah, well, I did do, but, she deserved it. And it's like, is there video evidence of you doing something? Yes. Then how can we let you off?
Yeah.
Now, the race walking community are going to jump down my throat now and say, look, that's the way the rules are, and they've been that way since time immemorial. And I guess that's fair enough, because the vast majority of walking events are not on camera, they're not videoed, they're not on TV, so you have to go by the judge's word.
Yeah, for any sort of grassroots or developmental issues, you can't suddenly have a rule that cannot be upheld as at an age group standard when they're developing as an athlete, when they're developing their technique. These men, there was a downpour between the women's 100-metre hurdles and the heptathlon and this. There was a big load of rain. I thought these poor lads are going to get caught in a downpour, but they timed it perfectly. The call room staff must have their radar out for the weather and gone, hold, and then whizzed them out now. So Jack Turner with that red number, he's the best on paper, but at the moment sitting in second place. He's had a rough 100 metres, better in the long jump. High jump was probably behind what he might have hoped for, and that 400 just getting kind of out-dipped, out-tacticked, if you like, by Elliot Thompson. He really timed that, his finish to perfection, was the rest of them kind of probably went off a little bit hard, really floundered down the last 50 metres. Jack Turner, he's pretty good over these sprint hurdles, not as good as Jamie Schluter, but they had a busy day yesterday. We've got another 5 events to contend today, but we are going to try and bring you up to date with what went on yesterday. So they did start with this 100. There's K.S. Joseph there on the outside. Keep around him with his yellow Basingstoke vest. Powering away from the rest of the field, pretty close between Rowe, Schluter and Turner there for the points. And then we headed over to the long jump, contending with a lot of wind over there. Jack Turner in the third round, as did some of the other men, really sort of got it together in the third round. Managed to get to big leap and take the lead.
Yeah, and then Turner consolidated that lead. He was second in the shot, but another really good performance from him. And then Rowe winning the high jump was fabulous. He really enjoyed himself out there, had the stage to himself, and accrued very good points in that one. And then that 400 metres, the controversy. You can see second to left there, Elliot Thompson. And he battled down the home straight. Certainly not in the lead coming off the bend, but boy, did he run a strong home straight. Watch this, second to left. He really gritted his teeth. You can see Joseph there in the yellow vest nearest the camera, fighting hard to keep him at bay. But on the dip, Elliot Thompson showing some of that gutsy performance that his father used to show again and again and again. Daley Thompson, his dad. But he was subsequently disqualified, and we now know what happened after that. Reinstated on appeal. There's the result of that race, 49.98, and it did stand eventually. Initially he was disqualified, but his sub-50-second timing separating him from the rest, getting good points there. And actually, because he was reinstated, it meant he led overnight, Hannah.
He did, with a slender lead of 6 points over Jack Turner. And Jack Turner's got 13 points over Charlie Rowe. Charlie Rowe really up there because of that great high jump he did yesterday afternoon. But 0.1 in the 110-metre hurdles is 13 points. And Jack Turner on paper is half a second faster than Elliot Thompson, which would be 65 points. So that would totally eclipse the 6-point lead Elliot Thompson's got at the moment. But Elliot Thompson is running really well, just looking great form. Charlie Rowe will be in lane 2, sitting in third place at the moment. He's got a personal best from this year of 15:47, so that's sort of solid middle of the pack kind of time for this group. Elliot Thompson, the current leader, will go in lane 3. It's a bit off his personal best this season so far, but a lot of his events have been back down to his best. Jamie Schluter is the fastest in the field, the only athlete sub 15 seconds. He's done 14:53. University of Washington student, having a great season. Jack Turner, like we've said, wearing that red bib, he's got the UK lead for the decathlon overall. in this field, but having to settle for second place at the moment, just behind Elliot Thompson. Lane 6 will be Tom Chandler, Basingstoke and Midhants, wearing a Scottish vest today, so perhaps didn't bring 2 Basingstoke vests with him. Caius Joseph staying in those yellow club colours. He's just a shade outside 15 seconds, 15.07 this season for Caius Joseph. And completing the lineup in lane 8 will be Callum Newby. Unfortunately, DNF'd in the 400 yesterday, drove out of the blocks and then sort of called it a day. So surprised to see Callum Newby here this morning, but great to still go through the motions and do these second 5 events, even if you maybe had a rough day yesterday. So full lineup: Rowe in 2, Thompson in 3, Schluter in 4, Turner in 5, Chandler in 6, Joseph in 7, Newby in 8. Away, no issues. Newby had a false start yesterday. Oh, and Schluter's gone down. Schluter the fastest in the field. And leaving Jack Turner as perhaps the next fastest, but Jack Turner hits a hurdle as well. This following win might be causing problems for these men. But Jack Turner, big winning margin over Caius Joseph. Only 15.1, he shakes his head a little bit. Schluter just running across the line now, but I think I did see him duck underneath a hurdle.
Yes, you can't. Oh, that was horrible, because he got up from a heavy fall, thought, right, I'll carry on, I can still retrieve this. But then, even though he was about 6'2", he ducked under that barrier that he'd hit, or the barrier that was next in front of him, and then carried on hurdling. But I'm afraid you have to go over the barrier. It would have been worth him taking a couple of steps back and clearing it and then continuing.
It's a real shame there for Jamie Schluter, as he could have picked up some huge points there. And to be fair, I think Jack Turner will certainly have heard that fall, and Elliot Thompson as well. That will have affected them. You can see them both just moving aside. Jack Turner clipping that next hurdle. So to maintain his concentration, Jack Turner did really well to keep powering through this race. You can see Newby hitting a couple of hurdles there as well. So a bit of a scrappy race from these men. Like we say, a lot going on, a lot of fatigue in the legs, and a pretty stiff following wind again. A closer look at Schluter's first hurdle here.
Oh, heavy fall too, wasn't it? But look at this, it's bizarre. Slaps the track, realises he can do something with this. No, it'd be easier to go under it. And that is what I'm afraid will get him disqualified from this discipline. Gets a little bit of momentum going in the background there, and he was the fastest in the field. You're right, he came into this in 5th place, could have built up good points here, maybe moved up into the top 3, but I'm sure as a result of running under that barrier, ducking under that barrier, which was something in itself in terms of agility, he'll be disqualified, Hannah, and this is all for nothing.
It's a real shame. So often we do see these multi-eventers crack on anyway and finish, to go through the motions and the experience of doing a decathlon, but official result there hasn't got a win reading on, so I'm going to put an asterisk next to the personal best listed for Jack Turner.
But it would be a personal best if that was legit from Jack Turner.
I feel like given the wind reading on the first event. So we can see that from that run, Jack Turner has leapfrogged himself into the lead by quite some margin. We thought that might happen with his faster personal best. That's still unofficial there on those points, but he was significantly ahead of Elliot Thompson. Elliot Thompson doing well to hold on to 2nd place ahead of Charlie Rowe. Yeah, Jack Turner with a healthy lead there, 58 points, so that will put him in good stead as we move towards the next event, which for these men is the discus at just 4 minutes past 11. So we'll look forward to that. Caius Joseph, the event leader there. Jack Turner's got a decent discus throw, so you think that would be enough to keep him ahead of Elliot Thompson as they move towards that 7th event.
We're hearing that Jamie Schluter has indeed been disqualified. I'm afraid it's kind of inevitable when we saw that. In the heat of the moment, of course, we all have done silly things in our lives, and that unfortunately it looked very naive from where we sit to dip under a barrier and then carry on. But of course, he will look at it and go, what was I thinking of? Of course, you've got to go over the barrier. Otherwise, there'd be some very fast times from short people in hurdles races. Well, Hannah, that concludes things just for about half an hour or so, doesn't it? The next event is at 11 o'clock. The heptathlon for the heptathlon high jump, I should say, is at 11 o'clock. So in 40 minutes' time, we'll be back about 5 minutes before that. So we'll see you very shortly. Hello and welcome to the Manchester Regional Arena for the main session of this second day of 3 of these Müller UK Athletics Championships of 2022. They double up as the trials for the World Championships, which are 2 weeks and 6 days away. Yesterday, when we introduced the first day of action, we were able to say 3 weeks away was Eugene in the Pacific Northwest of Oregon, in the Pacific Northwest of the USA, but they're now less than 3 weeks away. It's a late trials, I suppose you could say. A lot of athletes would have liked to have been selected a few weeks ago and had prepared and gone off to altitude, gone off to warm weather or whatever. But no, this is the weekend. 3 days of top athletics action here in Manchester to decide the Great Britain and Northern Ireland team for those World Championships. Myself, Tim Hutchings, and Hannah England with you now for the next, I've lost count of how many hours, Hannah. A long time anyway through this second day, right the way through until about 6:55 or 7 o'clock tonight. It's a breezy day. It is much breezier than yesterday and quite a lot colder than yesterday when it was rather balmy. I wish we had yesterday's weather back, even though there was one 45-second downpour in the middle of the afternoon yesterday. It was quite warm, but we're all sitting here in our jackets and jumpers at the moment. It's probably, what do you reckon, Hannah, 16, 17 degrees, something like that?
It's just a bit of a cold wind, isn't it?
Yeah,
We've seen some of those wind readings earlier on in the multi-event, sort of 3.2, so that gives people an idea. It is quite a breeze, and it's a cold breeze as well, so I just hope the sun can come out a little bit. It is brightening ever so slightly, but it'd be great to see this weather just carry on improving as we move towards those individual events. We've got the multi-eventers down on the track. We've seen them doing their sprint hurdles. We've got the women down there doing the high jump. That's been delayed ever so slightly, and the men doing their discus throw as well. And we do think we've got Ewan Thomas down there to talk us through the action.
Heptathlon high jump is delayed because one of the uprights, apparently there's a bit of a technical problem. It's due off at 11. It's going to start about 7 minutes late. And the discus decathlon, though, will start at 4 minutes past 11. Ewan Thomas, as Hannah said, is out there on the infield.
Well, next up, it really is a characters as a sport. It is event number 7, and things are very close for these decathletes. Let me tell you, out front, Jack Turner, 4,683 points, closely behind Elliot Thompson, 4,625, and then Charlie Rowe, 4,605. That's less than 80 points. In this next event, that equates to around 4 centimetres. It really is all to play for. It's event number 7. It's the discus.
That was great, the little bobsled led off there.
It was like being there, wasn't it? It was like being there.
I thought maybe Schluter was just a little bit cold. I thought, what's he doing? Is he indicating how cold he is? And then, taking the corners, seeing the lads behind.
Wasn't too bothered about the fact he was disqualified in the first event of the day, the hurdles, is he? You know, he completed day 1. That was all going swimmingly. And then in the hurdles, he fell, got up, and instead of carrying on clearing each barrier in front of him, and I think there were about 8 to go or 7 to go, he ran under the first barrier that he came to, and thus disqualifying himself. Very sad.
Or maybe you just become, I don't know, class clown now, if you're just out there to go through the motions.
Well, you said it. He's a big fella. Well, the decathlon, they've had their first event of day 2, the hurdles, and that's the way it sits after 6 disciplines. Jack Turner leads with 4,683 to that 4,625 of Elliot Thompson. He's living a charmed life. He was disqualified off the 400 last night, the last event of day 1, but was reinstated because there's no video evidence of what one of the judges had said was seeing him tread on the line going into the second bend, the lane line. 4,625 to him. So obviously some 58 points behind Jack Turner, and Charlie Rowe not far behind either. Plenty to play for as this 7th discipline gets underway.
Tom Chandler down there taking his opening throw.
And I think it hit the cage. The cameraman was following a sort of phantom discus, but there it is. There's the implement, the offending article.
Collect it yourself if that happens, I think. You don't get an official to go and get that. They do seem to be having a lovely time, these men. They had pretty bad conditions last year for this event. Quite a lot of wind and rain on their first day. I think it was better conditions, I think, so far for them yesterday on the Friday afternoon, Friday evening. But hopefully, as they move into this afternoon, it will get a bit better. Charlie Rowe will be up next. Great high jump at the moment. Yesterday, that's pushed him up into that bronze medal. At the moment, he's holding on to that. Just 20 points behind Elliot Thompson. Charlie Rowe, personal best of 34.46. I'll get down this as that is. Sort of 8 and 9 metres behind Jack Turner and K.S. Joseph. It's only 5 metres behind Elliot Thompson, but it's, yeah, I think if everyone throws to their personal best, we should see Thompson stay ahead of Charlie Rowe. Jack Turner probably extend his lead, but hey, you never know whether it's going to stick to the script. Callum Newby up next. But Ewan is going to bring us up to date with the women's high jump, because it sounds like they are ready to get started after some technical difficulties. So hopefully the women have managed to stay warm down there.
Well, one event down for the heptathletes, and what a fantastic start it was for Jodie Smith in that first event. Just shy of her personal best in the 100 hurdles. It gave her 1,040 points. In second, Eloise Hines, she's on 9.53. Grace Morgan on 9.38. And let me remind you, for these multi-eventers in all the field events, only 3 attempts. It really does count. It's event number 2. It's the high jump.
It is indeed the high jump, yes, and starting just a few minutes late. A very minor delay for these 8 heptathletes. And Jodie Smith, who did win that hurdles, as Ewan says, with a 3.2 win behind her, a bit of a gale, has the lead with 1,040 points. Indeed, some 87 points is her lead. She would be the first in the jumping order. Stick with this discus.
Elliot Thompson, middleman in the bobsled. Don't know what that's called, just a sort of a leaner. That looks like that might just be a foul. You can see the official indicating there.
I think that caught the cage as well, Hannah, didn't it? I think that caught the left-handed throw, caught the left hand upright, the cage, and it stymied the throw. Only 3 throws, though, isn't it? Of course, that each throw is all the more precious in the multi-events. Each jump, of course, in the horizontals, they have to concentrate that maybe that little bit more.
Schluter just clattered that first hurdle in the 110 hurdles this morning. Such a shame, hit the ground so hard. So he'll get no points for that. He was disqualified in the end. But that looks like a good throw from Schluter. From Schluter, we got 38.31 for Callum Newby in his opening round, and 32.47 for Charlie Rowe in his opening round. That's the results we've got so far. Looks like Schluter might get the 3rd valid throw after those fouls from Chandler and Thompson.
Well, over to this women's high jump. And Morgan it is. At very modest. It's at 1:47 to get her contest underway, her second discipline underway. Pops over that without any trouble. She was 6th in the hurdles. Actually, she was 3rd, excuse me, 14.29, 938 points, 1:47. Well, get those points on the board, you can build on it. Almost call that a safety jump, couldn't you?
Time for K.S. Joseph to go. Won that first event, that looked great. He won that first 100 metres yesterday morning. Probably might picked up a bronze at the England Championships in Bedford a month ago. And with the men ahead of him, Harry Kendall and Sam Talbot not here contending, I did think K.S. Joseph might be the man to jump up into the medal. Sitting in 4th place at the moment. You can see it's not ideal conditions here this morning in Manchester. We had one brief downpour in between the 2 sprint hurdles and the multi-events this morning. Thankfully, none of the athletes were out there, so it didn't get wet, but K.S. Joseph, as we his opening throw. Jack Turner did 40 metres and 20 centimetres just before K.S. Joseph. It's around about the same, around about that 40-metre mark. K.S. Joseph does have a best of 43.15. So that is the furthest, and he's got the biggest best in the field, if you like, half a metre over Jack Turner on personal bests. Should only be about 10 points, so that wouldn't really be enough to get K.S. Joseph. I don't think that'd be enough to get him up on terms with Charlie Rowe at the moment. Jack Turner's got to score some points to keep himself ahead of Elliot Thompson, because once we get to that pole vault, Elliot Thompson, 4 metres and 71, he'd have the better of Jack Turner there. Again, on personal bests, you never know what's going to actually happen when you get there. Chandler wearing his Scotland vest, looking to improve on his foul from the first round. Nope, it wasn't a foul, apologies. Nope, Tom Chandler did do a foul. He was the very first one that managed to clip the side of the cage. He's hit that straight down the middle of the sector this time. It's a bit short of his personal best of 36.40, I think. Tom Chandler just eyeballing that 34.15. So he has got a mark on the board. And as we keep saying, it's only 3 attempts in this discus for the male decathletes. It's almost a bit of a tease having those full 6 blank spaces there. They will only get 3 attempts. Charlie Rowe, currently in the bronze medal position, looking for an improvement on his 32.47 from the first round.
Ooh, yeah. So Callum Newby in that Edinburgh AC vest, proudly sported, and that's another one that's smashed into the upright. There's quite a few of them either crashing into the upright big time or just clipping it. Just wondering if the gate, as they call it, the opening of the netting there is wide enough. I suppose it is, but that would have been a no throw anyway. You can see it would have gone out of that right hand sector. But of course, with a left-handed thrower in there, Elliot Thompson, they have to make adjustments to that gate. Here he goes. Well, they should be making adjustments to him. I'm not sure they are. Perhaps it's not necessarily this setup.
That's going to be giving points away for Jack Turner there. Elliot Thompson in that silver medal position, 58 points behind Jack Turner. It's going to be... He can't kind of up his game a little bit. That's going to be giving a lot of points away for Jack Turner. He's done 40 metres and 20 centimetres. So it will be a valid throw for Elliot Thompson, but he won't challenge that lead or try and get you that distance when we have it. We'll have another look at Jamie Schluter.
It's good that Jamie Schluter's out there, isn't it? Having been disqualified from the hurdles, and that's it, his championship over. Any chance of getting a top?
Thompson's just going to help him relax when he looks towards that pole vault. That will be tricky, especially if it's a bit breezy as well. That could be super hard for Jack Turner. So a slight improvement at 40 metres and 53.
They're well into the second round. We've already got round 1 throws.
K.S. Joseph back in the circle. Joseph, you can see just that, well, it will be a foul, but you can see the way he released that discus, and it was not moving in an efficient way, in the way you'd expect a discus to fly through the air, wobbling about, gives you that indication that all was not well, and then landing outside the sector kind of confirms that as well. Did he leave behind? Left a bit of kit behind, maybe his towel. So Tom Chandler will get us underway in the third and final round of this men's discus decathlon. Not sure there's been much action that will change the overall standings. So Jack Turner, the only man to go over 40 metres at the moment. Tom Chandler, yes, he liked that. You can hear him roar. He was foul in the first round. Foul again in the second round. He caught the netting, but this time Tom Chandler's chucked some sunglasses on. Maybe that's helped him. And that's a great throw, similar to Elliot Thompson yesterday in the men's long jump. You had one attempt left and you really want to do yourself justice. You don't want to have to give away precious points. But Tom Chandler doing really well with that throw. It'd be great to see with measurement on that. 36.40 is his personal best. And that's a personal best by over half a metre for Tom Chandler. That's why we heard that. Oh, we did get a valid second round throw. My apologies, our computer system's behind. I'm confused between who's had fouls and who's had valid throws, but great from Tom Chandler there.
Charlie Rowe opened with 32.47. Not sure that's an improvement. Yeah, he won't be pleased with the flight of that, I'm sure. Our computer system has frozen temporarily, so apologies for that. We're waiting for what comes up on screen to give us the information at the same time as you. They're enjoying themselves out there, and the sun has come out here in Manchester. Yeah, no jump, no throw in the second round, 31.76, and no improvement for Charlie Rowe.
So Callum Newby making his way into the circle. So we've got two athletes down there, and Callum Newby and Jamie Schluter. No points. Newby in the 400, Schluter in the 110-metre hurdle. So out there, still gaining experience, still going through the physical and the mental exertions of doing a full decathlon. Solid there from Newby. Up towards that 40-metre mark. You can see the sun's come out a little bit. That will help them stay warm when they're out there for so long. Especially the women heptathletes as well, just over to the left-hand side doing their high jump. Keen to stay warm.
Let's go, Elliot. Come on now.
38.14. Well, good consistent throwing from Callum Newby. Just a little bit down on his opener, the Edinburgh man. And Elliot Thompson getting behind that one. The only left-handed thrower out there, I think. He opened with a no throw, then 34.83. That might be a slight improvement. He's lying down in 6th place in this discipline at the moment. 34.83 in round 2. And what's he got in round 3? Yeah, finds another couple of meters. 37.06 for Thompson.
I think that will just leave him just behind Turner. No, apologies, Turner will stretch his lead. Turner's already ahead. So 20 points a metre. So Elliot Thompson's kept himself within just 3.5 metres or so behind Jack Turner. So he has given away a lot of points there.
Jamie Schluter, a couple of great throws already, 38.37 and 37.81. So can he find another couple of metres? Only Jack Turner at the moment beyond 14 metres. Both his efforts very, very similar. Schluter there, oh, no throw in the third and final round for him.
Jack Turner trying to improve. He's improved so far, 40-20, 40-53. Stretching his lead over Elliot Thompson. Trying to see whether, again, we'll let it all play out. K.S. Joseph will throw next, and I'm wondering if he's done enough to get himself ahead of Charlie Rowe. Oh, and that looks like it's even further from Jack Turner, the event leader at the moment. Personal best of 42.68. It could be close to that. Just thinking they maintain their balance. He's managed to stay on that one leg. He's wobbling a little bit. That always kind of makes you think they've hit it quite well. Hit their timing and their rhythm. Oh, 1 centimetre further than his second throw. A bit more like 41, 42 in my position, but I don't have any measuring stuff. Just got my
eyesight.
Kind of eyesight and will and overexcitement. So, Caius Joseph, like I said, he's already made up about 140 points on Charlie Rowe. So he's thrown 38.92. Charlie Rowe finished with 32.47 as his best mark. I'm unsure on the standings, but that's a pretty big a number of points to make up for Caius Joseph, and that might be another slight improvement on that. That could be towards the 40-metre mark. That could be as much as 180 points better than Charlie Rowe's thrown.
Do you know, that consistency from Jack Turner is astonishing. His opener 40.20, then 40.53, and then 40.54. So about 1 foot covering all 3 of his throws. About, some 34 centimetres covering all 3 of his throws. I mean, that is astonishing.
Is an improvement for Caius Joseph. 39.79. That was the final. Yes, Caius finished that discus competition there. So rather than messing around on our computer system and probably getting the points wrong, I'm quite excited to see if our wizards behind the scenes will do those numbers for us quite quickly, because I think Caius Joseph, if he's not caught Charlie Rowe for that bronze medal, he would have put an awful lot of pressure on him. I think Elliot Thompson might have done enough to stay in that silver position. But Caius Joseph had a really good event there. He did come in as the best on paper. Had to take this event overall. This event in the discus has gone to Jack Turner. So Caius Joseph did have a little bit more in the locker, but could be important points ahead of Charlie Rowe as they move towards the pole vault. Pole vault will take place at 12:50, so an hour and a half. Well, it's not, they have to do a lot of warm-up for the pole vault, so they've probably only got about 40 minutes to go and have a snack, go and stretch their legs before they turn their attention to the pole vault. And with these blustery conditions, I really think anything could happen in the pole vault. It looks like maybe they're even walking straight over to the pole vault now. The route that Jack Turner's taking there, maybe they have to head straight over.
Well, that's the unofficial result of the decathlon discus. That's 7th discipline. Jack Turner having a great second day. Winner of the hurdles earlier on. Winner of the discus now. The pole vault to come. And what's his pole vaulting like, Jack Turner?
Good.
Solid,
yeah,
isn't
solid.
it?
Not quite as good as Elliot Thompson, but we're talking 10 centimetres. Yeah, so I think... But we said that going into the men's high jump. We've got the women's high jump going on now, so that was a bit of a sort of game changer on the men's side. Could be the same here on the women's.
So Darcy there. That's Laura Darcy. The Basingstoke, the Midhants AC athlete. Going clear at, 162. And that's a nice jump. She pops over that without any trouble at all. She actually doesn't have a mark for this year, Darcy. Her lifetime best is 174. And they're popping over with real regularity now. There's Ella Rush doing exactly the same on her first attempt. Season's best 169. She made very light work of 162 there. Came in at 159, as you can see. So creeping up at points total. Nice. They're not taking any chances, these ladies. That's Grace Bauer, the Liverpool athlete. That famous yellow Liverpool vest, Liverpool Harriers and Athletics Club. And Grace Bauer, well, her best 171. This is 162. Gives it a little tickle, but it stays up. And her second attempt at that height. The wind doesn't help things for the high jumpers, of course. They're running into quite a strong wind here. Oh, that's a shame. Madison Hutton.
You can hear Madison Hutton say it herself. Oh, come on. She's had a load of jumps. I'll get a look at that scorecard. I'm sure the graphic comes up on the screen, but that was her second attempt at 1 metre and 62. Took her 3 attempts to get over 1 metre and 59. So just expending an awful lot of energy trying to accumulate these points. You want those first-time clearances in any high jump competition, whether it's multi-events or a single discipline. But Madison Hutton had to try and do a third-time clearance again. I'm pretty frustrated.
That's a busy card. She's a 168 jumper, so she knows this is well within her range. She's produced that personal best this year. Earlier on, she was 5th in the hurdles, 901 points. With that big following in. And you were dead right, Hannah, about the hurdles. You know, if the wind is too strong behind the hurdlers, it blows you onto the barrier and towards each barrier, and you get to it too early, and that messes up your stride pattern. So a really strong tailwind is not a help to the hurdlers. Likewise, a headwind is no help to these high jumpers either, coming into their faces. So Hutton next to go. Not much gap between jumps for the Epsom and Newell Harrier. Third attempt at 162. Oh, that's nice. That's better. Booms over that. Took off a long way from the bar. Nice big arcing jump. Plenty of aggression. Yeah.
I like the little smile off the official. There's an official there. When she looked as happy as everyone else. You could see that frustration from Madison Hutton with that second-time failure at 1 metre 62. Kind of saying, I know it's there. And there's a lovely crowd gathering there by these multi-events. Likely pretty knowledgeable. Totally invested in that third attempt. Maybe even Max Berg in there, having a bit of a chat in the background before his heat. Jodie Smith now coming in for first attempt at 1 metre and 65.
Yeah, Jodie Smith, the winner in the hurdles earlier, 13.57 with that really strong following wind. Comes into this with that very handy total of 1,040 points, 87 points ahead of anybody else before this discipline. There's her card, looking great at the moment. Quilted coats going on because it is quite nippy here at the Manchester Regional Arena. So Grace Bauer, unfortunately, failing her first attempt at 165. She's a 171 jumper. She knows it's there. She didn't really enjoy the hurdles this morning, finishing in 7th out of the 8 athletes.
Eloise Hind, Oxford City. Well, that was a nice clearance. First time attempt at 1 metre and 67. For the junior, she was second at the England Championships this season, so just competing against athletes who are a lot older than her here. Still 10 centimetres lower than her personal best, and making it look like that as well. Hind there just flying over that.
So Bracknell's Jordana Morris goes next. She's a 179 jumper at her best. This 165 should be meat and 2 veg to her. Yeah, lovely, nice and easy, plenty of speed. You can see there's a lot more to come. 179, oh, that's just over 5'10". There's 2.5 centimetres to an inch, give or take a millimetre. So 183, 1 metre 83 is 6 foot. You can work back from that. 165, that's a nice card. Hannah, you ever try high jump? You've got the height for it?
Yes, I liked it a lot as a kid. High jump and hurdles, that was where I saw myself really. But picked up a knee injury. Someone made me do the 800 at the league, and that was that. I scored a lot more points than I did in the high jump for the hurdles, so I wasn't really able to go back. Madison Hutton, unfortunately, another failure for her. Let's hope it doesn't take 3 attempts at this 1 metre and 65. All right, you, Tim, any high jump?
Absolutely zero. No. I think my best event would probably been the low jump. I don't think I've cleared 150 at school.
First time clearance at 1 metre and 62 for Laura Darcy. It's her first attempt at 1 metre and 65. Oh, nearly got a first time clearance there, just nudging it off. Whenever I got picked up at, when you're on the circuit as an athlete, you turn up at the airport and someone's there with a clipboard trying to meet you, and everyone always thought I was a high jumper. They sort of go, high jump. And I'm like,
you missed your calling. You were pretty good at 1500. I mean, you're a World Championship silver medalist. Maybe you should have been a high jumper. You could have done even better.
Yeah.
Room for improvement.
Room for improvement. Maybe next year.
So, Ella Rush, 175 jumper. 169 this year, but this is 165 first attempt. Yeah, nice. Very businesslike. Pops over, the Amber Valley and Erewash athlete. It's funny, isn't it? You watch these athletes popping over 165 here, and you think this is just one of 7 disciplines they have to train for. If they could focus upon this, several of these women would be at least national, if not international standard high jumpers, I'm sure. It's almost like taking a chance, isn't it? Do you focus upon one discipline at which you show an awful lot of promise, or do you stick to your first love, which for them clearly is the multi-event choice? Bauer, Grace Bauer. Second attempt for her at 165, actually.
Hope. We've seen Holly Mills entered in a few events, who originally had KJT down to do a load of events, Catherine Johnson-Thompson, but she's not here this weekend in the end. So I guess maybe as a multi-eventer, you've always got options. You can always compete, whether it's for your club at a league level, your university at Bucks, try and pick up a few points, and then you can turn your attention sort of every now and again, maybe 3 or 4 times in the season, to the full shebang. Hutton here. Oh, so it will be third attempt again at 1 metre and 65 for Madison Hutton. She seems to, be making lots of minor adjustments that aren't quite working until she gets to that third and final attempt.
She cleared one height with the third attempt there, 159. Now that's okay, that's unlucky. 162 is careless. 165, she clears this one at the third attempt. She's just teasing her coach, really. I mean, that's doing it on purpose. Darcy then. Laura Darcy, second attempt for her. She was very close on her first attempt. And Darcy, oh, that's better. Yeah, gets it right. Small adjustment. It's already set a personal best in the heptathlon this year. She's a 174 jumper, so she knows coming into this that 165 is not too much of a challenge, and the psychology of the vertical jumps is unique. The challenge, get on top of it mentally, and that's half the job done.
Oh, great third time clearance for Grace Bauer at 1 metre and 65. She looked, she started that attempt so quickly. Say when you got on a third attempt, I'd want to sit there and go, all right, really got to think about this. But Grace Bauer was like, no, I know what I've got to change. Coach Mike there just telling her what to do different, and it paid off beautifully. Third time clearance.
So if by your own admission you missed your calling at the high jump, what was your personal best?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I think it was before the times of Para 10 and all that. So, before, when I was too young to remember any numbers like that.
Oh, I see. We're going back a while. Hutton. Oh, no. So close. She's got plenty of power, plenty of speed. Just dragged those legs, the heels. Oh, that's such a shame, because the height is there. The job was done. Look at that. Way over it, actually. Her torso, her centre of gravity, her backside, everything. Then the heels pull it down. That's frustrating. But actually, if she can watch this in replay, she will know full well that there's a whole load more to come.
Absolutely. We could hear that frustration at the previous height. Come on! That does see the bar go up to 1 metre and 68. Jodie Smith will attempt this first. So we've still got Eloise Hind, Georgiana Morris, Ella Rush, Jodie Smith, Laura Darcy, Grace Bauer still in at this height, with Madison Hutton and Grace Morgan. We'll probably, as we see with the culture of these multi-events, they'll probably put on their big puffer jackets and stay there and cheer on the rest. Jodie Smith, the event leader at the moment. First time clearance at 62 and 65, this 1 metre and 68. conserving lots of lovely energy, collecting lots of points. First time clearance.
Yep, really nice clearance. .168. This is going to begin to ask questions of several of these women in the heptathlon high jump. Now, Grace Bauer, first attempt. No. Well, plenty of time to make adjustments. Cleared the previous height at the third time of asking 165, as you can see. And Grace Bauer, according to our stats, in her first high jump competition of the year, she's a 171 jumper, so it's beginning to nudge her lifetime best. Here's a cracking young athlete, Eloise Hind, just 17 years old. Big learning curve this weekend. She will accumulate so much good information, and that was a lovely jump, just clips it off, but the height is there's no doubt about it. She's got good speed, hasn't she? It takes enormous strength to convert that horizontal speed, that approach speed, into vertical lift. That's the challenge for a lot of high jumpers. Well, for all high jumpers. Some people take to it naturally, others have to really work at it. But you stamp down that last step, and that's where the conversion is made. That height will come, surely, for Hind.
Every time this bar goes up, 38, 39 points or so. Jordana Morris, I don't know if she could hear the coaches chatting behind her. She sort of said, oh, can you just keep it down a bit? You're distracting me. It certainly wasn't a sort of rhythmic clapping or anything like that, but it was distracting Morris. But there you go. First time clearance at 1 metre and 68. So she did tell the crowd behind her what to do, and they listened. Perhaps they were wittering and just distracting her from her preparations. Jordana Morris keeps her nice clean scorecard as well. Her and Jodie Smith doing really well.
That's a perfect card for Morris. Now Darcy cleared the previous height at the second time of asking. Looked very impressive at 165. No, just not the same positivity and attack there. Almost jumped through that. She knows, came up with a smile. She knows she can do a lot better than that. So Laura Darcy, the Basingstoke athlete. Darcy, it's a 174 jumper. It'll come.
Ella Rush, another athlete with a clean scorecard so far. Jodie Smith and Jordana Morris have managed to maintain that up to this 1 metre and 65. Can 18-year-old Ella Rush, the indoor UK champion, keep this momentum going for herself? Jinxed it, jinxed it. So, it's there, she was close, and I'm sure she'll get it on the next attempt, but Ella Rush will have to try again.
Well, it's only 1 centimetre below her year's best, 169, but she's a 175 jumper, and you can see she's been putting plenty of work in the gym. She's got the power there and the speed, and again, I would say that height's well within a compass. Now, Grace Bauer, second attempt, 168. No.
Her Grace Bauer's third attempt at 1 metre and 65 looked massive. Yeah, that was it. I think that jump would have got her over 1 metre and 68 or even higher. So hopefully Grace Bauer can find that third round magic again. Eloise Hind coming back for her second attempt at 1 metre and 68. I think she might be the youngest in the field, Eloise Hind at 17. Ella Rush is 18, but both born in the same year. Eloise Hind, that's a second time failure for her. She has got another 9 centimetres or so in the locker and personal best. She's on 177. Hind will have one attempt left at 1m68. Still on the second attempts, we'll have Laura Darcy and Ella Rush having their second attempts at this height of 1m68 before we move back to those third attempts for Eloise Hind, Grace Bauer. Jodie Smith and Jordana Morris can sit and relax, wait for that 1m71. Darcy just taking her time. Just knocking it off on the way up with her shoulder, looking frustrated. Darcy, her second attempt on 1m65 was good. Put herself back in the groove, but she's going to join the third attempt crew.
Did you say the third attempt crew?
I did. Got a little group of them saying, oh, let's just try things 3 times.
Now Bauer, Grace Bauer. Oh, I thought it was Bauer.
Grace Bauer she's warming up. She's in the third attempt crew. Ella Rush is getting ready to jump, seeing if she can avoid that group.
Strange first few strides with that really high knee lift. And I feel as though she was still accelerating. Hadn't really hit top speed or sufficient speed when she got to the bar. Not that I know a great deal about high jump technique, but she's frustrated, clearly, and she's a member of your crew.
She is. So here we are, third attempts. Grace Bauer will have to try first. She managed a good third time clearance at 1m65. Grace Bauer, final attempt at 1m68, not to beat. She will just take those points for 165. 795 points for anyone that exits with a height of 1m65. Grace Bauer, the first person to fall foul of this new height.
Do you know, she took off too close to the bar, though. I think she has that height easily. But she came up through the bar. Just needs to, in the ideal world, if she had another attempt, you'd move your marker back a few inches. Generate a lot of speed. Now, here's a super young athlete, Eloise Hind. So far, just a couple of jumps. First time clearance at 162 and then at 165 rather. This third attempt for her at 168. Oh dear, that's a great shame, because this is a point where she could have, an event where she could have picked up good points. She's a 177 jumper. You can tell. Oh no. Up and through the bar, didn't really drive upwards sufficiently. She knows. You could tell from the frustration there. And she landed in the bed. But you've got to pick yourself up. It's tough mentally, isn't it? The multidiscipline challenge. Good, bad, or indifferent from each discipline. You've got to go into the next event, the next discipline, with plenty of aggression and optimism and belief. And that can be difficult to raise your game each time, again and again. Darcy next to go then. Laura Darcy. Third and final attempt for the Basingstoke athlete. Oh, that's nice. Yes. Really nice. Well, I think she cleared, was it her previous height she cleared at the second time of asking? But Darcy there pops over 168, becomes only the second athlete clear. Yeah, all smiles, and rightly so, because that was a nice clearance. She's a 174 jumper. She can go higher. Ella Rush certainly can.
Oh, close that. That's big points Ella Rush has given away then. Competent in this event. Going to be another 100 or so points, I think, in there if she could jump close to her best.
I'm not surprised she's frustrated, because most of the work was done. She got almost everything over and then dragged it off with her thighs, I think. Got her centre of gravity, her backside over the bar and beyond it. got nearly everything right, but she's another who leaves the competition at this stage.
So the bar will go up to 1 metre and 71. Jodie Smith had a nice rest, really. And she's what shows other women a lot of third attempts going into that 1 metre and 68.
Only 2 athletes left in it, Hannah, Jordana Morris and Jodie Smith. And they've got identical cars, each of them with 3 first-time clearances at 162, 165 and 168. Yeah, Laura Darcy also in there with the 3rd time clearance, excuse me. We saw that just a couple of minutes ago. So there are 3 left in. Jodie Smith shares the lead at the moment of this discipline, and that's nice. That puts the pressure on the others to some degree. That's a lovely clearance at 171. She's got the build of a high jumper too, hasn't she? Beautiful. There's a good look at the bar, and is well clear of that. That's superb by the Windsor Slough Eton athlete. So Jodie Smith, she's a 180 jumper. Plenty more heights in her legs.
Jordana Morris doing their best to keep hold of this clean scorecard. Nope. It will just be Jodie Smith with all the O's. Jordana Morris will have to try again at this 1 metre and 71. Jordana Morris, 179 at her best. So Laura Darcy held on to this competition by the skin of her teeth. 3rd time clearance at 1 metre and 68. 1st attempt at 1 metre and 71.
Darcy then. 1st attempt. No. No, and again, she really didn't look like she believed that. And she's got to believe. 171. Well, her lifetime best 174. It's beginning to get close to her known limits. But actually, her clearance at 168 was superb. Jordana Morris then, Bracknell Lacey, 179 jumper at her best, 175 this year. 2nd attempt, 171. Yeah, lovely, lovely. That'll bolster her spirits, because that was a really good clearance. Way over that. Skimmed it with something, I couldn't tell what. Too clear. The bar after this height, when it's done, the 174. 171 gets you 867 points. 174, 903 points. So 36 points. 12 points per centimetre. You already said that, Hannah.
I think my maths is slightly different. But yeah, around each height that the bar goes up is a big chunk. It's not like, it's not insignificant.
No, 3 centimetres.
Yeah.
And it's 36 points. Massive difference.
Oh, so Darcy will have to look to that 3rd time, 3rd attempt again.
That was close.
Big gusts down there. See the officials at the moment out of your picture, they're just holding the bar on. Concerned that the wind might blow that bar off as well, and that is a concern when it's gusty like this. And for anyone that was with us yesterday, when we saw the officials putting some yellow tape on the bar, it turns out it was one of the decathletes who was colourblind. And he, at request of him, he said, oh, can you please put, I'm not used to jumping with a red bar, I'm used to jumping with a yellow bar. They couldn't find a suitable yellow bar in the stadium, so they put a nice strip of yellow tape for him on the bar.
That's right. I mean, I came up with some dopey theory, of course, on the hoof, that it was to stiffen the bar. I was thinking of. But I certainly didn't think about one of the competitors having any eyesight challenges.
You can see the wind gauge there. It's pretty well. We just actually saw a shot as well, the bar getting blown off the uprights. The officials will be on top of that, though. If they think the bar's fallen off because of the conditions rather than an action of the athlete, I'm sure they'll make allowances for that. They did have a couple of officials just holding the bar on, waiting for the wind to drop. And I do think this will come into play even more when we look over to the pole vault.
Yeah,
We've got
absolutely.
the decathletes doing that, and we've also got the men's final. That's not all the way until 4:15, so it could be quite different conditions by the time we get to that, 4.5 hours. But right now it's pretty breezy for a vertical jump.
For those of you wondering, that track action is at 1:20. That's the 110-metre hurdles first round for the men. So almost an hour and a half until the next track action, but some fabulous field action coming at us. The decathlon pole vault, well, that's not for nearly an hour. The javelin final for women is at 12:20, so in about 25 minutes time. Now Darcy, third and final attempt at 171. Oh, no. Smiling though, she knows she's had a really solid discipline here. There's Laura Darcy. Second time clearance at 165, third time clearance at 168. If she'd had the chance, maybe it would have been a fourth time clearance at 171, but it's not to be. The sun is shining here in Manchester, but don't be fooled. The breeze, and if you're sitting in the shade, the breeze is strong, and it's gusting, but generally fairly steady, healthy breeze across the Manchester Regional Arena, making it a little bit cool here. We're in the shade under the stands near the finish line. I reckon it's, Hannah, about 17 degrees sitting here, and we've got coats and jumpers on. It's not warm yet.
It's a bit chilly. I was too optimistic, left my jacket at home yesterday. It's all right. I've asked someone to bring one for me. I'll be all right.
I think I've got a wetsuit jacket with me. I'll rent it.
But in the sunshine down there, it looks okay, and I don't think these women would be down to their vest and shorts and vest and pants if it wasn't warm enough. They'd be keeping their leggings on. Jodie Smith, coached by Laura Turner-Aline, so that's the same group as Holly Mills. Holly Mills just been selected to represent Great Britain at those Commonwealth Games alongside Katarina Johnson-Thompson and Oxford City Jade O'Dowda. So Jodie Smith, certainly coached by someone that's really helping Holly Mills develop super well. You can see Jodie Smith just, I think that hand gesture was a bit saying, come on, it's so windy. They will have that clock counting down, that will be in her eye line. I do think the officials will be a little bit lenient, because gusts are hard. And Jodie Smith navigating these tricky conditions really well. Look at that, she looks excited by that clearance. 1 metre and 71. She's miles over that. Could she trouble her personal best of 1 metre and 80?
She's making light work of it, isn't she? That's a lovely card.
Jordana Morris up next. Her first attempt at 1 metre 74. She's going to ask those guys to stop chatting again. She did that a few attempts ago. But I think that the number of coaches has diminished as the athletes have exited the competition, but she did turn around and say, can you keep it down? Unless she was joining in the competition, I assume she was asking them just to respect her preparation. Nope, not first time for Jordana Morris.
Well, there's a card. Certainly Jordana Morris knows that this is within range. A bit of feedback. Just feed it all into the computer and see what comes out the other end. Down to 2. Yeah, there's Jodie Smith chatting with the officials. Quilted coats in late June. Could only be the UK, couldn't it?
You can always spot a multi-eventer. They bring absolutely everything along with them. They've got all their implements, so many changes of clothes, and every single layer, because you never know if you're coming in at a higher height, you might have to sit there for quite a long time. You've got to be prepared for everything, particularly in Britain in June.
Yeah, flaming June. Whatever happened to that? I use the word flaming, by the way, in the sense that it's warm, not in any kind of swearing way. Flaming June. We're having a laugh. So, second attempt for Morris. The bar at 174. Oh boy, that's frustrating. I was about to shout, yes, she'd done that. Nice approach, lots of speed. Just about got everything right. Oh, just the heels pulling it off. If I was a betting man, I'd say she'll get it third attempt.
I do think Jordana Morris might have done enough to get herself up into silver medal position with that 1m71 clearance. A lot of her rivals that are between her and that silver medal exited at 1m65. So Laura Darcy, the only athlete, the third athlete that was in this competition, she was down in 8th place. Jordana Morris was 6th after the hurdles. I think she will go ahead of Madison Hutton, Ella Rush, Grace Morgan, Eloise Hind, and get up into that bronze medal position. And Eloise Hind will maintain her medal position. She'll move down underneath Morris, but she'll stay up there because all the rest of them are kind of very similar. A lot of them exiting on 1m65. But Jordana Morris, using an event that's obviously one of her strengths to her advantage here and accumulating points.
Well, a little glance over her shoulder there, but all eyes on her. Let's get some support. Yeah, the crowd joining in straight away. That's good. And her rival, Jodie Smith. Oh, what a little bit of support and a little bit of determination. So often on the third attempt, when athletes know it's now or never, they give it that little bit more oomph. And she does just that there. That's great from the Bracknell athlete. So Morris is just 1 centimetre below her season's best.
She's delighted with that. You want to almost know that you've done yourself proud in this event. The official there probably just asking where they want the bar to go. It's set to go to 177 next, and with such a short conversation, I imagine both women said, yep, 177's fine.
Jodie Smith, with that first-time clearance at 174, has already set a season's best. She's having a very good day, very good second event. And having won the hurdles earlier, yeah, she is having a good day. So 177 it is. We're down to 2. Laura Darcy bowing out at 171. Gave a really good account of herself, cleared 168 at the third time of asking. Yeah, is that a little prayer, or is that just feeling the wind? Is there actually there's plenty of other indicators, I suppose. There's a big tablecloth flapping all over the place with the athletes, with the officials at the officials' table. But there's that windsock. Oh, yet again, maintains her clean card. That's her 6th consecutive first-time clearance. Brilliant, really, really on top of her game.
She looks like she can't believe it, doesn't she? She's sort of going, what? Yeah, I was complaining about the wind, I was worrying about that putting me off, but no, another first-time clearance.
She's already gone 3 heights beyond her season's best coming into these championships, and now she's approaching personal best territory. A personal best 1.80 m. Morris, well, this would be a season's best, but again, she has gone higher than this. Her personal best 1.79 on paper. They're almost identical in ability. Two attempts left if she needs them.
Well, she's hitting it down with her hand. I guess never quite understand that one. Like, I mean, that didn't look intentional. Sometimes when it comes off with her hand, it really does look intentional. Jordana Morris just wasn't in the right kind of, didn't have her high point in the right place. Go back and talk to her coach, get that sorted out. But hopefully she can get a bit of crowd support behind her. Jodie Smith having a chat to one of the javelin throwers, saying, "I've got to do that later. Got any tips?" Won't see it all. These women won't have to do the javelin until tomorrow at 14:10, and they probably haven't got time to take any tips off the female women's field down there. They're preparing for their final. They've got to go away and get ready for the shot put until 3:30. But Jordana Morris will have to stay out here and do these attempts back to back. As Jodie Smith is over this 1.74 m first time attempt, but Jordana Morris on her 2nd try now.
Well, coached since last year by Rayford Joseph.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, bless her.
That'll be big celebrations at Bracknell AC. Bracknell and Basingstoke. The club that Morris has been associated with. He's actually had a good year, personal bests at 200 and 800. Wintered well. That's a nice card.
Hugs all around. You can see that we talk about the physical demands of this multi-event, but what about the emotions as well for Jordana Morris? Look, she looked in tears at the previous height, and she looks the same there, just absolutely thrilled to have got over that 1.74 m. Perhaps sensing she's got an opportunity here to pick up a senior medal. Jodie Smith looking so strong in these first couple of events, but Jordana Morris was solid in the hurdles. And she gave away nearly a second to Jodie Smith, but at the moment just managing to hold the Windsor Slough and Eton Hounslow athlete kind of to account here in this women's high jump. Bar up to 1.80 m now. Be an equal personal best for Jodie Smith if she can get this.
Can she maintain what has been an astonishing card so far? Oh.
Happen at some point, didn't it? Jodie Smith was always going to see the red flag. I mean, that's, I was saying, we're in a little kids club and we did a little informal high jump competition the other day, and they learnt that cruel lesson that high jump always ends in failure. They sort of, once they said it, they went, oh, yeah, you're right, because they were so disappointed.
Yeah,
they started knocking
vertical jumps,
yeah.
the only discipline that ends inevitably in failure.
No, it's something we know because when we've been around the sport so long, but I felt like it was a bit of a crushing kind of sentiment to give to some 10-year-olds, but they seem to shake it off all right.
Could have worded it differently.
Maybe, but they were going to hear that at some point, weren't they?
It ends in a celebratory failure.
Jordana Morris has already had she looked pretty overwhelmed with emotion. 1.77 m. She's just taking a pause because the officials are holding on to that bar. They're not happy that conditions are good enough to kind of, well, say, you know, fair enough for Jordana Morris to take her attempt. There you go, you can see the officials just making sure that bar stays right on the uprights.
This is her first chance to take the lead. A little chink of daylight provided by that first-time failure from Jodie Smith at 1.80 m, the Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow athlete. Watching this one. Oh, well, I tell you what, there was loads of aggression there. I think that was closer than it looked initially. Let's see. No, it's off with that backside, I think, but the attitude was great. Really attacked it, didn't she? And you have to have that attitude in the verticals. You've got to get up those last couple of strides. You've got to believe. Jodie Smith then had a perfect card up to including 177. At this height, 180. It's met her first hiccup. This is her second attempt. This equals her lifetime best. No, that wasn't as convincing, I have to say.
Whole balance between effort, you need to put an effort that almost looks sort of not desperate, but kind of trying to muscle it out. And in so many of these technical events, you need to just flow and let it happen, which is so much easier to say than do. But Jodie Smith, for me, that looked a lot more tense than her previous heights, but she wasn't really under any pressure. This is the first time we've seen Jodie Smith trying to deal with some kind of overcoming some failures.
Well, her 180 clearance came in Bedford last year, in May last year. She's trying to replicate that here now. Jordana Morris, prolific competitor. No, less convincing. I'm just looking at the competition she's had this year. There are dozens and dozens. Of course, at different disciplines, you expect that from multi-eventer, but even by multi-event standards, she's competed about every other day through 2022. Dozens of competitions at high jump, long jump, shot, of course. So, both of them under a bit of pressure now. It'd be lovely to see them both go clear. We've just had delivered to our commentary positions a box of rather delicious looking rainbow cookies. Hannah's steamed in without so much as a by your leave. And that, unfortunately, third time failure for Jodie Smith, but what a competition she has had. She's been quite supreme, up to and including 177, just meeting her match at this height. But, well, she can move on. She won the hurdles earlier on. She actually, unless Jordana Morris goes clear at her third attempt, she has won this discipline as well, albeit with the same point score as Jordana Morris, but on countback. In isolation, she would have won this discipline. But Jordana Morris, now the Bracknell athlete, has a chance to accrue a few more points, 36 more points, if she goes over 180 here, compared with the 177 of Jodie Smith. All eyes on her. They've enjoyed this, haven't they? They've loved it out there. Bit of sunshine, bit of breeze, good crowd around that high jump fan on this first bend just in front of us.
I think they'll be very happy with that 941 points. Especially we had that downpour in between their sprint hurdles and the male decathlete sprint hurdles. They just caught the start of the rain. when they finished their 100-metre hurdles. So I think they were like pleasantly surprised once this cloud sort of moved away and they got the sunshine for this high jump competition. And then these two really have capitalised on that. They've gone to some lovely heights, picked up some good points. See the officials just really earning their money down there this morning. The bar keeps blowing off and they put it back. See that a little bit of yellow tape there. I think that's the DIY fix. There was a slight delay at the start of the competition when the bar was just, the upright wasn't holding the bar stiff. It was moving down and stuff like that. And they only delayed it by about 5 minutes. I think they were very concerned the athletes were going to get cold, that it was going to ruin their warm-up, but in the end the officials sorted it out. Final attempt at 1 metre and 80. So that will be the conclusion of the women's heptathlon high jump. Jordana Morris and Jodie Smith both going over 1 metre and 77. But no luck at 1 metre and 80.
Well, now they can focus on their next discipline, the heptathlon. Not till 3:30, so they've got just over 3 hours time to pop off and get a little bit of lunch. Don't know if they'll head back to their various hotels or stick around, but you want to just come down mentally, relax and prepare. There's our winner on countback, Jodie Smith. First time clearance at 177 is what secured it for her. Jordana Morris cleared 177 at the second attempt. But a great contest between those two. Neither able to ease over 180 on this occasion. But it does mean Jodie Smith will be in the lead overall after that very impressive hurdles performance to kick off her campaign, her two-day campaign. 1,040 points she had in the hurdles. And 177 here gets a 941 points. So 1,981 points for Jodie Smith. Jordana Morris, well, she got 899 with her sixth place in the hurdles, 1457. But here, 177 will certainly do her no harm at all. Well, there's the official result of the decathlon discus competition. Jack Turner winning with 40.54. That separated him from the rest. Caius Joseph, 39.79 is second. Jamie Schluter, battling on after that disqualification in the high hurdles this morning, 38.37. Personal best for Schluter. The Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier throwing perhaps with a bit more fire in his belly after the frustration of seeing his entire competition, his overall competition, go out the window, so to speak. Callum Newby in fourth place. So let's have a look at the overall point situation in the men's decathlon. There it is. And Jack Turner, 5.359, building up now a handy 129-point lead over Elliot Thompson, who has a slender, 11-point lead over Caius Joseph. And Charlie Rowe, in turn, 101 points down in fourth place. So plenty to battle on for in the remaining events in the decathlon.
Got that official result of the women's heptathlon high jump. We've seen them made their way off the track. Jodie Smith taking that win on count back with 1 metre and 77, but the same number of points, just over 900 points for her and Jordana Morris, and that might put Jordana Morris up into that silver medal position. Jodie Smith will maintain her lead as the rest of those athletes. Laura Darcy was behind a little bit on the hurdles anyway, so I don't think that will catapult her up into the medals. Let me see confirmation of that, all the computer wizardry that combines those points together for us. Jodie Smith extending her lead to 141 points over Jordana Morris of Bracknell AC, and Eloise Hind, the 17-year-old, doing really well to hold on to that bronze medal. She's got 40 points on Ella Rush, the other teenager in the field. Ella Rush, the indoor UK champion, so we will watch that progress from Ella Rush over the next few hours.
Now we can head over to the javelin final for women. This is due to get underway at 12:20, so in about 3 or 4 minutes they've warmed up, and apparently they have asked to go early. javelin throws there at the near end of the arena. They're using the high jump fan in effect to throw across so that warm-up is done. And this women's javelin final with what, some 11 athletes out there. Becca Walton will be first in the throwing order. And in fact, we are several throws in. Elizabeth Korczak, Brighton Hove Athletic Club, 45 metres, her opener, 45.35. That will put her in third place. The lead at the moment held by Becca Walton of Loughborough Students with 47.52. Now they are throwing into the wind, and that should give them a little bit of help. Helps keeps that spear aloft. Harriet Mortlock, 42.08. Her opener, that will put her in fifth place at the moment. So Sophie Hamilton, second in the English Junior Championships, the Bristol and West athlete. That one held up in the wind, but then it drops like a stone. The angle of attack, the angle of the spear at the moment of release, absolutely critical. And if you get it wrong, then yes, the athlete will see it drop to a poor distance, and they'll usually step over to save the officials measuring it. Rather a waste of time. Anna Johnson, Windsor Slough and Eton athlete. She's a 51-metre thrower. Her best this year, 46.47, ranks her 9th in the UK. But if she were able to hit personal best territory, it would elevate her on the year rankings coming into these championships. In third place, the top athlete in the UK this year is Becca Walton of Loughborough Students, and she does have the lead with that 47.5-metre opener. Olivia Jones. Birchfield Harriers, fourth in the English under-23 this year. She's a 44-metre thrower this year, 45 metres last year.
So Olivia Jones is our penultimate athlete in this first round of the women's javelin. And see Holly Arnold, she'll complete this round. Paralympic champion in Rio in 2016, picked up a bronze in Tokyo. I'm unsure, I don't think there is an event available for Holly Arnold at the Commonwealth Games. Our para-athletes at such low competition opportunities this year. The World Championships got cancelled. So some of them do have a competition opportunity in the Commonwealth Games, but I don't think that's available to Holly Arnold in the javelin. It's been measured at 34.85. Holly has done 40 metres this season. 44 is a personal best, but she completes that first round, getting a bit of coaching advice there behind. There's Becca Walton, the UK lead. That's why she's got that red bib on. She will open our second round, looking for an improvement on her 47.52, but that's gone straight up in the sky. I don't know if that was probably wind-aided flight there, straight up into the sky, maybe released at slightly the wrong angle, and then managed to catch the wind as well. I presume, well, it was outside the sector as well for Becky Walton, so that won't be measured. Emma Hamplett, Birchfield Harriers, take the runway next. She's only 51 centimetres behind Becca Walton at the moment.
Well, that's a nice effort from Emma Hamplet.
Rounds, so the likes of Lauren Farley, she's not got a valid throw yet. If she doesn't get herself in that top 8, she might only have 3 throws here today. Millie Dibble up next. A bit better. 40 metres and 61 from the first round. She's sitting in 7th place at the moment. These women are all, if I'm honest, sitting about 10 metres below their best at the moment. Dibble like that, little bit of a clap. She measured at 46.78. So that's big improvement from Dibble. Moved herself all the way up into 3rd place, so that's why she liked that.
Korczak next to go now. Lying in 4th place, 45.35. That might be slightly better. She doesn't look enthralled with it. We'll wait and see. Needs to find another less than a metre to catch Hamplet, move into 3rd place. Korczak wearing that Brighton and Hove Athletics Club colours. 44.69. Good consistent throwing, but no improvement. Of course, it was the club that Steve Ovett was associated with when he was younger, Brighton and Hove, and then he set up Brighton Phoenix mid-career. Mortlock opened with 42.08. Momentarily again, the results system seems to have frozen. That's a good effort, 47.88. Takes the lead, does Harriet Mortlock, the Basildon athlete. That is a fabulous effort. And that is actually a season's best. It's only a few centimetres off a lifetime best. What a great throw.
Nice off Sophie Hamilton as well. She's coming off a no throw in the 1st round. Getting towards the end of the 2nd round. Like I said, after 3 rounds, they will take the field down to 8 athletes. So some of these athletes in the lower 3rd of the field are kind of running out of time. Oh, so close on the... it was a red flag. Hamilton just been given a red flag there by the official.
Well, that's frustrating for Sophie Hamilton. She's a 50-metre thrower, has thrown her lifetime best this year. Indeed, she's UK number 5. Johnson next to throw. Hannah Johnson, the Windsor athlete. Well, 47.01, her opener. That's not bad. Mortlock, remember, has taken the lead with 47.88. Our computer has just updated. Johnson down in 3rd place with that 47.01. What's she produced here with this 2nd round effort? The cut-off at the moment is 37 metres, so fairly modest distance needed to get into the top 8. But Hannah Johnson there, 42.03, nowhere near as good as her opener.
Olivia Jones, penultimate thrower in this. A bit below her best of 44 metres this season, only 37 in the opening round. She's down in 8th place at the moment. Olivia Jones will be keen to move up a little bit. We've got Lauren Farley on no marks at all at the moment, so she's in the danger zone. I think we actually only have 10 starters, so we will actually only lose one athlete regardless at the end of this third round, because Holly Arnold will get the full 6 throws. Great to see our para athletes integrated into this UK Championships. Holly Arnold, like we said, limited competition opportunities for our Paralympians, so Holly will get the full 6 throws, which is great. 34.85 in her first round. Maybe a little bit better from Holly Arnold. 2016 Paralympic champion, medalist last year, so picking up 2 Paralympic medals in her career. So that's been given 35.96, so that'll be a small improvement for Holly Arnold.
Puts her down in 9th place. There are 2 athletes who have had 2 no throws so far. Now, Becca Walton, next to go. She's been shunted down to 2nd place, the Loughborough student. She is the reigning champion, 47.52, her opener, then a no throw. And that looks nice. That looks big from Walton. She is a 57 thrower, 57-metre thrower. She is the UK #1 this year, as well as the reigning champion. And she saw in the 2nd round Harriet Mortlock throw out to 47.88 to take the lead by just a few centimetres. But I think there she has improved her best mark by quite a chunk. Yeah, 51.87. Well, only she and Emma Hamplett are throwing further than that in the UK this year, and Hamplett is down in 5th place at the moment. That is a wonderful 3rd round effort. 51.87 by Walton.
That looked like a decent throw there off Emma Hamplett. For me, a lot more speed, a lot more relaxation on the runway there as she moves into this 3rd round. Hamplett 46.26 from the 1st round, another 46 in the 2nd round. She doesn't look that excited about it though. She's more likely to know whether she's made any improvement on that 46-metre mark she's got so far. Emma Hamplett, previous Commonwealth Games youth champion, so she's only added a tiny bit there. 46.88. Does move herself up into 5th place though, just pushing down Emily Dibble.
Jo Blair next to go then. Lying down in 7th place, 44.32. Slight improvement in the 2nd round from her first. Gives that a really big heave, but I'm not sure it's better. 43.90 she opened with, then 44.32. She has thrown nearly 50 metres this year, 49.93. She's 5th ranked in the UK. Is the Luton athlete. She was the champion back in 2016, remember. So Jo Blair, the senior amongst these athletes. 40.79, no improvement for her as yet. She was 2nd in the UK Championships back in 2006. It's a long time and always there or thereabouts at the UK Championships.
Lauren Farley just easing her way into this throw because she's on 2 failures. If she can't get herself into the top 8 with this throw, this will be the end of the competition for Blackheath and Bromley's Lauren Farley, which would be a super shame. Olivia Jones sitting in 8th place at the moment with 37.34. So Farley needs to go further than that. It's good, like it will be a valid throw, and I think that could be good. That could shift Farley up into the top 8. Lauren Farley has thrown over 50 metres this season. Becca Walton, the only athlete to manage it in these blustery conditions here at the Manchester Regional Arena. But Farley been given a mark of 46.47. That expression nearly looked like, why couldn't I do that 10 minutes ago? It puts her up in 6th place at the moment. She will get another few rounds to try and improve her mark.
So, Dibble Emily Dibble, who is lying in 5th place, 40.61, then a big improvement in the second round, 46.78. There's a clutch of athletes. Goodness me. Less than 1.5 meters covers 2nd to 5th place. And Dibble there. Big throw. She knew it was good. She knew it was strong. Wearing a Loughborough student's vest is the Liverpool Harriet. 51.54. She nearly takes the lead with that. The second athletes go beyond 15 metres. Becca Walton still leading with that third round, 51.87. Dibble, 51.54, improving in the second and third round significantly.
Great effort there from Dibble. Kozak trying to keep her hopes alive here. She's in 7th place, so she should be okay to get those final 3 throws. Kozak there. Kozak, giving her a new name. 45.35 at the moment. Just waiting for that measurement to come through. No improvement, 44.62. So her best throw still from the first round. She'll sit there and hope she's going to get the final 3 throws.
Harriet Mortlock next to go then. Now open with 42.08. Then that big effort, 47.88, coming in the second round. That was a season's best. It was almost a personal best in round 2, 47.88. She's lying in 3rd place. Long, purposeful pull there. I'm not sure that's as good, but she's obviously secured herself up 3 more throws. At the moment, Olivia Jones looks like she's going to miss the cut, and 2 athletes, Holly Arnold and Sophie Hamilton, struggling as well. Sophie Hamilton yet to record a valid mark. 45.35. No, the second round remains her best, Mortlock, but she will get 3 more throws. She's still in 3rd. Holly Arnold, 35.96, her best in the second round. And Sophie Hamilton, well, here she is. She's in a real bit of trouble, this Bristol and West athlete. No throw in the first and second rounds. That looks better. That looks better. Does she get the white flag? Just looking across.
It does.
Yeah, almost a safety throw. She releases it at about 4 or 5 meters from the stop line.
She's going to need 44.32 though. She wants to get in that top 8, and it's come up at 43.08. Sophie Hamilton will be outside that top 8. She won't get any more throws. So Olivia Jones of Birchfield, she's up next. Again, she's going to be hunting down that 44.32. Oh, apologies. I've got Hannah Johnson. She's in 4th place at the moment, so she won't make any difference to those athletes that will get a further 3 throws.
Oh, that's, I think, no improvement on her opener. 47.01. That one didn't look much beyond 40 meters. Hannah Johnson opened with 47.01, then 42.03. Didn't waste any space for the stop line, did she?
That was a very well judged run up.
Yeah.
Just trying to plant that foot nice and strongly, and that's a really good distance away from the line. Yes, you've given away maybe a few centimeters, but so much momentum, you've got to have a little bit of allowances. So Olivia Jones, this is her last attempt to get up into that top 8 and have a further 3 throws. 44.32 is what it's going to take to unseat Jo Blair, Luton AC athlete, previous champion here. She's in 8th place at the moment with 44.32.
Well, she's a 45.5 meter thrower, is Olivia Jones, but she's more or less 10 meters down on that at the moment. That is a better throw, that third round effort, actually 38.59, but no better than 10th place, I'm afraid. So she exits the competition. Now the top 8, remember, will go on to have 3 more throws. Well, Holly Arnold has thrown 44.73. She's capable of making the top 8 here.
So Holly Arnold will get those final 3 throws regardless of sitting outside of that top 8. Which is good, yeah, because like I said, limited competition opportunities this season, so that's a good improvement, that's good. Getting further with every throw, Holly Arnold. Can she trouble that season's best of 40 metres? Could she get up near her personal best of 44?
Oh, nice smile from the coach there. Bit of positivity. As you said, improving in round 2 and then again in round 3. But it is nicely poised. Becca Walton and Emily Dibble, as that third round is now concluded, almost inseparable. 51.87 by Walton, 51.54 by Dibble. And then, some almost 4 metres back, Harriet Mortlock with 47.88. Battling to retain that spot on the rostrum, with Hannah Johnson breathing down her neck, and Emma Hamplin not far behind either. There is the top 8 that will go on to have 3 more throws along with Olivia Jones. But that's a nice little clash up at the top, and then a real battle from 3rd down to, well, 6th place. Very, very little between them. Less than 1.5 meters. And Elizabeth Korczak, well, she's a 50-metre plus thrower, so she's perfectly capable of punching into the top 3 or 4. Jo Blair, too, is a 57-metre thrower. Actually, she's got the best throw of all of them, apart from Becca Walton. They've both thrown 57 metres and bits. If she can find anything like her best form, Jo Blair, she could be a real influence over this second half of the competition. Just a heads up for those of you who have joined us in the last half hour or so, the next track action is at 1:20. That's the first round heats of the men's 110-metre hurdles, 3 heats. So about 40 minutes away for that first track action, and then at 1:45, the men's 800 first round. Those will be real beauties. 4 heats coming at us at 1:45 over 2 laps for the fellas, and that'll be quickly followed by the women's 800 metres first round at 2:15. We're going to stick with this javelin final. It's an enthrallingly close clash up at the top, and the men's decathlon will dip into it as and when we can to keep you up to speed with the battle for points and supremacy on this second day for the multi-fellas.
Just have that small break now, won't they, when they reshuffle the order of the throwers. So make sure they get that right, give everyone a little bit of a break, tell them about the new throwing order. I think it's might be Holly Arnold throwing first, and then we'll move to Jo Blair. But they're just figuring that out, just deciding, just comparing notes.
Can I just say, Hannah, you're about half my size, and you're matching me biscuit for biscuit on that packet that was brought to us an hour ago.
Well, if they've got any video evidence of the run this morning, they'll know that you didn't match me step for step, therefore.
Well, there is none, so I'm afraid I've been reinstated. I have got a picture of a bunch of very old runners, ex-runners almost, outside the door of the hotel as we finished the run. But I'm not...
That's probably still out. Probably only
that
just
social media, I can assure you.
Just turned around on my run. You guys are heading back in.
Who wants to see a bunch of sweaty old people smiling into the camera rather gormlessly? Well, one of them, I have to say, was a certain... I won't mention any names, but it was Jack Buckner, the CEO-to-be of British Athletics, who is up here enjoying a little early dip into the sport from which he gained his notoriety. Jack, of course, will take up his position very soon at British Athletics. A European champion at 5,000 metres back in 1986. And an all-round good egg is Jack. I think the sport can look at a very positive period in coming months and years with Jack at the helm. He's done a sterling job at British triathlon and British swimming, and it is quite a coup for the sport of track and field athletics to have secured his time, his services to help steady the ship and take it forwards. And of course we wish him well in those endeavours. I'm not sure quite what the long discussion is amongst the officials as we wait for this fourth round of the women's javelin to get underway.
That almost looks like I was going to say, is that the presentation team? So it almost looks like they've got medals and plaques, so that because the presentation, you can see those 3 red pillars there behind them. That's where the medals will be handed out. I think they are just getting those plaques and those medals sorted out, ready, so they can be very slick in their presentations. What will be the first? This javelin throw will be the first medal ceremony, so perhaps they're thinking, right, we've got to get these medals sorted before these women do their final 3 throws, else we can't hand out any medals.
Well, you're right, Hannah. Actually, just to remind everybody, 21 finals today on this second day, 8 in the field, 13 on the track, and they come thick and fast. Very thick and fast from about 3 or 4 o'clock onwards. The men's 1500 final is at just before 4 o'clock. If you tune in at 4 o'clock, you'll have missed it because it's at 4 minutes to 4. The women's 1500 final at 3:45. So much to really look forward to. The men's steeplechase final as well is at 4:55. The men's 110 hurdles final is at 5:15. And the 2 400 finals for men and women at 5:25 and 5:35 respectively.
So it does look like the women might be getting informed of their throwing order. There we can see it is, or maybe Holly Arnold. Yeah, Holly Arnold walking over to get a javelin, so perhaps our Paralympian might be throwing first, and then we'll go 8 through first in the able-bodied competition, but Holly Arnold getting her 3 throws. So she was just getting close to that 40-metre mark. That's her season's best this year. Because I apologies for my ignorance, I'm pretty sure there's not a women's javelin for Holly Arnold at the Commonwealth Games, so this could be the pinnacle of her season. In terms of event size, I'm sure she could do a few more opens, and a couple of leagues, that sort of thing. In terms of throwing here in front of a nice crowd in a British Championships, this could be the pinnacle of Holly Arnold's season. So let's hope she can get a season's best over that 40 metres. I guess the conditions are getting better and better. Every half an hour that goes past gets a little bit brighter, a bit warmer. See Holly Arnold asking the crowd for support. She gets ready to open this 3rd round in the women's javelin. 4th round. Fall a bit short of the 40-metre mark. I don't think that would trouble the 39 metres. And Holly Arnold doing the etiquette that we see in the longer throws, just stepping over the line. To be fair, we see it in all the throws, see it in shot put as well. The athletes just saying, don't worry, guys, let's keep the competition moving. These women got warmed up early. They asked to get out there, start competing before they were scheduled to. So they're keen to sit back and watch the rest of the action.
Well, Holly Arnold having her own little battle with the distances, the Paralympic gold medalist from Rio 2016. Now, Blair next. Jo Blair of Luton AC, 44.32 in round 2, her best. She really smacks that one, but it goes high and then drops. I'm not sure that's an improvement. Consistent 3 throws. She opened with a 43 effort, then a 44. And her 3rd round effort was 40. That, I'm not sure, is much beyond 40. Hard to tell without the sector lines. So Joe Blair, champion back in 2016. No, it's the shortest of her four efforts so far. Very, very fine line between hitting the right angle of attack, the moment of release, and getting it completely wrong. And that's Elizabeth Korczak, who best of it coming in the first round, the Brighton and Hove athlete, 45 metres, 45.35, then a couple of 44-metre efforts. She is Joe Blair, 57-metre thrower. Korczak, 50-metre thrower at her best, and there's her series. Just going in the wrong direction, each of those rounds 2, 3 and 4.
Lauren Farley just got herself up into this top 8 for these final 3 throws with her third round effort after 2 fouls. So hopefully just onwards and upwards for Lauren Farley now. 46.47 in the third round. Good enough for 6th place at the moment. Like Tim said earlier, Lauren Farley is in 4th in the UK rankings. I'm sure she'd like to at least match that here. He'd approach a UK Championships thinking, if I'm ranked 4th, oh, maybe I could sneak a medal. 43.14, so no improvement for Lauren Farley.
Emma Hamplet and Birchfield Harriers, that's a famous black vest. Well, Hamplet produced her best in round 3, 46.88. Really consistent throwing. All 3 of her first 3 efforts, 46 metres and bits. 46.26, 46.08, 46.88. What she produced there in this round 4. She's lying in 5th place. Hamplet, remember, is a 52-metre thrower this year. She is UK number 2. 45.55. No, it's just not happening for her. 2 efforts to come.
Hannah Johnson next. 4th place at the moment, so she'll be thrown 4th. Thrown 5th in this round. We'll have another 3 athletes afterwards. Oh, she looks really dejected with that. Let's see, have a look at that. Hannah Johnson just looked like she maintained her speed well. Looked like she finished off the last 2 steps of her approach. She's looking for an improvement in 47.1 centimetre. She's not going to get it with that one. It was just 42.69, so perhaps she could tell that just massaging her throwing arm there. Tiring day out there, 4 throws, 2 to go. Can Hannah Johnson get amongst the medals?
Harriet Mortlock. Well, she's lying in 3rd place. 47.88 in the second round. Was a big new season's best by about 1.5 metres, over 1.5 metres from Mortlock. Now, only 18 years old, 2nd in the English schools this year, and that looked pretty solid from Mortlock. 2nd in the English schools last year, 4th in the Loughborough International this year. She won the Welsh title this year, and Mortlock throws for Basildon AC over in Essex. 47.10, no improvement. Good consistent throwing there. She talking away to herself there or to one of the officials, I'm not sure.
Emily Dibble, 2nd place at the moment, did hold that lead ever so briefly in the 3rd round. Rebecca Walton found it a little bit more. Both these athletes throwing in their Loughborough University vests. Emily Dibble, that looks decent. 51.54, that was her brief leading throw in the 3rd round. Emily Dibble, Liverpool Harriers, Loughborough University students. So she needs just 33 centimetres to overtake her teammate Becca Walton to get back into gold medal position. 48.84 there, wasn't over 50 metres for Emily Dibble.
So here is the competition leader, and she will lead going into the 5th round. Becca Walton, as Anna said, 33 centimetres her lead. That's just over a foot. And the Loughborough student opened with 47.5, then a no throw, then that 51.87. She is the UK #1 this year. Can she add something? And she might have done with that. That looks big. 51.87 in the 3rd round is what she's done to hold the lead. So she is a 57-metre thrower, is Walton. And I think she might have just improved on her lead. 51.87. She'd love to stick another metre or two on that. What has she done? 51.04. No. But really good, consistent throwing from Walton, the reigning champion.
Back to the first thrower. This will be the 5th round. Holly Arnold getting this underway. Couldn't quite match her 39 metres from the 3rd round. That might be in and around the same for Holly there. She fouled, she stepped over the mark in that 4th round. She didn't feel like it was worth measuring. 5th round might be a little bit closer to her 39.58 she's set in the 3rd round. No, just 35.26 for Holly Arnold. So she's got one more attempt. That 39.58 was so good. I'm really hoping we might see a season's best from Holly Arnold. Hopefully she'll make some adjustments. Jo Blair taking her 5th round attempt. Previous champion down in 8th place at the moment. If she could get near a season's best 49, that would put her in bronze medal position. I don't think that's going to happen with that throw. No, it's a foul. I think she stepped over the line. Perhaps intentionally, I didn't see it. Sort of in the conscious throw, if you like. I think it was perhaps afterwards, just fouling out. So 44.32, still down 8th place for Jo Blair.
Elizabeth Korczak will be next to throw for Brighton and Hove AC. Here she goes. Now, 45 metres, 45.35 was her best in round 1. Seems a long time ago now. Can she find another metre or two? She's not delighted with that. You can usually tell the body language tells you a great deal. English schools champion is Elizabeth Korczak. Only 19 years old. So came 7th in the European Under-20 Championships last year. And 5th in this championship 12 months ago. 43.59. Well, it's a really good, consistent series from the Brighton athlete, but can she pull out a big throw in the final round? So often you see athletes in the first or the final rounds produce something special, and her best remains that round 1 effort. 45.35.
Lauren Farley, 6th place at the moment. Penultimate throw. Maybe a little bit high. She's just sending it up in the sky a little bit. And obviously, if it does go up like that, it's going to get caught by the wind here today. 46.47 at the moment for Lauren Farley. Nervous look down the field. 45.49, no improvement. Fouls in the first 2 rounds and then 3 safe throws. Lauren Farley won't move herself up from 6th place with that.
Emma Hamplett then, Birchfield Harriers, 46.88. She's lying in 5th place. Loads of height on that one. And Hamplett, well, what a consistent series she's had. Her first 3 rounds were all 46 metres and bits, then 45.5 metres her 4th round. I think that might be a slight improvement from Hamplett in round 5. Well, she's Hamplett 3 times the runner-up. 48.10. She does find a little bit more, and she elevates herself, does Hamplett, up into 3rd place. That pushes Mortlock down to 4th place, and here is Johnson.
5th place now, Hannah Johnson, with that throw of Emma Hamplet. Johnson on 47 and 1 centimetre, so she needed over a metre to get back onto terms of Emma Hamplet up in those medal positions. A decent attempt from Hannah Johnson. So 44.77, no improvement. So many throws between 43 and 46 going on down there. So a few of these girls managed to just pop a tiny bit further. Harriet Mortlock was in a bronze medal position with a 47.88. Needs another 22 centimetres if she wants to get her hands back on that bronze medal. Currently with Birchfield Harriers' Emma Hamplet. Harriet Mortlock's done. She had done 46 coming into this, so she's already done a season's best with that 47.88. When you've been in a medal position and had it taken away, that's a little bit extra motivation to try and get yourself back up there.
Not sure there's any improvement there from that on the 47.88 from round 2 for Mortlock. That one had loads of height, but if it's not punching through the air with a force you can put behind it, then it will drop, of course. No, she didn't like it. She knew of the moment of release. They generally do. 44.91. No, she's had 3 throws better than that. Next to go will be Emily Dibble of Liverpool Harriers. Nobody yet able to get close to she and her Loughborough student teammate Becca Walton, who leads. Dibble hit 51.54, came in round 3, and I don't think that's an improvement either from Dibble in round 5, which would mean she's got 1 throw left with which to unseat Becca Walton. It has largely, though, gone to form. Becca Walton is top of the UK rankings, Hamplet 2nd, Dibble 3rd, and they do fill the first 3 places at the moment in this competition, with the 6th round yet to unfold. But no, 46.64. So 51.54, she stays in 2nd place. Here is the event leader, Becca Walton. 51.87 in the first round. She still has that 33 centimetre, almost exactly a foot, that gap between herself and Emily Dibble. She's the only athlete with 2 throws beyond 50 metres. Her 4th round effort was 51.04. Now, can she find a little bit more in round 5? No, I don't think so. No. Bit too much height. Died in the air. She's a nice looking throw, though. Good technician is Becca Walton, the reigning champion. No, that's a 45-metre effort from her. It's the shortest of her measured throws so far, but she retains the lead going into the final round.
Into this 6th and final round in the women's javelin. Last attempt from Holly Arnold. A bit more aggression behind that. In her arm, that javelin through just a tiny bit faster for me than we've seen on the previous few attempts. There's that balance between aggression and punch, but then also maintaining your technique. For me, just a bit more aggressive there from Holly Arnold. That could be in and about the same as what she's thrown so far. 39.58 in the 3rd round, so that won't be an improvement there. She'll exit with 39.58. Jo Blair, 8th place at the moment. I guess you just see sometimes this nose of the javelin going up and almost looking like a gust of wind kind of brings it to a halt.
Speaking of gusts of wind, it's getting stronger, isn't it? Wow.
I'm pinning down all our notes. We should have bought some paperweights. I feel like I bought absolutely everything here that I could think of, but not paperweights. Jo Blair, don't think that will improve on her 44.32. It's 43.10. So So solid series from Jo Blair, but she will leave in 8th place.
Well, Hannah, in all my years commentating, I've never thought of packing paperweights. So you take phones and staplers and sellotape and pencil cases and binoculars, you name it. But actual paperweights, that would be a new one, as we see Korczak now lying in 7th place. Still, you have to go back to first round 45-35 effort for her best. And that, might that be a slight improvement against the white flag? Needs to find another metre or so to move up into 6th. And if she wanted to move up to, well, she needs to find 2 or 3 metres to move up to 3rd place, Korczak, and she gets 46.77. It is an improvement in the 6th and final round. She moves up to 6th place, grabs a spot up the rankings with that fine final effort.
So we're out of order because Lauren Farley catapulted herself up the leaderboard a little bit. No, I'm ahead of myself. Yes, Lauren Farley, apologies, she's just been moved down by Korczak. Lauren Farley now in 7th place. 46.47 from the 3rd round. I don't think that will trouble that. Yeah, I think Lauren Farley, for whatever reason, sort of her angle of release here at the javelin just not being treated kindly by the wind we've got here in Manchester. Some sunshine earlier when we had the decathlon discus and the heptathlon high jump going on, but it's overcast again, so Lauren Farley probably stepping over the line there herself, fouling out. Came in ranked 4th, is going to have to leave with 7th place. And Emma Hamplett next up on the runway, ranked 2nd in the UK, and she did move herself up into that bronze medal position with her 5th round throw. She'd have been hoping to just add some more here, keep Harriet Mortlock, Hannah Johnson at bay. I said before, European Youth Champion Emma Hamplett. Great pedigree. 49.2 for Emma Hamplett, so a small improvement, but doesn't help her at all on the standings. She will stay in 3rd place.
What it does do is it moves her away a little bit from Hannah Johnson here, who's in 5th place, and Harriet Mortlock, who's yet to take her 6th and final round throw. The Windsor vest of Hannah Johnson then launches out the spear for the final time. She threw 47.01. That was her opener a long time ago, and that's her best effort. Hasn't been able to get close to it with her 4 subsequent throws. Can she go beyond 47 metres with this one? I'm not sure. It looks marginal. 47.01 her opener. No, 44.88. So concludes her series. She's in 5th place. And now only Harriet Mortlock can punch into the top 3. Mortlock. And she's in 4th place, 47.88 in round 2. She needs to find another metre and a half, less than a metre and a half, to catch Hamplett and get onto the rostrum. And I'm not sure that's enough from Harriet Mortlock, the youngster of this pack, one of the youngsters of the pack, I should say. Mortlock waiting for that mark to come up. 46.84. No, it's just a metre or so down on her best, but a fine final round effort.
Good series there off Mortlock, very consistent, but she will stay out of the medal. So our medalists are decided. Emma Hamplett will take that bronze medal. Emily Dibble and Becca Walton here to fight it out for gold and silver. Dibble in silver at the moment. This is her 6th and final attempt. She's looking for 51.87 if she wants to take that gold medal away from her fellow Loughborough student, Becca Walton. Emma Dibble came in ranked behind Emma Hamplett. Turned the tables on Emma Hamplett, also listed down here as Loughborough as well, so these three will be very familiar with each other. They all study in the East Midlands. No improvement for Emily Dibble, so we do have our winner here in the women's javelin throw competition. Becca Walton out on the runway now, asking for some crowd support. She is 6th on the all-time British rankings. 57.65. It was set this year, just a month ago, but Becca Walton, as the rest of these women have, just struggling slightly with these windy conditions. But what can Becca Walton bring in this final round? Just outside the sector there, I think that will be a foul, but Becca Walton takes the applause of the crowd, and she is our very first UK champion here at the UK Championships 2022. This was our first final. Saw the presentation team getting ready behind, but hats off to Becca Walton for picking up another British title and being our first champion of the weekend.
And a 1-2 for Loughborough students as well. Liverpool Harrier Emily Dibble is a Loughborough student as well. She finishes in second place. And you're right, Hannah. Yeah, we have a title decided now. And that final round effort, ironically, her only no throw would have been beyond 50 metres. It was well beyond 50 metres. I'm not sure an improvement on her winning effort of 51.87 in round 3. But very satisfying day's work, and she was the only athlete with 51 metres or more. We're going to try and see if Ewan Thomas out in the infield can have a chat with our champion. I was going to say newly crowned, but she was crowned from last year. She's retained her title as Becca Walton from last year. Good job done, and that shows real consistency, doesn't it? She is just 22 years old, and Ewan is ready to have a chat with our new champion in the javelin, Becca Walton.
Just on the infield with Becca Walton. Fantastic, by the way. I mean, you were the reigning champion. The pressure was on.
Even going to get the chance to defend my title. Even more impressive that she came here and got it done. Yeah, difficult conditions with the wind, difficult week for Becca Walton, but like a true champion, just muscling through that and delivering on the day. I bet she could be someone we could watch pick up multiple titles. She's pretty young. She could be around to stay. Becca Walton, our first defending champion to successfully defend. We've got a few through the weekend and a few today. So that unofficial result there, 51.87 for Becca Walton. I think it might be a 1-2-3 for Loughborough students. Emma Hamplet listed as a Loughborough student as well. But she managed to get herself into that medal zone just in the final few rounds, unseating Harriet Mortlock, who will have to settle for fourth. But Emily Dibble really bringing a lot of heat to this competition. She did occupy that first position briefly, putting the pressure on Becca Walton. So we are going to go and try and catch up with our male decathletes. Caius Joseph just getting his jacket on. So all a weirded collection, hey? Sunglasses and a puffer jacket. That, again, sums up what you might expect in a British winter. British summer, apologies. It's confusing sometimes.
Well, the bar in the decathlon pole vault is at 4 metres. Relatively early stages. Charlie Rowe, incidentally, is already out at 370, his best, and that was a third time clearance for Charlie Rowe, the Coventry man. That's our first track action, or next track action of the day, I should say, by the way, is about 7 minutes away. The first round of the men's 110-metre hurdles.
See the officials just getting themselves ready down there. Just to remind you, Jack Turner is still in the lead at the moment. He's got a lead of 129 points over Elliot Thompson. He's in second. There we go. Official result of the women's javelin throw. Like we said, first of 21 finals we've got today. 1 down, 20 to go. And we're really going to start ramping up with the track events and get started at 1:20, just like Tim said. Another 5 minutes till then. We will have a number of field events sort of hanging around in the background. There we go, just completing that lineup. You see Holly Arnold, Paralympian down there, Paralympic champion, double Paralympic medalist. Going to get a few more Paralympians today. We've got a couple of ambulant 100 metres. When's the discus? Is that today or tomorrow? The women's discus is today. We certainly got Dan Greaves and Ida Davis going tomorrow in the men's discus, so that'll be one to watch. Schluter having his first attempt at 4 metres and 10. Not going to feature in the overall standings thanks to no points in the hurdles this morning, but Jamie Schluter looked really good in the discus, threw a personal best there. 4 metres and 40 is his best in this event, so he's getting close to there with this 4. Oh, I thought he was going to be lucky then. I thought Schluter was going to have the, just that one where it bounced around and stayed on there. See, perhaps limping out of that pit a little bit, Schluter, but... See, there's a yellow bar over. I mean, I think yellow bar is more common. That's what I'd sort of assume if someone said what colour is the bar for a horizontal jump. A vertical jump, I would say yellow. We have got a red bar in the high jump today, which gave these men some trouble yesterday, so the officials kindly whacked some tape on it. Tim Duckworth, one of our highest scoring decathletes, and, just over there offering some coaching advice to Schluter. No competition for the reigning champion this season, so we will see a new champion. 2021 went Tim Duckworth, Lewis Church, Harry Kendall, so we're going to have a full complement of new medalists in this men's decathlon. Like I said, Elliot Thompson around about 120 centimetres behind Jack Turner. The difference on paper and their pole vault ability shouldn't really affect that gap. Elliot Thompson just a little bit better, but anything can happen. KS Joseph getting himself back into a medal position. He is just 11 points behind Elliot Thompson. So those guys really got to watch themselves in this pole vault, make sure they don't make any mistakes. Bar, it was at 4 metres and 10 down there. We've had a failure from Schluter. KS Joseph has done 4 metres and then passed, as has Tom Chandler. Charlie Rowe, unfortunately, already out, so he was, I think, in around about 4th position. He's going to struggle there. Only 3 metres and 70 to his name. See if Schluter can get over this 4 metres and 10 at second attempt. Everyone else has passed. Callum Newby, Elliot Thompson and Jack Turner, they've passed all the way up into 4 metres and 30.
Well, we can very shortly bring you to the track. You can see the barriers there on the home straight. It's the first track event of the afternoon. Let's have a look at the start list for the first of 3 heats in the men's 110-metre hurdles. And the UK #1, Josh Zeller, goes in this first heat. He's in lane 5, only 21 years old. He has a World Championship qualifying time. He's European Junior Champion, European Under-20 Champion from 2019, the Bracknell athlete. The qualifying, well, the first 2 go through to the final, which is at 5:15 today, so they've got basically about 4 hours until the final. The first 2 go through from each of the 3 heats, with the next 2 fastest going through as well. There's Curtis Mitchell, the Northern champion, Preston Harrier, best of 14.93 in this desperately demanding technical event. Those barriers very, very high indeed. So little room for error. Dejan Wright goes in lane 2, the Harrow AC man. Midlands champion 3 years back and then 3rd in the Southern Championships last year. Hasn't broken 15 seconds this year, though. There's Sam Talbot, 2nd in the English Under-23 Championships last year, the City of Sheffield athlete. 14.25, his lifetime best set earlier on this season. Scott Connell goes in lane 4. Former Scottish indoor champion, 22 years old now, the Kilbarchan AC athlete. 6th in the British Universities Championships back in early May. Josh Zeller goes in lane 5. Bracknell AC. 3rd in the NCAA Championships a few weeks back in the USA. He's at college in the USA. He is the UK #1 with 13.19. And Zeller starts here as strong favourite for this heat. Bradley Reed, 4th in the UK, is back in 2020. Experienced, the Chelmsford man. He's in 6th. Callum Holder goes in 7. Just 19 years old. 2nd in the British Universities Championships recently. The That was in Chelmsford, the Sutton and District man. And the lineup competed with Jake Porter there. 3 times third in these UK championships in 2015, 2017 and 2019. He likes the odd years. He's finished third in these championships, Jake Porter. Best of 13.68, but 14 seconds exactly this year. So Zeller goes in lane 5. Loads of races this year already in the USA. He's been racing since late March, basically. Set a personal best in his first outdoor race of this year in Florida, 13.42, and he continued to progress to 13.19 to win in Minneapolis back in the middle of May. So watch Josh Zeller in 5, world-class performer and British #1. First heat of the men's 110-metre hurdles. Well, Zeller in 5, 4th from left in the tall figure in the yellow and blue, going really well at the moment. Beautiful, isn't he? Really quick leg. That lead leg slapped down in front of the barrier. Eases off before the line. Plus 4.6, 13.44. Well, plus 4.6 is a big handicap, actually, because that is so strong. It blows you into the barriers. You get to the barriers too quickly. Those very, very carefully worked out pitter-patter strides that you want to happen as fast as possible between the barriers. You can perform those, but if you're not careful, it brings you up to the next barrier too quickly, and you suddenly find yourself faced with this wall of a barrier almost. But that was very, very impressive indeed, and totally dominant.
Nice run off Zeller there, showing why he's been given the nod for that England Commonwealth Games team. David King, perhaps a man that's missed out there. They've selected Andrew Pozzi and Tadej Ajura. It'll be interesting to see how David King responds this week. I think he was bitterly disappointed. Thomas Wilcox there coming through for second. No, apologies, I'm looking at the wrong heat sheet. Yeah, Sheffield and Durham. Talbot there, I think, came through for second, and maybe Jake Porter for third. So Jake will have to wait. Talbot doing really well, hit a few of these barriers really quite hard, held himself together to pick up that third place. So maybe more to come from the Sheffield and Durham athlete. And he can progress on to the next rounds. That final is a straight final, though. So Zeller qualifies automatically. Sam Talbot automatically. And Jake Porter, 13.94. We'll have to wait and see if he can get an all-automatic spot. But plus 4.6.
So will Callum Holder at 14.08 in fourth place.
Well
you know,
spotted.
I mean, outside 14 seconds, you're struggling a little bit, maybe, but yeah, it's conceivable those first 4 could go through. But Josh Zeller, 13.43. We know he's capable of a lot more than that. 13.19. He is 8th fastest ever in the UK. Or rather, 8th fastest in the world this year, excuse me. In the UK all-time rankings, he's 5th fastest. Behind Colin Jackson, Tony Jarrett, Andrew Pozzi and Will Sharman.
Case Joseph just limbering up there down for the men's pole vault. He's passed at 4.10. I think the bar has gone up to 4.20, judging by the scoreboard. I can see over there, just around about the 100-metre start. Let's see Jamie Schluter be ready for an attempt, and these men just biding their time. We did see Elliot Thompson walk past with a pillow earlier. I mean, he has passed, he's already passed up to 4 metres and 30. He's got the highest personal best in the field, but I think that's a bit of going quite far to take a pillow with you, sort of indication to the rest of your competitors that you certainly are going to sit there and chill out for a bit as they try the lower heights. Lost Charlie Rowe already, but Jamie Schluter should be jumping first, I think, at this height. As he's passed. Looks like Tom Chandler there. Schluter looks like he's putting his kit back on. Perhaps they're just rejigging the order. They're pretty relaxed down there. Chandler and Joseph just stretching out. Newbie, he's passed as well, all the way up to 4 metres and 30. But we are expecting to see at least Schluter at this height. Chandler might have passed. Okay, so it's only Schluter that has requested to do this 4 metres and 20. We'll see. I'm sure they'll sort themselves out. Bit of a crowd building up down there, because we'll have that men's pole vault at 4:15 as well. Like of Harry Kendall, when he jumped that British record here back in 2020. That was amazing to see him do 5:85 here. Could have a bit of a battle on his hands for the likes of Adam Haig, I think, when we look further through the afternoon. 3 athletes selected in the pole vault for the men for England. I'm really chuffed to have a full complement of athletes there. Like Harry Kendall and Adam Haig will be hunting that European qualifying mark later this afternoon, and they will not like this blustery wind that's going on. We have got the second heat of the sprint hurdles. They're down there, ready in their lanes to be introduced. Good win from Josh Zeller in that first round. These men will have taken notice of that, particularly Tadej Ajuro. Ewan Bradley, Northern Under-20 champion, wearing his Loughborough University vest. They're all very proud to represent their academic institution here. New personal best of 14:76. Here's the reigning champion, Tadej Ajuro, Winterslough, Eton and Hounslow, 8th at the recent NCAA championship. So that would have been behind Josh Zeller, so he'll know what he's going to meet if he gets through to the next round. Thomas Wilcock was the Bucks champion. So we've had some American collegiate kind of performers, but Thomas Wilcock, the best of the British university students. David Ariti, England finalist over this discipline. He'll go in lane 4. Lane 5 will be Jack Sumners, represented Great Britain at the European Under-20 Championships. Got a personal best of 14:15. Lane 6 will be David King, Olympic semi-finalist last year. He's won this title 3 times. Just a tiny bit off his best this season and opening the door for the likes of Josh Zeller. But David King will be so motivated to get his hands on that gold medal here this weekend. Ayomide Byron will go in lane 7. He ran a personal best this year. And completing the lineup out in lane 8, the Bucks finalist Rico Cottle. Blackheath and Bromley athlete, 14:52 achieved this season. That's his personal best. It's just a reminder, first 2 will automatically qualify to this evening's final. That will be at 5:15. Bradley in 1, reigning champion Ajuro in 2, Wilcock in 3, Ariti in 4, Sumners in 5, Olympic semi-finalist King in 6, Byron in 7 and Cottle in 8. Ajuro off to a slow start there for me. David King on the other side of the track looks like he's moving much faster at the moment. But here comes Ajuro. Ajuro just building his speed and his momentum through this race. It will be the reigning champion, Ajuro, that takes the win ahead of David King. 13:32. That's faster than we saw from Josh Zeller. And a kind of win there, just a plus 2.1. But that might be easier to cope with than a really fast following win. So Zeller running 13:43 with a stiffer breeze. Ajuro 13:31 with a 2.1 wind. That's a nice run there from Tadej Ajuro. He's wind aided, so it won't count, but that is the fastest time he's run this season. He's coming off an 8th place at NCAs. Making that NCAA final is no joke. Couldn't do as well as Josh Zeller, picking up a bronze medal. But Tadej Ajuro has maybe saved a little bit for this domestic season back here in the UK. Got a taste for domestic success, winning that GB title last season. David King coming through well for 2nd place. Couldn't quite get on terms with the Winterslough and Eton Hounslow athlete in lane 2.
No, those two were way ahead of the rest, weren't they? Ajuro and King, 13:31 and 13:44. And then in 3rd place, outside 14 seconds, Tom Wilcock and Jack Sumners. But Wilcock at the moment does have a non-automatic qualifying spot. Porter, 3rd in the first heat, 13.94, has the plum position. But Wilcock for the moment
These men prowling around down there. Tom Chandler looking like he might be taking an attempt. I haven't seen much happen down there. We did have a first-time failure for Jamie Schluter at 4 metres and 20 that we didn't get to show. So this could be Tom Chandler's first attempt at 4 metres and 20. Yes, it is. So apologies, I was misquoting his pass. He passed at 4:10 after a 4 metre clearance, and here he is trying 4 metres and 20 for the first time. Not quite for Tom Chandler. Go away and reassess. Great being here at domestic championships. Almost all these athletes will likely have a coach with them. We've seen Tim Duckworth supporting Jamie Schluter. They're both training around the University of Washington. Chandler will be able to go off and talk to someone. Every 10 centimetres is 30 points. Tom Chandler with his 4 metres at the moment. Want to keep chipping away at that. K.S. Joseph prowling around down there. Failure for Tom Chandler at 4:20. Same for Jamie Schluter. Let's see K.S. Joseph next. He's in the bronze medal position at the moment. Like I said, 11 points behind Elliot Thompson. With Elliot Thompson's pole vault form on paper, you wouldn't think K.S. Joseph would get a look in.
Well, K.S. Joseph is best of all 4:52 is solid, if not up there with the top fellas. Thompson yet to come in. Temperature, by the way, if you've joined us in the last few minutes, well, it's probably actually out of the wind. It's probably about 19-20 degrees, but the wind has been strong all day, much stronger than yesterday, and it's keeping it cool. And jackets and raincoats and everything sort of feel necessary in these temperatures. Third heat, the men's 110-metre hurdles, though, about Woolgar, but the best in the Southern Indoor Championships back in 2010-20 for 60-metre hurdles. But they're very different events. 60 metres on the flat to 100 metres, 60-metre hurdles to 110-metre hurdles. So Andy Pozzi now qualifying from this to the final, which is, as I said earlier, just some 4 hours away. It should be a formality for Andy Pozzi. Cover in 2, Cresswell 3. Pozzi goes in 4. Agbodza, Olsunsami, Pereira and Woolgar. Pozzi, third from right. Work to the first barrier, Pozzi trying to get away. Agbodza now beginning to build up his steam. Getting stronger as the race wears on, Pozzi. Really quick lead leg, good on the near side is Pereira. Pozzi takes it by about a metre, 13.55 plus 3.4. And 13.55 for Pozzi. Well, again, the wind is actually a handicap when it's as strong as that, blowing you into the barriers. But he wins okay, and that sets things up for the final really nicely. For my money, well, Ajura probably looked the best, although he did have the help of a 2.1 win. Nothing too strong behind him. Remember, Zeller winning the first heat in 30.43 with a real gale behind him, and that is strong wind behind Pozzi and these other fellas just there as well. So no major upsets in the 110-metre hurdles heats, and Andy Pozzi makes it through just fine. Still waiting for that result to come through, but Andy Pozzi there and Miguel Pereira a long way ahead of the rest. Good athlete Pereira, 13.60 this year, makes him UK number 5. Can't see him there, he's out of picture here, but camera focusing on Andy Pozzi, who's tall, ideally built for these barriers, just makes room for them, just skims that final barrier, drives onto the line, but eases up before the tape, and I think there's a little bit more in the tank just yet, and he'll need it too if he's to contend with the other two heat winners, Zeller and Ajora. Well, there's a hold on that result, so this is unofficial. Pozzi, 13.54, actually, and Pereira obviously makes it through okay. 14.04 for Agbodza means that he does make it through to the final, along with Porter. Unofficially, Porter and Agbodza are the two non-automatic qualifiers who make it through to the 110-metre hurdles final.
Turn our attention back to the men's decathlon pole vault. Schluter had a one failure at 4 metres and 20. This is the second attempt. Moving through these heights quite slowly down there in this men's decathlon might be because of the wind. Maybe judging it's not quite always safe or practical to take a leap. If we saw it in the women's heptathlon high jump earlier, they're just holding the bar in place. They appear to be doing something similar with the men's high jump.
Volta, so perfectly capable of that. Second failure at 4:20 for him. Schluter, he's going okay. He has first time clearance at 3:90, second time clearance is at 4 metres and 4:10. And now Chaos Joseph, second attempt for him at 4:20. This gusting wind really not helping these fellas. It's coming from their right. They're a little bit sheltered by the stands there, you can see in the background, but it will nonetheless be causing a few problems. Now, Joseph. He's at 4:52 Volta, and he makes light work of that. Second attempt at 4:20 for him. There's his card, only his third vault, so not using up too much energy. Sensibly passing up 4:10. I think probably if he felt his clearance at 4 metres was good, then no need to go through what he might regard as a bit of a formality at 4:10. It's a pop for the bigger points at 4:20. Well, we can confirm that there's been a disqualification there. Rob Woolger, unfortunately, disqualified from the 110-metre hurdles third heat. I don't know why. That is official. Pozzi, Pereira and Agbodza, unofficially, according to my stats, my very poor maths at this end, will go through with that 14.04. The Southend man will be the 8th qualifier for the 110-metre hurdles final, which comes up later on this afternoon. That 110-metre hurdles final, just to mark your cards. Where's it gone? It's at 5:15.
Schluter just safely aborting, but very frustrated there. So that's a failure. Apologies, I think I obviously called a second time clearance at 4 metres and 20. It's getting super busy here at the UK Championships, lots of events firing off, but Jamie Schluter there having to leave with 4 metres and 10, which I'm pretty frustrated about.
Oh, John, I think we need to push it back up.
Tom Chandler, he will take his third and final attempt at 4 metres and 20. Got this pole vault in decathlon, probably only halfway through, maybe a bit less than that. These athletes taking their time with the wind. Men's 800-metre heats, they'll get started in a second. The high jump competition is ongoing. Bar still under 2:10 there with the men. This bar is at 4:20. Third and final chance for Tom Chandler. Yes, that's much better. Scottish athlete, look how much he likes that. We said there were a lot of points, 10 points. 30 points for every 10 centimetres these guys get over, and Tom Chandler gambled a little bit. He passed at 4 metres and 10, so if he hadn't got this, he would have to go all the way back to his 4 metre clearance, and look at those points. So Tom Chandler sailing over 4 metres and 20, looking delighted. .420, 673 points. That's what, unfortunately, Jamie Schluter missed out on, but Tom Chandler has got. Also had Caius Joseph over at this height. So the bar will go up to 4:30 now. And that's what we had marked as Callum Newbury and Elliot Thompson, Jack Turner. Jack Turner, the event lead at the moment. They should come in around about that 4-metre-30 point.
There's the lineup for the first heat of the men's 800. There's been a lot of toing and froing, I can tell you, because this is a packed event. It's one of the strongest disciplines of the track and field programme for the UK. Many world-class athletes. Jamie Webb goes in this one. Guy Learmont, the Scot, goes in this one. Some great athletes are not going to make it through to the final. Sam Wiggins goes on the outside, and the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. And Wiggins looking nervous there, bouncing from foot to foot. He is a 148 performer. Sam Brown, well, he hasn't broken 150 this year, the Edinburgh AC athlete, 149 last year. In lane 6, Ben Patterson of Basingstoke and Midhants. There is Henry Johnson, European Junior finalist last year from Houghton Harriers and AC. He's only run 150 this year, is Henry Johnson. There is Guy Learmont, very experienced, the Lasswade AC athlete. 3 times the UK indoor champion, 147 this year, but he has run 144. Ben Waterman for Ealing and Southall AC, 149 this season. He's a 147.5 performer at his absolute best. Alex Botterill goes in lane 2, 3rd in the English Under-23 Championships, the City of York performer. 147 this season. He did run 146.5 last year. And Jamie Webb on the inside, 2 times in a European indoor medalist. He has a World Championship qualifying time, 144 last year, Jamie Webb, 145.3 this year. The UK has 9 athletes who have broken 146 this year. They are packed heats. This is the first of 3 heats. First 2 go through by right, with the next 2 fastest making it through to the final. So, will it be quick from the gun, or will it be slow and meandering in a typical tactical qualifying race for a middle distance event in a championships? Jamie Webb on the inside in the yellow vest on the inner side for Liverpool Harriers. That's a tough decision. Does he go off quickly to ensure he doesn't get badly boxed? If you go off slowly from the inside, then you'll almost certainly end up towards the back of the field. And he has gone off pretty quickly. At the moment, leading is Ben Patterson for Basingstoke and Midhants, and it's a nice steady first 250. Certainly not particularly quick, as they are in single file after 250, coming around 300 metres. The wind will play a part in this, I'm sure. Nobody really wants to be taking it out strongly into the wind and act as a pacemaker for the other athletes. But as they come down the home straight, this is not quick. 50 seconds now. It's going to be very slow at 400, Hannah.
It is. Oh, yeah, outside 55 seconds. So Ben Patterson hasn't finished lower than 2nd in any of his track races in this 2022 outdoor season. He's really the man on form, so good tactically. He's beaten pretty much everybody apart from Max Bergen, and he's not really competed against him yet this season, I don't think. Jamie Webb, though, 2 indoor European medals, but he's never won a UK title. This event is stacked, and this heat is as well. Jamie Webb, the first man to really make a move for home.
Ben Waterman in 3rd place, the man who has 5 British Universities medals, but this is a different level, and now Webb begins to wind it up and the gaps begin to open. Botterill seems the danger, but he left himself a long way back there as he tries to cover this gap up to the leading pair. Webb into the home straight now, pushing hard for the line. Patterson going well. Ben Patterson, the Basingstoke man, on his shoulder. 2 to go through, remember. Jamie Webb checking around him there. Patterson takes no chances, wins it from Webb. And that's a very impressive home straight run, 53.65. That second lap, almost a full 2 seconds quicker than the first, 149.19. The times of the 3rd places are important. I know these are tactical qualifying races, but if you don't make it in the first 2, you had better care about your time, because only 2 spots will go through as non-automatic qualifiers to tomorrow's final. And there's some big names coming in the next 2 races.
So at this point, Jamie Webb made a really big move, and you could see Guy Learmonth, he's still back in 6th place here. He just left himself a lot to do, as had Alex Botterill. He was trying to get himself round Ben Waterman, got tangled up with the athletes behind him. But Alex Botterill, he's on a really big comeback from injury. This is super impressive for him to come back and have that strength to come for get that 3rd position. So we'll keep an eye on those non-automatic qualifying spots. But nonetheless, Alex Botterill coming 3rd in a field like that, off the disruptions he's had in his season. That's impressive in itself, and let's hope he gets another run.
I don't know what Guy Learmonth was thinking of. He finishes like a train, but look, he's 7 metres behind the first 3. He waited, delayed far too long down the back straight to get into a good position. By the time he realised and kicked around the top of the bend, the leading pair were way gone. They were out of sight virtually, relatively speaking, and Guy Learmonth a distant 4th there. I'm sure that will not be good enough to make through to the final. All his experience, he will be kicking himself, Guy, there, because he looked great for the last 200. The trouble is, he started at about 15 metres behind the leaders.
And it looked like a smart move for the first 400, sort of staying out of trouble. But when it's 55, you've got to be right on it, especially when you've got people like Patterson and Webb that have got a great change of pace. I was impressed off Ben Patterson then, just easing back past Jamie Webb.
And these gusty conditions undoubtedly causing problems for these athletes. Now, and the second attempt at 4:30 for Chandler there. So no good.
70. Stands on 70. Stands on 70 as well.
Chandler lucky there, just rattled the bar. 2nd time clearance for him. So we've had Callum Newby go over at this height. Elliot Thompson's gone over. Chaos Joseph is over Tom Chandler. And Jack Turner, the event leader at the moment, he's on 1 failure. It's only 1 failure. He's got 2 other tries, but this is his opening height. We've seen Schluter getting disqualified in the hurdles. Callum Newby not making it really any further than his blocks in that 400. It would be, not overstating it, a disaster. Jack Turner doesn't accomplish this 4 metres and 30 in the next 2 attempts. He can go from leading this event to, well, maybe not totally last, because there's another couple of guys with no points, but it would certainly put paid to his hopes of a title here.
And that would be such a shame, because he's had a great couple of days so far in the main, hasn't he? Let's have a look at the qualifiers, the official result from the hurdles. Ajora and Zella, they were the quickest. King and Pozzi, no surprises there. Pereira at all, but Porter and Agbodza were indeed the athletes to go through as non-automatic qualifiers. Agbodza with 14.04, just easing through. He'll be absolutely ecstatic with that. Now, back to this pole vault decathlon. And Turner. Oh, no. Livid with himself for that.
That's getting stressful. For me, Jack Turner, she's got 1 attempt left to score any points in this pole vault. It's windy down there. He wasn't the only athlete to gamble and come in at this height.
But why? Why gamble at all? There's so much
on
at stake.
A windy day like this. Callum Newby gambled, it's paid off. Elliot Thompson is fine. But Jack Turner, blimey.
Wouldn't you just come in at 4 metres or 4:10? Just take a sighting vault, get 80 or 90% of the points on the board, get it done, put it to bed, then you can relax and go for the bigger heights. It beats me why athletes do that.
Wow,
I know he will have his reasons. His coach could probably sit down and explain it to me, but right now I'm puzzled.
You just don't want to leave anything to chance, not at this level. UK Championships, small margins here, and it will be for these men as always. Luca Big out in lane 8. Great personal best of 1:48 last season. It's on a 1:49 this year. Brighton and Phoenix Club always well represented at these UK Championships. Lane 7 will be Benjamin Murphy. Southern Indoor Champion this year, even round about his personal best. But Tonbridge AC, another vest we see at so many of these endurance events. Ben Greenwood will take lane 6, coached by Carol Sharp, mother to Lindsay Sharp. Ben Greenwood, big breakthrough last year, consolidating that well this year. This one had a big breakthrough last year as well, William Onek on the BMC circuit. So many personal bests. Coached by Norman Poole, Sale Harriers Manchester, back on his home track. Lane 4 will be Thomas Staines. He's shown so much promise over the last few years. D2 NCAA champion and now a personal best to boot, 45.28. Kyle Langford, back to his very best. He'll be in lane 3. He's come second at Commonwealth Games, 4th in the world, but still ran a personal best this year, so better than ever. Elliot Giles, reigning champion. Can he defend his title here? He had a great indoor season and he's building momentum. Selected for the Commonwealth Games over 1,500, but here to try and stake his claim to an 800-metre spot for Oregon. Lane 1 will be Blackheath and Bromley's Henry Fisher, recent personal best at BMC in Watford a couple of weeks ago, underneath that 150 mark. But these heats are no joke. First 2 automatically through, 2 non-automatic qualifiers. When you've got Elliot Giles, Kyle Langford and Thomas Staines all in one race. It's maths that doesn't really work. Looked like a fast start there from Kyle Langford. Looks across. Elliot Giles just gliding up and is inside. These men have done so much training together under John Biggs' guidance. At the moment, Kyle Langford choosing to go and train over in the States with Terence Mahon. They'll be very familiar with the likes of Elliot Giles and some of these other athletes. At the moment, Elliot Giles perhaps a reluctant leader. Thomas Staines has got so much 400-metre speed, not using it to get to the front yet. Oh, and pushing and shoving Kyle Langford. Booted out the back. That wasn't a fortunate position for Guy Learmonth. He couldn't convert that into a qualifying position. But Scotland's Ben Greenwood has glided his way to the front. It was 55 seconds in that opening heat. What can they do in the second heat?
Well, it's not quick, is it? It's a little bit quicker than the first heat. Thomas Staines there, the tallest in the field. His dad, Gary Staines, was a European silver medalist at 5,000 metres. His mum, Linda Keogh, was a fabulous 400-metre runner back in the 80s. Remember them? Fabulous genes for Thomas Staines in that yellow vest at the moment. 54.71. You're right, Hannah, is again a slowish time at the halfway.
Well, we're looking at that non-automatic mark. Alex Botterill, he was 3rd. But these men are not moving that much faster than the first heat. But here they go. Elliot Giles, the first man to move up alongside Ben Greenwood, the Scottish champion. Elliot Giles, he just moved up, but he's not really gone into the lead, forcing Thomas Staines wide. But Elliot Giles doing what he does so well at a domestic level, just controlling from the front. But he has looked vulnerable this year, Elliot Giles. And Kyle Langford has got himself back in the picture. He needs to be in the top 2 to automatically qualify. None of this top 3 will want to leave it to chance. Kyle Langford running so wide. And as he does that, he leaves Elliot Giles out in the front on his own. Elliot Giles looking like he could be clear for the win. Thomas Staines tying up for 3rd place, getting pipped by Ben Greenwood for 3rd place. First 2 automatic will be Elliot Giles and Kyle Langford. Thomas Staines is having such a good season inside that European qualifying mark, but I think that will be the end of his weekend. Ben Greenwood will have to split hairs over those non-automatic qualifying spots, but that heat was slower. And for me, Alex Botterill was a lot closer to Ben Patterson and Jamie Webb. Elliot Giles and Kyle Langford pulling themselves well clear of the rest of the field there.
Yeah, Thomas Staines just running out of gas about 60 or 70 metres from home, wasn't he? Had a long chat with Elliot Giles last week. He said how much his training has been damaged by injuries over the last few weeks. He ran 3:37 in the Hengelo a few weeks back off a week's training, he said, and then he was delighted with his run in Paris last week where he ran 1:45 off 3 weeks training. But he looks fabulous here, doesn't he, Elliot Giles? Thomas Staines there runs extraordinarily wide off that bend. Langford comes wide down the outside. He looks strong. He's in great form, Kyle Langford. Probably his best season coming at him for quite some years, if not ever. These two way ahead in a tactical race. Thomas Staines struggling to keep those knees up in the last 50 and is passed there for 3rd place. So, yeah, another slow tactical affair. And the writing is on the wall. The opportunity is there for the athletes in the 3rd heat, which includes Max Bergen, who loves to run fast, loves to front run. 3rd place there by Ben Greenwood, 151.14.
Good run off Ben Greenwood, to be fair. He led, he pushed on with 300 metres to go, and he got caught up with the group, kind of got the wind taken out of him. He was all the way back down in 6th place, I think, and battled so well down that home straight to get that 3rd position. I can't quite remember what time Alex Botterill ran. I don't know if we saw that. So I'll try and look at our system to see whether what those non-automatic qualifying spots are looking at.
Well, Caius Joseph, 4:30 first time for him was no trouble. At Barnow, at 4:40. Here he goes, the Basingstoke man. First attempt goes clear, booms clear. That's a lovely vault. And the crowd adjacent to that pole vault pit over on the far end of the stadium, the second men really enjoyed that. He's enjoying himself too.
70.
So it becomes, the third man to go clear at 4:40, in fact. Joseph cleared 4:30 first time, 4:40 first time.
Yeah, happy about it.
Callum Newby has only had 2 vaults. He's going well, the Edinburgh AC man. He's cleared 4:40, and so is Tom Chandler with a first-time clearance.
So good news was Jack Turner, the event leader, did manage that third-time clearance. I was getting pretty nervous for him. He safely survived 4 metres and 30 and is here to contend this 4 metres and 40. Sure. Well, no, like I said, they're all mates. They all support each other. They wouldn't have liked to see him no height. You wouldn't want to beat someone because they scored no points in an event. Not much honour in that. Jack Turner, first attempt at 4 metres and 40. So, Jack Turner couldn't get his first time clearance at 4:40, but he's used to battling these multiple attempts by now. Just almost going over the wrong way up, if you like. You're meant to have your backside to the sky and your chest to the bar. Jack Turner not able to just get his body in the correct position there, probably due to the wind. That would be my guess. To have your rhythm that much off, likely a gust of wind down there. Elliot Thompson, second attempt, 4 metres and 40.
Yeah, is there any chance of me getting a CIS terminal? Is it awful?
Elliot Thompson, silver medal position at the moment. Got a chunk behind Jack Turner. Oh, that was miles over 4 metres and 40. Elliot Thompson managed to fail his first attempt at 4 metres and 40. And when you watch that second attempt, you've quite frankly got no idea how he did that. It's miles over.
For example, if I try and see the result of that first 800.
Elliot Thompson soaring over 4 metres and 40. We look towards this final heat of the men's 800 metres.
Yes, and there it is, and wow, is this a packed one. Max Bergen, fastest man in the world this year, Max Bergen. He's still only 20 years old. Daniel Rowden, well, he has been in fine form the last couple of seasons, but he dropped out of a race last week. There is Rowden, Olympic semi-finalist last year in Tokyo, a 1:44.0 performer, 1:45.6 this year. He has the world qualifying time, does Rowden. There is Max Bergen, Halifax Harriers and AC athlete, born in 2002. He's just 20 years old. 1:43.5 he ran to win in Turku in Finland a couple of weeks back, about 10 days ago, in fact. Dominic Walton goes in lane 6, the Northern Indoor champion for Blackburn Harriers, hasn't broken 1:50 this year. James Hennigan, the Welsh Indoor champion from Pontypridd, goes in lane 5, 1:49 this season, very close to his lifetime best. Sean Gee goes in lane 4, 5th in the British Universities Championships, the Sale Harris Manchester man in front of the home crowd, 1:49.1 this year, very close to his lifetime best from last season. And then Rhys Sharman Newell, 4th in the English Championships last year, the Basingstoke Mid-Hants performer. He goes in lane 3. He has the European qualifying standard with 1:45.5 this year, his best. Sam Reardon ran a 400 heat yesterday. Ran in the World Indoors in the 4x400 metres. European Junior 4x400 representative as well, the Blackheath man, he's in 2. And Daniel Joyce goes on the inside. European Junior champion, the Tyndale Harrier. 1:48.6, his personal best. And very close to that, 200s off his personal best this year, Daniel Joyce. Remember, only the first 2 go through by right. And there are big opportunities if this race is just a little bit quicker at 400. We could get 4 through from this race. Well, watch Bergen out in lane 7 in that light blue top, light blue and yellow of Halifax Harriers. He loves to front run, loves to go out hard. He looks remarkably relaxed when others are struggling in the latter stages in the the big races. So much experience being accrued by Bergen, who, as I said, is the world #1 at this discipline. And at 200 metres, 25.69, the writing on the wall already. It looks pretty quick from Bergen. Not lightning quick. He could go out much quicker than this, but it's fast compared with the last 2 races. And I think plenty of the fellas behind him, with Rowden in second place, will be quite happy with this. They'll be very pleased that Max Bergen is acting as an unofficial pacemaker.
And Bergen doing a great job of getting this race moving along. 54 and 55 for the first 2 heats, and that's much faster, 52. Daniel Rowden just slotting there in second place. Daniel Joyce over at Mississippi State University. He's getting himself involved, sitting in that 3rd place at the moment. But keep an eye out there on Reece Sharman Newell. He's also studying out in the States, Colorado State University. So those two just trying to get back on terms with Max Bergen and Daniel Rowden. But those do look like they're pulling away for those automatic qualifying spots. Keep your eye on Samuel Reardon as well.
Bergen it is who leads with about 150 metres to run. Rowden in his slipstream just being dragged along at a nice steady pace. Nothing silly here. Sharman Newell back in 3rd place, having his own private battle there with Daniel Joyce in 4th in the all-black. They're beginning to struggle. It's Reardon, in fact, in 4th place coming through. But you can see Bergen and Rowden just striding home in nice and relaxed. The time will be much quicker than the previous 2 heats. They are 1 and 2. They are through, and I think Reardon will probably be through with that as well. 56.25, much slower second lap after 52.44 was a good, sensible pace from Max Bergen. That was a really mature, smart run from Max Bergen. Just did enough to keep clear of the rest, keep away from all the traffic. He could probably do that again in about 5 minutes' time. Lovely, steady run from this super talented, uber talented youngster from Halifax. Brilliant run, and nice to see him handling that qualifying race, in which so often inexperience can lead to young athletes coming unstuck. But he has age group titles at European level. He is a man who is accruing experience all the time. Rowden here, given a lovely steady run. He had a pacemaker pretty much for about 800 metres, didn't he, Daniel Rowden? Just what he needed to get him back on track after dropping out of his last race.
Tomorrow is just going to be so entertaining. You'd expect Max Bergen to do very similar tomorrow, but a notch faster. We know that's what he's capable of when he has a pacemaker, but it's very different to know if that's what he's going to choose to do in a championship race. And for me, it's who can try and go with Max Bergen. Can Ben Patterson manage it? Can Elliot Giles manage it? Dan Rowden managed it fine today, but they're operating a bit slower than their very best times. But what a 3rd place finish for Royden. 1:49.72 might be enough in an automatic spot. We haven't got eyes on Alex Botterell's time from the 1st heat. That's why we're not able to commit to what those non-automatic qualifying spots might be.
Bergen and Rowden that go through by right. Sam Reardon, I can confirm for you, does go through as the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers, I think. And Sharman Newell at 150.71. We'll have to wait.
We still haven't got Alex Botterell on that. Alex Botterell was a close 3rd in that 1st heat behind Patterson and Webb. That's our issue on our results system.
Write it down on that original sheet we had. We are under a sea of paper here. It's a little frustrating. We're constantly being given updated start lists for events that are not very far away on the schedule, and you're trying to commentate and receive papers and put them in the right order and so on. But here is Thompson. No, not on this occasion. I do like the old red flags and the verticals that come up when the bar has gone down. It's the officials, every single one in the arena, and there are dozens and dozens of them, doing a fabulous job, it has to be said. Big shout out to them for all their hard work. Thompson, well, that's his first failure at 450. Callum Newby has gone clear first time, by the way. Little chat with coach there. Elliot Thompson, he's lying in 4th place at the moment. His best vault so far, that second time clearance at 440. So, let's go. Tom Chandler, first attempt at 450 for him, the Basingstoke and Midlands man. Chandler was only 6th in the discus earlier on. No, not for him. And Chandler, he's at 4:51 vaults, so he's reaching his limits here at 4:50. Proudly sporting his Scottish vest. Next to go Caius Joseph. These last couple of vaults have been quite perfect. First time clearances at 4:30 and 4:40. There's his card. Now. Maintains his string of beautiful vaults. Does Caius Joseph. Pops over 4:50. No problem at all. Becomes the second man clear along with Callum Newby. He had a little hiccup at 4:20. Cleared that second time, but otherwise he's doing just fine. First time clearances the last 3 heights. And Caius Joseph within 2 centimetres of his lifetime best there. 4:52 is his best ever. But frankly, with that, he looks like he can vault on and on. The bar will move up in 10-centimetre increments continually. I don't know how many will be needed, but he should be very pleased with that. The old big quilted coats are indeed necessary. It's still very, very blowy here. Wind, just checking which direction it's coming from. It's actually coming from the southwest, the wind, pretty much straight down the home straight. So it is coming very much from the right of those pole vaulters. Caius Joseph there, cool as a cucumber. Just biding his time, waiting his time for his next vault.
So we have got the official summary of those results. So we were just waiting on that time from Alex Botterill, and what a return from injury for the City of York athlete, getting himself a non-automatic qualifying spot along with Samuel Reardon. Busy weekend, he's already done the 400 yesterday. And we lost Guy Learmonth. I'd say that's the biggest almost casualty, along with Thomas Staines. They did not make this 8-person final, but we've got others that are perhaps ranked higher, but pretty tight, and a lot of drama there in the men's event as we turn our attention towards the women's. Has been a redraw of the heats, so there will just be 3 heats. First, same qualifying as the men, first 2 and 2 fastest, and a few smaller fields. As you can see, just 5 athletes in this first heat. Ellie Baker, the fastest of these athletes on paper. There she is. She's having a fantastic season, Ellie. Picked up an injury during the winter that slowed her down a little bit at the start, but she's racing so well. Agonisingly close to qualifying marks for a 2nd season in a row. Scotland's Hannah Cameron will go to her inside, the Aberdeen AC athlete. Personal best of 4:26. She's done a 2:7 so far. But this woman in lane 4, Abigail Ives, she's still under 20. Slashed her personal best all the way down to 2:01.8 this season. She ranked about 3rd or 4th in the world as we look towards those World Junior Championships. Molly Hudson will go in lane 3, the Bucks bronze medalist from those University Championships back in Chelmsford, coached by Helen Clitheroe. Great to see Molly running well. Rachel McClay, another woman back to her best. She's run a personal best in the 400 this year. She's not been a million miles off her personal best of 2:4. Rachel McClay will be one of those athletes that's done so many British Championships. Here for another one. In the men's event, we saw the first 2 heats run quite slowly, and then non-automatic qualifier coming from the first and the last heats So it'd be interesting to see how these women navigate this. Molly Hudson looking like she might have wanted to go a bit fast, but there goes Rachel McClay. Rachel McClay does a lot of pacing on the BMC circuit, so she might be familiar with pacing this race, but she's going to have to work hard to get up alongside Abigail Ives. Bracknell AC and the Basildon AC vests pretty similar, but it is a win for the Bracknell AC vest just through this first 200. Rachel McClay gliding through there. It's going to be a touch outside 30 seconds, so that's a really good pace. Ellie Baker just bouncing alongside, getting to Rachel McClay. You can see Abigail Ives, I don't mean this unkindly, but the lack of experience there showing Abigail Ives almost panicking to get herself up into the top two. Needs to be in the top two by the finish, not the whole race, but Abigail Ives with her 2:01 has probably got quite a lot of energy to spare in this event. But Rachel McClay's holding the inside at the moment. Abigail Ives running wide on the shoulder of Ellie Baker.
Yeah, they come through the bell, and it's not quick, is it? 63.6. It's very slow, in fact, for athletes of this caliber. Ellie Baker should be pleased with this. A long drive from home would suit her with her 1,500-metre strength.
Certainly would. Hannah Cameron doing really well to keep herself involved here. And there goes Abigail Ives, the youngster. Just finished up her A-levels, so she's had a busy summer already with a personal best of 2:01, then a break for exams. And here she is, leading Ellie Baker down the back straight. Rachel McClay did a great job getting this race going, but if Abigail Ives has judged this correctly, you'd think her and Ellie Baker will be fine. But Hannah Cameron, the Scotswoman, started there with that lane 5 on her leg. She's doing everything she can to get back on terms with Abigail Ives and Ellie Baker. We'd hope that Abigail Ives and Ellie Baker have saved a tiny bit for this home straight, and if they haven't, Scotland's Hannah Cameron is going to be there to strike. Abigail Ives looking nervously over her shoulder, and she should be, because Hannah Cameron and Rachel McClay are still right there. Ellie Baker leaving nothing to chance, easing herself ahead. 2:07. Abigail Ives in second, will be around about the same. And Hannah Cameron holding on well for third place.
Yes, Ellie Baker will be pleased with that after the new frustrating news of her non-selection for the Commonwealth Games. She needs a little bit of consolation this week. I think she's an athlete running with a little bit of anger in her head and in her heart. Very impressed with Ives, mind you. I've not seen a lot of her, the Basildon athlete, but 2:01 here. She looks in control, checking around, always staying aware of what's going on. Running hard enough to secure a qualifying spot. Look at this, constantly. That's 4 or 5, 6 checks over her shoulder to make sure nobody's threatening. That's just smart running for my money. Ellie Baker quite happy with that win.
You talk about someone like Abigail Ives, just an under-20, preparing for that World Junior Championship. She's not been selected yet, but she's got that in her sights. Competing here at a British Senior Championships is such a brilliant opportunity to prepare for that World Junior Championships. Abigail Ives picked up almost a surprise bronze in the indoors. So don't write her off for tomorrow. She might be young, but she's got nothing to lose. When you look at Ellie Baker, she doesn't have a qualifying mark. She's just outside it last year, further outside it this year for that World Championships. But she's high on the world rankings, and British Athletics have committed to taking people if they are in the top 32 in the world rankings. And Ellie Baker, Jenny Salmon and Isabel Boffey are right, we've been using the term with the non-automatic qualifiers, they are right on the bubble of being in that top 32 in the world when we look towards Eugene, Oregon.
Well, the bar at 460 in the pole. Callum Newby will be the first to have an attempt. We did see Tom Chandler and Elliot Thompson depart the competition at 450, each of them with 3 failures. Just Callum Newby and Chaos Joseph in the contest now. So, the Edinburgh AC athlete, Callum Newby. It's a 461 vaulter at his best, so this is pushing right up to his limit. It would be a new personal best for Caius Joseph if he were to go clear at this height, and I wouldn't write that off or bet against it because he has looked supreme in his last 3 clearances. Mind you, so has Callum Newby. He's had 3 vaults at the last 3 heights, 430, 440, 450, and cleared each one first time. So, Newby taking his time. English junior champion last year. He was only 20. What about 10 days ago? Callum Newby. So a relative youngster, but handling himself well. And all the noise and clutter and attention and shouting and distractions, you have to learn to cope with those. 460, no, but it was, do you know what? That was a better attempt than it looked. He had plenty of momentum, he was up there. He go straight over and get some feedback on that, but I think it's there. And he knows he's been there before. His personal best, remember, Newby, is 461. This is 460. Yeah, just a high point in front of the bar. Didn't get that penetration across the line of the bar. Now Caius Joseph moving to new territory. Gets this hammer, it'll be a pretty significant personal best.
And also, I think, just trying to look at those overall standings, so Jack Turner exiting with 4 meters and 30. He didn't go over that 4 meters and 40. If Caius Joseph can finish 45, 50 centimetres higher than Jack Turner, that would be enough to go up into the gold medal position. Elliot Thompson probably exited a bit earlier than he would have expected. He made up a little bit of ground on Jack Turner, but nowhere near enough to overcome those 129 points. But Caius Joseph is 140 points behind gold, 30 points for every 10 centimetres. So I can't do the maths again. Probably 50 centimetres, 55. So maybe three heights. Maybe more than that. Maybe it's insurmountable, but yeah, I might be rewriting Caius Joseph's physical capabilities. But anyway, I think he might claw some points back on the first and second. Maybe he will get himself ahead of Elliot Thompson into the silver medal position. But I might have been getting overexcited at a shot at gold. We could be looking at the new second place holder after this men's decathlon pole vault. Caius Joseph, be a great senior UK medal, picking up a bronze at the England Championships a month ago. If he can convert that here into a silver, it'd be a great performance for the athlete. Asking for a bit of crowd support. Seats are filling up here at the Manchester Regional Arena. We've got these 800-metre women's heats to conclude, and then we really get looking towards those finals. 3:15 for the first track final, men's 400-metre hurdles. Caius Joseph carrying his competition. Not to be there. That's a first-time failure at 4 meters and 60. He will have taken about 20 points out of Elliot Thompson so far, just with that 4 meters and 50. Even if he doesn't make it over this 4 meters and 60, will be enough for the silver medal position, but I'm sure he'll have to rack up a few more points.
Well, you can see the athletes there to right of picture getting ready for the second heat of the women's 800 metres. Only 5 athletes in this second heat. It's a heat that's got plenty of talent in it, though. Isabel Boffey goes in this one. She'll be in lane 4. There is Boffey in lane 5. Jenny Selman outside, who's having a great season too. Almost broken 2 minutes this year with a new personal best, the Fife AC athlete. Boffey, well, she's won European titles at under 18, under 20 and under 23 level, but just beginning to struggle to get down towards 2 minutes this year. She was 6th in the European indoors last year. She's certainly making a mark as a senior, but against the clock, not quite moving on with several of her UK rivals. Keely Hodgkin, of course, the Olympic silver medalist, Laura Muir, Gemma Reekie, Lee Baker too, has almost broken 2 minutes this year. There's Ajira Okoro, 4th in the British Championships indoors back in 2018, the Birchfield Harrier. Hannah Seagrave, the Middlesbrough and AC and Mandale athlete, almost broken 2 minutes last year. She's run 2:06 this season. And Ty Brockley Langford from Trafford AC, 2:06 this season, her lifetime best. Second in the English schools last year, Brockley Langford. Championship record 157.56 by Kelly Holmes back in 1995. It really 17 years ago now. First two go through by right. Remember, Baker and Ives have made it through from the first heat, with Cameron, the third placer, in 2:08.62. So the bubble spots, the non-automatic qualifying spots, are not that tough at the moment. The opportunity is there. Who will take this one out? Isabel Boffey in that red and yellow strip of Enfield and Haringey. Just got her nose in front through the first 150. Hannah Seagrave has that very fast personal best of 2 minutes and 18 100ths of a second. And as I say that, so they drop to almost a jog halfway down the back straight, and they go through 200 meters now, 33.75. Nobody really wants to commit here.
I wasn't surprised to see Hannah Seagrave go into the lead. I think she has pace-made a lot of races. She's got that super fast personal best. She's not in that form at the moment, but if she thinks she's got good 400-meter speed, this might suit her. But I did think Ty Brockley-Langford, she's so gutsy. We saw her run like this to make the UK indoor final last year. So Ty Brockley-Langford just kind of going, you guys might be older than me, might have faster personal bests and more experience, but that is too slow. I've got enough experience to know that 33 through the first 200 and then slowing down isn't going to do me any favours. 69 through the first lap. So first two automatically qualified. There was going to be nobody else advancing this heat.
Boffey has good 400-meter speed. Selman on her shoulder now as they go down the back straight. Boffey should really relinquish her pole position here now. Okoro in their wake, the tall, long striding figure of Ajiro Okoro. Waiting, biding her time, or is she? Selman now hits the front. She's lost patience, begins to wind it up. Boffey goes into a slipstream. Okoro struggling to go with this pair. 69.8 at 400 meters, desperately slow, but this is championship qualifying racing. And Selman, a little glance over her shoulder there with 120 to go, and over the other shoulder, make sure there's no real danger behind. They're both well clear. This is very comfortable qualifying. Okoro in third place, I'm afraid, will almost certainly run out of it. 2:08 was the third place time in the first heat as Selman eases across the line. Boffey there in second place, 2:13, that second lap, 64 seconds after a 69, almost a 70-second first lap. So Jenny Selman and Isabel Boffey, as expected. If you looked at it on paper, they were very clear favourites to qualify without any trouble there, and so it was. One heat to come.
That was slower than I ever would have expected, really, but Jenny Selman and Isabel Boffey just getting the job done there, really. I think it's, these are the two they're going to really look to kind of get into that. They've got a big opportunity here with Alex Bell dropping out. She's been struggling. She hasn't quite specified why she's not able to be here, but Alex Bell hasn't turned up to race. Laura Muir over in the 1500, Keely Hodgkinson in the 400. So leaving Jem Reiki and Ellie Baker as the top-ranked athletes in here, but there's a lot of women. Boffey, Selman, Abigail Ives, the likes of a lot of them are going to fancy their chances of getting in amongst the medals. It's a real opportunity. High fives. I think they probably should have rehearsed that high five. It wasn't, couldn't execute that tremendously well, but they did execute a very good heat. And they'll conserve some energy, but they will have conserved energy.
Yeah,
and Jenny, when they looked at that field, you'd fancy yourself, maybe not Hannah Seagrave when she's in personal best shape, but you'd say, oh, I could have those women over a 250-metre race. So why expend any more energy than necessary?
Callum Newby, then Edinburgh AC. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, Newby. He's been there before. That's his third attempt, and he gets it right. Third time lucky. Brilliant from Callum Newby. The first height at which he's had any problems. The previous three heights, first time. This time, third time. But that's okay. And tell you what, there's a little bit more to come. Not a great deal, but he got that absolutely perfect. The 20-year-old can be delighted with that. It's 1 centimetre off his lifetime best of 461. European junior champion last year, Newby. Showing great composure, isn't he? And looking at a replay there on the coach's phone. That's what you call immediate feedback. I think I once said sometimes these competitions almost think they're glorified training sessions, and I got slaughtered for it, but it's pretty much what you do in training, isn't it? You take a ball, have a look at the taped replay, make some adjustments, have a chat about it, and go and have another go.
I find it very interesting compared to tennis, when they say you can't coach from the sidelines. I think they try to impose that sort of thing in athletics, but obviously verbally coaching from the sideline, you could just tell them what you've seen and tell them what to change, but it's very widespread now in the technical events that athletes will walk straight to the side. And you get a hint. Harris Joseph, third and final attempt at 4 metres and 60. Yeah.
I thought he had that.
He had that. Callum Newby could turn on that heat for that third and final attempt, but Harris Joseph will exit with the best of 4 metres and 50. I think these men have done tremendously well down there, considering the blustery conditions. Harris Joseph very nearly got one more height. You see the reaction from the crowd behind as well, throwing their hands up for him and with him. That was really close. Harris Joseph.
Well, he's deserved that. It's a shame, because look at that card. Brilliant through those 3 heights with first-time clearances. And that was incredibly close. Now, will Callum Newby push on? The bar moves up to 470. I'm sure he will, because he'll want to accrue the points. Next discipline, of course, the javelin. And that gets underway just before 4 o'clock. So they've got well over an hour yet before that.
And we've got this final heat, the women's 800 metres. It should go to the form, but you'd think Gemma Reekie will be largely unchallenged in this. So she's ranked 3rd in the UK, but only 9th in the world. No, other way around, 9th in the world, but only 3rd in the UK. It shows the strength and depth we've got here. And what an opportunity for some of these women to get to race against the likes of Gemma Reekie, Jodie Martin, 4th at the English schools last year. Gemma Finch, 5th at the UK Indoor Championship. She did so well to make that final. Led most of her heat indoors. Could she do something similar here today? Gemma Reekie, 4th place finisher at those Olympic Games in Tokyo last year. I say ranked 9th in the world this year. And if she can finish in the top 2 tomorrow, she will automatically qualify for the World Championships in Eugene. Lane 3 will be Grace Vans Agnew, making a move up from 4 hurdles to 800 metres, doing that pretty well this season. And completing the lineup in lane 2 is Isabel Ives. We've seen her younger sister Abigail navigate that first heat quite comfortably. I'm sure she'd like to make the final. Her training partner Kai Malunga looked really good qualifying for the women's 1500 metre final earlier. Isabel Ives.
I think Gemma Reekie's been suffering from glandular fever, hasn't she? The after effects of glandular fever. It's taken her a long time, the Bill Kilbarcan athlete, to get back from that. Otherwise, we'd have seen her, I think, running much better form this season. Although 158.44 is nothing to be sniffed at. Puts her in the top 10 in the world this year.
No, I do feel Gemma's building momentum. She was really struggling indoors, and that was almost before that diagnosis of glandular fever, and it all made a lot more sense once it came out that she was suffering with glandular fever. So we got there, Finch moving to the 4. I did think she did this indoors in her heat, so she could be doing that. At the moment, we're looking at the non-automatic qualifiers. Hannah Cameron, 2.8.62. Rachel McClay, 2.9.2. So pretty much all of these women, all of these women have run faster than that this season. A great running here from Gemma Finch, just getting out there, not mucking around, leaving nothing to chance. Abigail Ives, no, it is Izzy Ives, I'll get the both of them muddled up. Izzy Ives doing well to pull the rest of the group back onto Gemma Finch. This is going to be miles faster than definitely the second heat. It could be on terms with that 63-second lap we saw in the first heat.
Well, they come through 400 metres, yeah, 61.81, by far the quickest of the 3 heats. And opportunities are plenty here. Vans Agnew in 4th place for Crawley, being dragged along. She's only a 2:07 athlete, 2:07.5, but she could be heading for a personal best here at least. And of course, as you're heading up that back straight and into a bit of a breeze, if you're tucked in behind people, you get a lot of protection, Hannah.
You do, and Gemma Reekie's done exactly that. She's just stuck on that rail. She can relax, she has got time. She shouldn't panic and make a move here. Isabel Ives trying to get back alongside Gemma Finch. Isabel Ives probably has the experience to know that this is faster than some of the other heats, but she'd love to still be in those top two, and she knew Gemma Reekie was coming. Gemma Reekie just biding her time, as we saw with Selman and Boffey in the previous heat, just easing past the whole field and pulling away. Isabel Ives gritting her teeth out. She'd love to join her sister in this final automatically, but Gemma Finch looking like she could hold on for the second place. Business as usual for Gemma Reekie, can just jog over the line. I think that might have been Isabel Ives just nicking the second place there ahead of Gemma Finch. I'm pretty sure, I'd hope Gemma Finch might be rewarded with a non-automatic qualifying spot regardless, and she should be from all that work she put on in the earlier stages of the race.
Yeah, it definitely was Ives getting second spot. Brilliant. Tell you what do they say? Run through the tape, don't ease off. How many times over the years we've seen people lose qualifying spots or indeed medals in major championships even by easing off too early. Well, Gemma Reekie, of course, at this level can toy with the field and run just as she chooses. Looking very fluid and fast. I felt so much for her last year when she finished fourth in that Olympic final. Gemma Reekie, she is a fabulous athlete. She's got age group titles behind her as well, glancing behind and running here on 3 cylinders, really. Very, very comfortable qualifying. No energy expended that didn't need to be. And yes, I think Ives there just driving all the way to the line. Finch could have been checking around her, maybe. Did she know Ives was there, or was she eyeballs out anyway? I think she might go through as fast as a non-automatic qualifier, though. We'll check.
Let's hope. That would be great for Gemma Finch. She's had a great year, getting down to his 202s, 203s, and it would be great to see her rewarded with a non-automatic qualifying time. So do you think that unofficial result there, confirming that Isabel Ives got the nod just ahead of Gemma Finch, but that is faster than Hannah Cameron. So Gemma Finch will take that first non-automatic qualifying time. Hannah Cameron will take the second. Unfortunately, Rachel McClay will just miss out. She'll be the first out of the final, if you like. But that's what you like to see. Gemma Finch in the last heat, making the run, making the race good, taking that 61 first lap. And these women can turn their attention to the final at 4:45 tomorrow. Going to be a super one. Reekie, Selman, Ellie Baker, Izzy Ives. That's going to be really quite some final. And hats off to Gemma Finch for getting herself in there.
What's great about 800-metre racing, of course, is that it's a middle-distance race, but the speed they're moving at, you know, I mean, the 400, of course, is a long sprint. The 800, it's not a sprint, but it seems unfair to call it middle distance because it's so quick. There's so little room for error. And both men's and 800-metre, men's and women's 800-metre finals are wonderfully set up now. I mean, there's stuff to drool about in those 800 finals. The clashes, the pressures that the athletes have got to accommodate and contend with to make those grab those world championship places. Wonderfully set up, and nice to see that there were no major upsets in the 800 heats for either gender. Now, we're going to pick up a bit of discus now. The women's discus began at 2:10. So what about 25 minutes ago?
Holder just taking, I think it's a third round throw for Amy Holder. Sitting in third place at the moment, thanks to her 53.52 from the opening round. At the moment, going to the form book, I think Jade Lally. Jade Lally in the lead at the moment. That's a replay there of Amy Holder. Picked up a silver medal here in 2009. Bronze medal position at the moment. Kirsty Law through 55.18. That's put her in second place. Jade Lally in the lead at the moment with 58.44. 3 and a bit metres further than everyone else. It's great to see so many women in this field. 10 women contending this discus. And work their way through this third round, and we'll reduce that to 8. Callaway taking her third round throw there. 46.18 from the second round. She's right on 8th place at the moment, but she's managed to improve a little bit there. 47.53. So that'll put her up into 7th place. Samantha Coolway just replaying some elements of that throw to her coaching team. Both of them next up. Silver medal at the recent Bucks Championships, but a foul there. She maybe walk out the front or fall out the front. It's hard to see. Oh, it looks like maybe it hit the cage. Both of them's walking, collecting it herself. Let's have another look. Both of them just catching the very edge of that netting, but she'd lost her balance as well. Both those things would be linked. You're not perfectly balanced, you're likely to throw out of the sector. So both of them, that's 10th place, so she won't progress into the final 3 rounds. It's up to the end of both those UK Championships. So Kirsty Law, silver medal position at the moment. Modest 38 metres in the first round, improved to 55.18 in the second. Can she find a little bit more here in the final round? It's around about the same, 53, 54 or so. Kirsty, Scottish international. I don't have it down that she's been selected for Scotland in the Commonwealth Games. They did some very early pre-selections that favoured the likes of Müller, Reiki, Josh Kerr, Jake Whiteman, these sort of athletes, but it was quite a minor team selection there. All I had down was that they were going to have another selection meeting in June. We've only got a few days left of June. The logical thing would be to leave it till after these UK Championships, get another look at these athletes. So Kirsty Law perhaps having one last chance to impress the Scottish selectors. As with all the home countries, undoubtedly going to have really small team sizes. Kirsty Law will be keen to put her stake her claim to some of those spots. As will some of the other athletes we've seen out here, except Nicole Jürgen. I don't think she was pre-listed, despite running sub-51 seconds last year. That shows you how hard it is to make that Scottish team. You can see the officials. Oh, I thought maybe they were moving the cage around, maybe not. The action is just paused for a presentation on the infield. There's the men's high jump, which we unfortunately haven't been able to show you any action of. But I don't want to spoil it in case we do see it. But for anyone who's very keen to know, it was Joel Clark-Kahn who took the win. She's been awarded his medal by Jenny Meadows. Medal ceremony. You can just see Katie Shannon there giving them the world's, not the world's biggest Union Jacks. We see some other big ones at track meets, but I'm getting a Union Jack to drape round all 3 shoulders. And I'll just take the time to reorder these women, the top 8. So Shadine Duckerman and Emma, both of them won't get a chance to contend in this final 3 throws. Just to remind you, at the moment, Jade Lally in the lead of 58.44, Kirsty Law 58.18 for the silver medal position, Amy Holder 53.52 in third at the moment. The rest of the athletes fighting it out for the positions behind, but they could leapfrog out. And there's confirmation of the qualifiers into the women's final. So unfortunately, Jodie Martin and Rachel McClay there, they aren't into the final. Just for clarification there was a really slow heat in the second heat, so that's your, there you can see Jenny Selman and Isabel Boffey further down the board there. They will be your 7th and 8th athletes into that women's final, which will take place at 4:45 tomorrow. All the big names making it through. There were unfortunately more than 8 big names, if you like, in the men's. We did lose the likes of Guy Learmont and Thomas Staines on the men's side, but all of the favourites choosing to contend today, successfully navigating those heats to make the final. And brilliant, really fun to have 2 sisters in that 800-metre final. We do have a few siblings competing. I think we had Hannah Williams and Jodie Williams together in the 400-metre final last year. So nice to have Abigail and Izzy Ives contend together.
You love that word, contend.
Do I? Yeah. Do I use it too much?
No, I'd never say that. I'm not sure what else. What do you say, compete?
Officials just reshuffling the discus women.
Well, the athletes are out on the track for the first of 4 heats of the women's 400-metre hurdles. the officials working very, very hard to stay on top of proceedings. The crowd building all the time here at the Manchester Regional Arena. And looking forward to the massive finals that are coming at us. And there is the lineup for the first of these 4 heats. Emily Newnham from Shaftesbury Bonnet Harrison, Jessica Tappin, Jasmine Mitchell, Keisler, Craig, Clark and Jessica Turner on the outside. And the qualifying from these 4 heats is just the first in each heat, with the 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. There are 4 fastest non-winners, I should say, making it through to tomorrow's final. That is tough. You've got to win, or else you're not guaranteed anything. Jessica Turner from Amber Valley and Erewash AC, 55.6 this year. She's a 54.7 performer, though, Turner. She's UK number 4 this year. Jessie Knight tops the UK rankings with 54.09. Shay Clark goes in lane 7 from Chelmsford AC. No form from her this year, Shay Clark. She has a best of 61.38. Emily Craig, Edinburgh AC, goes in lane 6. She's 59.76, has just dipped under 60 seconds. That's a lifetime best this year. In 5, Leah Keisler of Lawn District AC. Keisler, well, she is an athlete who will be gaining experience here. Keisler, best of 62.8. Jasmine Mitchell goes in 4. Woodford Green and Essex Ladies athlete, Green. And then Jessica Tappin goes in lane 3. Thames Valley Harriers athlete, 55.89. She is the UK number 5 this year. Ran that just a month ago in Oudegem in Belgium. And in lane 2, Emily Newnham from Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, 59.95 this year. Her lifetime best. She's just dipped under 60 seconds. Where does world class begin at 400-metre hurdles? Well, your guess is as good as mine. Sydney McLaughlin has run 51.61, the Olympic champion and world record holder this year. Her world record 51.46. But actually, this is a tough old event, and I reckon anything under 55 seconds is probably world class. Anything under 56 is knocking on the door. There in lane 3 is Jessica Tappin, 55.89 this year. She's not quite as quick as Jessica Turner out in lane 8. So Tappin in 3, Turner in 8. Just the winner goes through. So one of that big pairing is not going to get an automatic place in the final. This is one of the disciplines where you have to run pretty hard, almost flat out from the gun, simply because of the stride pattern you need to maintain. You can't ease off in this like you can in a race without barriers. It's very, very demanding, very tough. And as they head down the back straight and into the second bend, well, the athlete out there in lane 8, Jessica Turner, quite isolated, is going well and has a lot of huge space behind her. Look at that, the glorious isolation. We talk about the loneliness of the long-distance runner. What about the loneliness of the 400-metre hurdler? Good running in 3, as you would expect, from Jessica Tappin. But she's a little way down at the moment. Jessica Turner was running scared, running blind on the outside. Tappin finishing like a train in lane 3. Is she going to get past Turner? She will. Yes, she does. 56.83 the winning time. And perfectly timed effort from Jessica Tappin to take that one. Whether Turner knew she was there and was aware, I don't know. Unfortunately for her, probably the entire race, she had nobody else in her field of vision. She had no choice but to just go for it, and she did that. But it was Tappin who was able to gauge her effort to absolute perfection over the run-in from the final barrier.
Jess Turner has had some pretty significant injuries, I think, over the last 12 months. Made it to the Olympics. I think she was running on a pretty sore Achilles. I was thinking it's great to see her back to her best. And she really went for it down the back straight. We often talk about these 4 hurdlers. They might only go as far as 6 or 7 or 8 hurdles in training, and they don't practice those last few hurdles till they're in this competition environment. And Jessica Turner, she's still hands on knees in front of us. She puts so much effort trying to make this final. And Jessica Tappan probably had an easier lane draw, if we're honest, having these athletes to shoot out and having Turner out there to try and hunt down. You can see just at this point here, Turner's cadence isn't what it was down the back straight. Tappan just coming into the picture here. Turner, you can see, swimming with lactic, and this barrier would have seemed huge when she had those tired legs, stumbling off it slightly, losing a bit of momentum, and couldn't lift again and respond to the move of Tappan to her inside. And a great win from Tappan, really coming back into form this season. The official result there, Jessica Tappan 56.83, Jessica Turner 57 dead. Good personal best there for Emily Newman in 3rd place. And I'll have to wait and see if that's enough to get through. We will accumulate 4 fastest losers, so it might be okay.
That's a big improvement from Newman. That's nearly a second off her personal best. Brilliant stuff. The previous best 59.95, 59.03 is a giant step forward for the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. But only Tappan goes through by right. Just the winner goes through. Turner, 57 seconds dead. It's going to be tight, Hannah.
I think when you look at the season's rankings, I mean, Turner and Tappan are sitting in 4th and 5th together. The other way around, and they managed to compete today, but that run from Jessica Turner, 57, that would still put her ranked 5th in the UK this season. So you'd hope when it all plays out, that might be enough to get her into the final as a non-automatic qualifier. Great after making the Olympics last year, and like I said, sort of struggling with injury. It'd be great to see Jessica Turner back to her best. It'll be a good kind of turnaround if you've had a disrupted winter. So we think they're still reshuffling these discus women into their order for the final 8. Everyone seems to have their jackets on. They're just checking and double checking the order. I think it should be Tia Tunstall to start the 4th round. But I'm sure if it was as simple as looking at this computer, they would have figured it out as well. I think time spent now getting this correct so they can use their electronic scoring systems is probably going to save them time overall. We have got 3 more heats of the women's 400-metre hurdles to go.
Yeah, and the athletes out on the track and ready to go in this 2nd heat, due underway at 53, which is, actually that's why they're being held, because it's 2 or 3 minutes away yet.
We're just 25 minutes away from the final on the men's side. That was super entertaining, those heats. And Joshua Folds, just some of the surprise package for me, really, in those men's heats. Taking the victory ahead of Chris McAllister when you would have expected him as a World Championship semi-finalist to have been all right. But Joshua Folds, just massive personal best, that 50.05. He can get a sniff at that European qualifying mark. That's 49.5 maybe. So we're hearing there might be a protest in the discus, and that's what's slowing it down. Whether someone felt that they should have had something marked that they didn't think was a foul, that the officials thought was. Yeah, I can't imagine quite what you'd protest at this stage in a discus competition.
Well, maybe it was an unmarked throw that should have been. I don't know. But as we found out from the Decathlon 400 last night, for a protest to stand or to not be respected and given the thumbs up, there has to be video evidence in a situation where perhaps there's been an accusation of a transgression.
Yes, I can only imagine someone was marked a foul when they didn't think it was. So there is the 2nd heat of the women's 400-metre hurdles. Jessie Knight out there in lane 7. It's a tough lane draw, but the interesting thing, I think, Marina, Jessie Knight's coach, has 3 athletes in this final. Alex Hill, Lizzie Clifford in lane 4 and lane 2. All coached by Marina, as is Jessie Knight. So she did say she had an awful lot of athletes. She'll have Jacob Paul and Chris McAllister at least in that 400 final, and probably someone else I haven't thought of. Jessie Knight, new personal best in Aldgam, responding so well to the disappointment of Tokyo. Chelsea Walker will go in lane 6. An opportunity to look outside you and see the lights of Jessie Knight. Lane 5 will be Natalie Griffiths, Midlands medalist, running for Cannock and Stafford AC, Midlands club. Lane 4 will go to Alex Hill of Blackheath and Bromley Harriers. He's a medalist at a southern level. To those regional championships supporting our athlete development and almost their pathway into these UK championships. Zoe Pollock will be in lane 3. She's the Bucks champion this year. Oxford City athlete, we've seen a few of them this season. And here at the UK championships, great to see Zoe Pollock here. And completing the lineup in lane 2 will be Lizzie Clifford. She picked up a medal at Bucks behind Zoe Pollock. She's here representing Southampton AC this afternoon. So Jessie Knight on the outside, by far the fastest athlete in this field. Such a hard Tokyo experience for Jessie Knight. Had to spend a lot of time isolating, and finally managed to do some training, but they made them train on their own. Finally made that start line in Tokyo, only to clip the first hurdle and fall over, and then such were the COVID restrictions, that's pretty much it. You need to head home once you finish competing. So poor Jessie Knight, not the Olympic experience that you'd hope for, you'd dream for. But like I say, really bounced back with that personal best in Aldgam, 54.09, and then she's performed well on the circuit as well. We saw her in that world record race in Ostrava when Femke Bol ran that sensational 36 seconds. Jessie Knight wasn't too far behind. That was pretty good fun for her. And saw some of the other Continental Tour golds. But Jessie Knight at the moment just having to run out there on her own. We just saw Jessica Turner employ a similar tactic and come unstuck over the last couple of flights, but I think that would have been down to Jessica Turner not having raced so much this season. I think Jessie Knight with that red bib there, fastest in the UK this year by quite some margin over Lena Nielsen. Should be able to hold on okay down this home straight, but Zoe Pollock's having a go. Oh, big strides into that hurdle for Zoe Pollock, just losing some of her momentum. Jessie Knight navigating the last couple of flights, no problems. She'll power away to take this win. Doesn't ease down all that much, 55.97. Zoe Pollock for second. And Chelsea Walker coming through for third.
Well, 55.97, the winning time in the first heat by Tappin, 56.83, so she's almost a full second quicker. Of course, the stride pattern has to remain in place. I thought what was interesting was that when she came into the home straight and got the wind behind her, maybe she was blown onto that final barrier because she was very close to the final barrier. She almost had to climb the 10th barrier. Jessie Knight, nice steady run from her out there. In a way, it's good to be out in the outside lane like that. She's in lane 7, nobody outside, left her picture. She could just focus upon her own stride pattern and run with sort of effectively tunnel vision. There's that barrier, that's the 9th barrier. It's this one where she comes to it, and I think she gets close to it because the wind behind her there. That was just an uncomfortable clearance, but maintains her form well. She's so powerful, really strong running through to the final barrier. 55.97. Well, that's a time that's only some 4 other athletes in the UK this year have achieved. It's what you call a very healthy pipe opener. Good blowout.
So Marina Armstrong gets another UK finalist there with Jessie Knight, Zoe Pollock and Chelsea Walker. Well, I have to sit and wait. So that is slower than Turner, Newham in the first heat. So at the moment, I think we're looking at Jessica Turner on her 57 dead, Newman on 59.0, and then Zoe Pollock and Chelsea Walker for those non-automatic qualifying spots. So we'll try and keep across that. We've got 2 more heats, though. That's a lot of heats to unseat the likes of Pollock and Walker.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It is a lot of heats. So back to the discus then. The 4th round well underway. Phoebe Dowson. Dowson 52.09 in the second round. Now, she opened with a 41, then a 52, and then a 50. The lead held by Jade Lally with 58.44 in the third round, has a lead of over 3 meters from Kirsty Law, the Sale Harrier, who has thrown 55.19. So, yeah, good healthy lead for Jade Lally. I know that she'd love to punch through 60 meters today. That from Dowson, a no throw, I'm afraid, as this fourth round unfolds. Taya Tunstall, Loughborough student, improved in the fourth round to 48.05. And Samantha Callaway in the fourth round improving to 49.84. So good response from some of them after that long delay.
Just taking their time getting the next thrower into the circle. Dawson's ready. She's got her, or is she just leading with her discus? Holder. So Dawson got 54.04. So Dawson has leapt up into the third bronze medal position, pushing down Amy Holder. So perhaps Holder just taking a moment to compose herself before stepping in for this fourth round attempt. So Holder was in that bronze medal position with her 53.52, but the 54.04 from Phoebe Dawson has pushed her down into fourth place. Good speed there in the circle, just inside the sector. That'll be a valley throw. So trying to add half a metre to her mark to get back on terms with Phoebe Dawson. Dowson, going to go for Dowson with the O there. Apologies. So Holder in fourth place at the moment. 54.54. What a response from Amy Holder. She does overtake Phoebe Dowson. So those two changing positions here in the fourth round. Amy Holder coming out on top so far as we head towards the top two positions.
And the third heat of the women's 400-metre hurdles. There's the lineup. And 6-7 athletes in this one. Remember, it's only the winner who goes through. Unusual in a way to have 4 heats with plenty of athletes out there straight to a final. I sometimes think it would benefit these athletes to go through the process of having heats and semis and finals, but with a 3-day championship, there just isn't room. And has been talked from some people that there should be a 4-day championship. There's Ezzy Okoro. She goes in lane 6. Brother F8 didn't start at the men's 400-metre hurdles. She was ran in the 2014 Commonwealth Games, the Birchfield Harriet. Sophie Ellis goes in lane 4. Rachel Callan in 5. Personal best this year from Sophie Ellis. Hayley McLean goes in 3. The Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier has the European qualifying time 55.48. She's UK number 3, McLean. Good athlete. Sarah Kearsey goes in lane 2. From Pool AC down on the south coast. Best of 60.49, although she's only run 62.5 this year. But Hayley McLean in lane 3. She is a class act, coached by Chris Zart. Used to coach Perry Shake Straighten. Remember her? What an athlete she was. Another great 400-metre hurdler who could carry the baton so well in relays. So, Sarah Kearsey in 3. Hayley McLean. Sorry, Sarah Kearsey in 2. Hayley McLean in 3. There she is in that Shaftesbury vest. Sophie Ellis goes in 4. Lane 5 is empty. Rachel Callan is a no-show. 6 is Essie Okoro. Ella Manning of the Hampshire champion in 7. And Stephanie Driscoll, Northern Junior champion, goes in lane 8. Well, already Essie Okoro left her picture there, blasting away through the first 150 metres. She's tall and powerful in those white socks. Good running too in lane 3, of course, from Hayley McLean. She's got Okoro in her sights. Okoro is 3 lanes outside her. It's between these two. And remember, only one place up for grabs as a guaranteed spot in the final. Every reason to keep driving really hard and pushing hard around this top bend for this pairing, because if they don't win, they could go through as a non-automatic qualifier. Little adjustment there from McLean. She comes into the straight, much the smaller of the two, but looking really strong still. Okoro is still there, though. It's not over with yet. McLean, though, really strong off the final barrier. Punching hard with the arms, wins it by 3 meters as she hits the tape, 57.62. Okoro second, a big, big gap behind her. Back to, I think it was Sophie Ellis in 4th place at 57.62 for Hayley McLean. Well, she has run over 2 seconds quicker than that. The gusting breeze out there is certainly not helping. It is really strong at times. There's a constant breeze here in the Manchester Regional Arena today, and at times it's really strong. But that's a good solid run from Hayley McLean from lane 3. Probably suited her a little bit more than it might have done Okoro Hannah, because she's relatively of shorter stature.
Well, and having the athletes to aim for outside her. You can see Hayley McLean, so we think they're running against the wind now, but Hayley McLean was almost up on that hurdle. So having an awful lot of speed, maybe stronger than she thinks she is, she might be able to change that, but as the fatigue sets in, you haven't got an awful lot of options. Okoro just stuttering into that hurdle there. We actually forgot to say, we saw her sister in the 800 as well, just in one of those qualifying rounds. I think the slower one, not quite making the final, but the Okoro family always representing really strongly here at the British Championships. McLean just over that hurdle really well at this stage, and Hayley just navigating that one as well on a different leg as well. Powering through to the finish, 57.62. So that's our slowest heat winning time so far. So for Okoro, it might be tough going, but there are as many as 4 non-automatic qualifying spots. Not that Hayley McLean has got to worry about those. Ellis did well to come through for that 3rd spot.
Well, Okoro there, second with 58.12, a season's best for Eze Okoro. That's a really pleasing run, and I think it does make her a non-automatic qualifying spot at the moment. Yes, it does, quite comfortably. There it is, confirmation of the win from Hayley McLean. She goes through to tomorrow's final. Eze Okoro, 58.12, at the moment does have a spot in the final, but 1 heat to come. Sophie Ellis, I'm afraid, outside 60 seconds there, will not quite make it through. Although that's not far off her lifetime best. It's a solid run from the Blackheath athlete in 3rd.
I think that does just knock out Walker from Heat 2 when we look at those non-automatic qualifying marks. Leaving Okoro, Turner, Newman and Pollock at the moment in those 4 non-automatic qualifying spots.
59.37 is the bubble time, isn't it? Pollock's,
yeah.
Pollock doesn't want the 2nd place in the final heat to run faster than 59.37.
I'm sure she'll be, be a good sportswoman and not yell, slow down. Just will it internally, but everyone desperate to make the final, and almost the final you have within the final is making it into these final 3 rounds on the field events. Holder doing that really well in that bronze medal position still. Phoebe Dawson couldn't respond in the 5th round. She's already thrown 52.76. Amy Holder 54.54 in that 4th round, maybe spurred on by the challenge from Dawson.
Quite some 4th round, though. 3 athletes producing their best yet in that 4th round.
Holder just getting given a foul there for her 5th round throw, so she'll stay in 3rd place with her 54.54.
So, Kirsty Law then, round 5. In 2nd place, 55.18 in the 2nd round. Through 53 in round 3.
It was very flat. I'd assume Kirsty Law would step out the front of that circle and say, nah, don't bother, guys. It's not going to challenge Jade Lally. It's Jade Lally. We haven't had a look at her yet. She is the event leader from her 3rd round throw, so it'd be great to get a look at her 5th round throw. Kirsty Law intentionally fouling there. So here is our event leader, Jade Lally. Multiple-time UK champion and an Olympian. She has been selected for the Commonwealth Games for England. I think she was pretty disappointed not to be selected for the Olympics in 2021. She was coming back from the birth of her daughter. She had a decent season last season and kind of felt that maybe the selectors didn't give her the faith that she was on an upward trajectory. But great to see Jade Lally in that Commonwealth Games team. That looks like a good throw there. We look towards the World Championships. Well, European standard is 60 metres and 50. World standard is 63 and 50. So these women are quite a notch off that at the moment. Jade Lally's season's best is over that European mark. She's 61.78. Best throw of the competition. That's good. Like we say, it's not ideal conditions down there. We saw it in the women's javelin. Almost the tip of the javelin went up and it was whipped away by a gust of wind. So Jade Lally navigating these conditions well.
We can go back to the track now for the fourth and final heat of the women's 400-metre hurdles. And Lena Nielsen out in lane 6. Probably the favourite here, Hannah?
Yeah, we haven't had many casualties so far. With Tappan and Turner looking like she's going to be all right with that non-automatic qualifying spot. Knight. So Lena Nielsen will look to join her teammates in that final. They've all competed for Great Britain together. Plumtree out there in lane 8. She's been selected for England, maybe for the relay, I think. Nisha Desai. Now, I've raced Nisha since I was a kid. I want to find someone that's made more UK finals than Nisha Desai, because she seems to get her way into a final every time, getting harder every year, that she's still here competing. Lena Nielsen will go in lane 6. Her sister made it through to the 400-metre final. We'll see her a little bit later. Lavia. Lena Nielsen, a bit of a disappointing 6th, I think, here last year. So we haven't got Carol Granville in lane 5. We'll jump all the way to lane 4. Amy Pye, English schools medalist in the last few years. Canakin Stafford as well. Second Canakin Stafford athlete in these 400-metre hurdles. Heats, lane 3 will be Amelia Briggs-Good. She's another English schools medalist, so she'll be very familiar with Amy Pye to her outside. And completing the lineup, finishing up in lane 2, will be the Yorkshire champion from this year, Beth Taylor, representing Rotherham Harriers. Looks very happy to be here. That's what you want to see, a bit of sunshine and a massive grin from someone here competing at the UK Championships. But Lena Nielsen should be all right out there in lane 6. She's having a great season, that personal best of 54.73. She's actually a yoga instructor as well. Posts some great sort of free resources on her Instagram page that just make me sore looking at them. But she's a qualified yoga instructor.
I feel sore just hearing the word yoga.
Compliments her hurdling very well. Certainly is this year. So we talked about pairs of sisters running well. We've had both of the Ives sisters making a final. Can Lena Nielsen make this final in the 400-metre hurdles? And then she can relax and watch Lavia Nielsen in the women's 400-metre final later. At the moment, Lena Nielsen looking full of running. Nisha Desai doing her best to get past Hermione Plumtree. Plumtree out there in lane 8 at the moment. Lena Nielsen striding away as she moves round that top bend. At 54.73 ranks her number 2 in the UK behind Jessie Knight. She had the Olympic qualifier last year when we were at this stage in the season with these UK Championships and just couldn't put it together in the final, and agonising, devastatingly missed out on a spot in that Olympic final. Jessie Knight in that Olympic team. Jessie Knight, Jessie Turner and Megan Beardsley making that team. But Lena Nielsen fighting hard in the last 50 metres. It was a bit of a rough final hurdle there, but she held it together. 56.93, touch slower than Jessica Tappan in the first heat, but Lena Nielsen through to the final, no problems.
Well, yeah, she will look at that and laugh about that final barrier. She almost lost her balance as she cleared it. Funnily enough, who was it earlier on did that? I think it was Jessie Knight, wasn't it? And I don't know if it is the wind that's blowing them through to that final barrier. The final barriers a couple of barriers are always tough in the 400-metre hurdles. You come off that bend at 300 and your legs are beginning to build the lactic. You are struggling a little bit. She looked very smooth down the back straight and around the top bend. A lovely run that from Lena Nielsen. But I think she's good on these. That's barrier 8. Here comes barrier 9, and this is okay. She's way out in front. She's got nothing to worry about. That's fine. right leg lead. But here, this is where you're beginning to struggle, and she's not holding back much. But there, look at that. Oh, almost staggers to her right. And then makes it through to the final with a strong run into the line. That's a good solid time too from Lena Nielsen, waiting for that result to be confirmed. Looks like 56.92. And second place Hermione Plumtree, 60.94. So we do know our 8 finalists now.
That's good, is it? We normally see first one in the 800s, and that's pretty stressful, but seeing the first one here for the women's 400-metre hurdles really pushed our top competitors, and Lena Nielsen leaving nothing to chance there with a good 59.92. That's been lowered down to, and that won't be enough for Plumtree or Nisha Desai. And unfortunately, DNF and Beth Taylor missed that. I hope she's all right out there on the track.
Well, we can head back over to the discus now. The 6th and final round is virtually concluded. Kirsty Law will throw next. She is the penultimate thrower. She's the only athlete that can deny Jade Lally another title. Lally 59.20 in round 5 she improved to. Here is Kirsty Law. Her best coming in the second round, as you saw there, the Sale Harrier Manchester athlete. 55.18 came in round 2. But Jade Lally, well, in all fairness, she's got over a 4-metre lead with 59.20 in round 5. Third place is confirmed for Amy Holder, so the bronze medalist, the Windsor Slough Eton and Harrow athlete. And that's what, about 53 metres, 54 metres there from Kirsty Law. She's smiling. She knows she's had a solid competition, has Kirsty Law. She's a 60-metre thrower at her best, and if she'd been able to produce that today, she might have beaten Jade Lally, but 59.64, her season's best, would have been good enough for victory. But 55.18, 53.44 that final effort. 55.18, the best of her series. A couple of efforts you won't want to shout about, 35 metres and thereabouts. But that's okay. Good, solid competition. Now Jade Lally, can she finish with a flourish? Jade Lally here. She's a 65-metre thrower at best, 65.10. If she could produce anything like that, it would put her up in the top 6 or 7 in the world for this year. That's a beautifully flighted effort from Jade Lally. Now, I think that is a big throw to finish with. No curves across the sector. She backed up her round 5, 59.20, with a 58-metre effort in round 3, a 57-metre effort in round 4. So she's been peppering that zone just below 60 metres. But what she produced here, she's a lovely technician. That's beautifully flighted, and it's 61.42. She does indeed finish with a flourish. Jade Lally, it's a stadium record. That belonged to Philippa Rolls with the 58.5 metres, and it's not far off Meg Ritchie's championship record of 62.22. She's less than a metre off the championship record, 61.42 for Jade Lally. It's very nearly a season's best. Great effort.
Yeah, great effort from Jade Lally there. I'm sure she would have maybe hoped for that world qualifying mark of 63.50. The athletes don't have any more time after this weekend to get that, but I really think with Jade Lally already selected for the Commonwealth Games, another mark there over the European qualifying mark of 60 metres and 50. That looks, to me, Jade Lally very selectable for those European Championships in Munich, and she can just concentrate on those 2 championships this summer.
There's the qualifiers for the women's 400-metre hurdles. And Hannah, Jessica Turner, the 4th quickest, and Okoro, Newnham and Pollock taking those precious non-automatic qualifying spots as well. Jessie Knight and Jessica Tappin, along with Lena Nielsen, all a long way below 57 seconds. That's nicely set up for the final.
So turn our attention to the final of the men's 400-metre hurdles. And it's super stacked. We were so excited to watch Joshua Folds run that brand new personal best of 50.05 yesterday, and he's really thrown a cat among the pigeons. Alistair Chalmers is the UK #1, ahead of Chris McAllister and Seamus Derbyshire, Paul Jacobs. But Joshua Folds looked really good yesterday. So out there in lane 8.
Chris McAllister goes in lane 8 then. Very experienced McAllister, the TVH man. 49.3 is best. Hasn't broken 50 seconds yet this year. Alistair Chalmers. He goes in 6. Lane 7 is empty, by the way. Alex Nibbs is a no-show. But Chalmers, well, he's the UK #1 by quite some margin. He goes in 6. Good draw that for him. Jacob Paul goes in 5, the Windsor Slough Eton and Hounslow athlete. 50.44 this year. This would be a great time to change that and get under 50, although the wind has just picked up. Seamus Derbyshire goes in lane 4. Nice draw that for the City of Stoke athlete. Looked very good yesterday in his qualifying heat. He has run 49.4, not under 50 this year. Again, now would be the perfect time. Joshua Falls goes in lane 3, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. 50.05, never broken 50 seconds, although he's been knocking on the door. Maranga Makaya looked very strong yesterday, 50.48, his lifetime best. We have 4 athletes in the UK this year who have broken 50 seconds. It's quite a strong discipline, this, for the UK. And on the inside, Bailey Stickings there. He's run 50.32 this year. He's 8th ranked in the UK. Lane 1, not everybody's favourite lane. You almost subconsciously veer away from that curb on the inside lane and therefore end up running another metre or 2 further perhaps than you might have done if you've been in one of the lanes where the left-hand limiter was just a line of paint. But they're in 3. Joshua Falls in those Shaftesbury colours. The stadium record 49.28 by Rhys Williams. That was crikey, back in 2006. 16 years ago now. So away they go then, just the 7 athletes out there with lane 7 empty as they go down the back straight. Chalmers in the green, second to left. Begins to hurdle ahead of the others. He's really attacked this first 150. Yeah,
his hurdle super badly. He was struggling already, but just lost his momentum there. So he's been high up in the season's list, but couldn't convert that here at the UK Championships. Alistair Chalmers powering for the line, and it was Chris McAllister who just managed to get himself ahead of his training partner, Jacob Paul, to take the silver medal. It's underneath the European qualifying mark there for Alistair Chalmers, and that could be as close to a season's best for Chris McAllister as well. He's underneath that European qualifying mark. But just another note, we have automatic qualifying spots for the World Championships up for grabs here in this event, and Alistair Chalmers is our first automatic qualifier for those World Championships in Eugene, Oregon. And you can see what that means to him. He would have been his target all winter long. Now he can really get himself excited and head.
Alistair Chalmers then, a stadium record 49.21. Chris McAllister, a massive season's best for him in second place, the Thames Valley Harrier-man. And here is Ewan with Jade Lally, the discus winner.
Title. Not bad, not bad.
Not bad for an old girl, is it? Be 35 now. It's bad times. I keep aging myself, and you're aging me now. But at least that was the that was a good moment of being older.
I'm older than everyone, don't worry about it. But listen, really good today, and importantly, qualifying for the Europeans as well. You've been consistent this year. You must be chuffed.
Yeah, it's been this week has been a difficult week for various reasons. So to come out and do that, I'm over the moon. I really didn't expect it. So yeah, cherry on top, that one.
So the World Champs, you've still got to get that qualifying. Got any competitions lined up?
Well, I go back to Australia tomorrow morning, so there's no time. But that, in terms of rankings, that will add to my rankings, I'm sure. It definitely wouldn't have harmed my position of going, so hopefully I'll be confirmed soon, hopefully.
Well, you are the 8 times champion. Absolutely brilliant performance. Show some appreciation. Your women's winner of the discus in 61.42, the brilliant Jade Lally.
Great to hear that perspective there from Jade, that she might still be in with a shot with the World Championships due to the rankings. I think we indicated before, so World Athletics set some pretty hard standards to qualify automatically for their championships, and then they do an invite system on top of that, so they can control their field numbers and have a very predictable schedule. That's important for them when they're trying to have television schedules, track etiquette when you're moving stuff in and out, so they controlled those field sizes. So I'm not aware what Jade Lally's world ranking is. You can check it out. I think if you Google Road to Oregon, that gives you the current standing. So Jade Lally, if she's in that top 32, that would be enough for UK athletics, British athletics, to accept her ranking. We're going to try and check in with the women's triple jump that's going on down there. They're into their 4th round. Do have 10 competitors or 11 competitors, and they've slimmed that down to 8, so they'll just be rearranging those guys as expected. At the moment, Naomi Metzger in the lead. It's pretty windy down there. She's got a 14.17 with a following wind of 3.4. See who's that getting a round of applause down the back straight? Can't be Philip Sadou.
I don't know about pretty windy down there. It's blowing a gale here. I think that we must be. It's funneling it towards us, Hannah. It's one of those days where it's oh God, Rob, because it's very, very windy indeed. Yeah, 3 rounds done. Metzger with 14.17 in the first round has a lead of almost a metre over Sinead Goodsmore. 13.28 for the Birchfield Harrier in 2nd place behind the Trafford AC athlete Metzger. And Lily Holland from Thames Valley Harriers in 3rd place with 12.84.
Also got the women's heptathlon shot put going on down there. They've already done their 100-metre sprint hurdles and their high jump. Laura Darcy came 3rd in that high jump competition overall, but with her kind of slightly slower mark in the 100 hurdles, I think she's really up there in the lead contenders at the moment. But early days in the heptathlon, could all change. Metzger just bounding in the background as well, so it's getting pretty busy down there. And as you can see behind you, there are some crowds, and that's lovely. It was pretty quiet here last night for that Friday night schedule, but that back straight really starting to get busy, and whether that's because you've got the triple jump and got that shot put over there to keep them entertained. Nice to see all these fans filtering in.
Yeah, Darcy opening proceedings. 10.14 for Laura Darcy. That's a modest opener, but she looks reasonably happy with it. Gets a mark on the board, gets the points in total rolling. Next to go is Grace Morgan. A lifetime best 10.02 for Cardiff Archers. You can probably hear the wind blowing really, really strongly through our microphones. That's Grace Morgan, 2nd in the throwing order of the 8. Well, the best thrower in the field is Ella Rush with 12.73 this year. That from Grace Morgan. Oh, that's a shame. No throw for her to open her account. Eloise Hind, next to go, the youngster, just 17 years old. Eloise Hind, well, her lifetime best 10.61. It's given a pretty good account to herself. Good in the javelin, solid in the high jump. Behind that, 10.42. That's only 19 centimetres off a lifetime best. Good opening effort.
We have the first of our para-track events. We saw Holly Arnold over in the women's javelin. She managed a 39-metre throw today in that event. But we have got this ambulant men's 100 metres. I'm going to introduce you to the field down there. Spoiled with talent down there. In lane 1, he will be representing England at the Commonwealth Games, as will a number of other athletes in this field. Sean Burrows, coached by Joe McDonald, European silver medalist. Lane 3 will be Emmanuel Oyimbo-Cocker. He was 3rd at the Birmingham Diamond League. Season's best of 11.16, just outside his personal best of 11.14. Lane 3 will be Zachary Shaw, 3rd at the European Championships. And I love watching Zach Shaw and Thomas Young battle it out. They really push each other all the way to the line. That was great indoors when they did those events. Lane 4, Rhys Jones, he'll represent Wales at the Commonwealth Games. 2 times Paralympian as well. Lane 5 will be Ola Obidogun, silver medal at 2012. Obidogun's been around so long. This has got to be, if he's doing the Commonwealth Games, it's got to be his 3rd or 4th appearance at that Championships. Lane 5 will be Scotland's Ross Patterson, European medalist over 400 metres, so a little bit of speed work for Patterson as he looks towards those Commonwealth Games. Lane 7 is the Paralympic champion Thomas Young. He's gone underneath 11 seconds this season, as has Zach Shaw, so expect those two to battle it out to try and run another 10-point. In this win, they'll probably manage it, but it might not be a legal reading. Segun Samuel, youngest athlete in the field, he'll complete the lineup out there in lane 8, competing for South London Harriers. So Oyinbo Cocker, 3rd place of that Diamond League. He's just outside the 11-second mark. You can see him there in lane 2, just stretching his hamstrings now, stretching everything out. Zach Shaw in the blue, just to his right-hand side, and Thomas Young in lane 7. Those are the men capable of around the 11-second mark. And just a note to say it's a mixed classification race, so the absolute time doesn't necessarily reflect how well the athletes are doing, as they've mixed together a range of classifications, but given them a tremendous opportunity to compete here in front of a good crowd. And Thomas Young, off to his usual blistering start. Has Zach Shaw managed to live with him? Zach Shaw ahead at the moment. Zach Shaw will get 1 over on Thomas Young. 10.65 for Zach Shaw. That's super quick. Obviously with that massive win, you can see it at 4.6. But Thomas Young looked over and thought, I'm usually right alongside Zach Shaw, but this time Zach Shaw's managed to get the beating of me. It might have been a 3rd place there for Oyinbo Cocker as well. What a shame about the wind reading for these men, but sometimes a good training effect to get that leg speed in, even if you are getting blown along by a gale force wind. Like Thomas Shaw got a good start there in lane 7. Sorry, Thomas Young. Zach Shaw was perhaps flanked by some other athletes that were starting pretty quick as well, because when the camera angle changed, you could really appreciate that it was Zach Shaw who was going to take the victory here in this ambulant men's 100 metres.
Bit of a shame, Hannah, sorry, that they weren't drawn in adjacent lanes. They're by far the quickest. They're metres ahead of everybody else, but they're separated by many, by about 3 lanes at least, I think. And I'd love to have seen them side by side. It would have been better from them for the range of vision and so on.
We'll get to see a number of those athletes at the Commonwealth Games. I've got it noted down that everybody apart from young Segun Samuel is representing their home country at those Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Thomas Young and Zachary Shaw will be in different classifications there. Thomas Young T38, Zachary Shaw T12. But Zach Shaw, just an outpouring of emotion there. I don't know if that's I hope that's tears of joy. And that's it's actually Sophie Hahn's brother, who's on a bit of work experience here for this championships. So him maybe familiar with other members of the para team, if his sister's such a regular.
Back to this shot put. Laura Darcy over with 10.14. Now, second round effort from her. 11.29 from Ella Rush. That was her opener. Holds the lead at the moment. In fact, Jodie Smith has improved that lead. 11.62 is the lead. And the Darcy with 10.14 in the first round. I don't think she liked that. Maybe hurt her hand there, giving it a little shake. No. Yeah, I think it slipped out of the side of her hand. Let's hope it's okay. They're trying to put so much force behind that projectile, and they are heavy, really solid. You can injure yourself if it's there's a serious slip. Grace Morgan then. We're only in the second round. Morgan. Well, she Had a no-throw in the first round, the Cardiff Archers athlete. It is close at the top. Jodie Smith 11.62 to Ella Rush's 11.29. Madison Hutton in third place, the Epsom Newell athlete, with 10.86 at the moment. Grace Morgan there gets a mark on the board, 9.82. Well, certainly Morgan, who's a 10-metre plus athlete, will want to push on, but that's not so far off her lifetime best. In fact, just checking, it's only 20 centimetres below her lifetime best. The rain, by the way, is just beginning to come down. That's a bit worrying, Hannah, because the wind is bringing it in onto our commentary positions. And you and I are surrounded by not only a sea of paper, which would look pretty silly with a lot of rain on it, but also quite a lot of electronic equipment.
Absolutely. You don't want to be making paper mache kind of guards for this electronic stuff out of our notes. That was Eloise Hine. She's in that bronze medal position at the moment. Jordana Morris has got nearly 100 points on her, though, thanks to a fantastic high jump competition. So the young Oxford City athlete Eloise Hine doing her best to hold on to that bronze medal, but she could have some stiff competition from Ella Rush. Ella Rush is just 40 points behind her in fourth place. So if Eloise Hine puts a foot wrong, you think Ella Rush, with her superior season's best and personal best, she's got almost 2 metres, which is a lot of points. 20 centimetres for 13 points. That's 130 points that Ella Rush could gain over Eloise Hine if everything goes to the form book. So a bit of pressure on Eloise Hine if she wants to stay in a medal position.
Good consistent throwing from Hine. 10.42 her opener. That second round effort was 10.34. Now Madison Hutton in third place. She's thrown 10.86 with her opener. Hutton, she is capable of going out beyond 11.5 metres. Hutton waiting for that mark to come up. What does she get? 10.60. Good consistent throwing, no improvement. Stays in third place. Ella Rush next to go, and Ella Rush is a 12.73 thrower. She can throw 1.5 meters more than her opener of 11.29. Very, very fast. That might have been better. 11.29, but she's trying to catch Jodie Smith, who's thrown 11.62. And you've got to remain competitive. It is all about the points. And to an extent, you're throwing against yourself, your own standards. 11.80. It does take the lead, Ella Rush. That's a big improvement. Puts another 51 centimetres onto her opener. Now she's in the groove. She'll be pumped with that. Jodie Smith has to try and respond. By the way, just to mark your cards, the next event on the track is the women's ambulant 100 metres, and then it's the women's 1500 metre final, followed by the men's 1500 final.
So there is our second 100 metre ambulant event. We saw those men go fly down the track just now. Zach Shaw with a brilliant 10.65, but the wind reading was over 4 metres a second, so really blowing a gale down there. Lane 2 will be occupied by Hetty Bartlett. She did the long jump at the Tokyo Olympics, and she's been selected for the English team for the Commonwealth Games. 13.51 this season, so she is in personal best form. To her side in lane 3 will be Eve Walsh-Dan. Looking delighted to be here. She's been selected for Northern Ireland for the Commonwealth Games. So it will be great to see Eve Walsh-Dan use this event to build in her preparations. Alison Smith, another athlete, Commonwealth Games bound. She was in the mixed relay, picking up a silver medal in Tokyo. Lane 5 is young 14-year-old Maddie Down. She's from Halesowen AC, coached by Dominic McNeils. It's been running fast that this season so far, but plenty of weeks left. Lane 8 will be Sophie Camlish. She was a world champion in 2017. Representing Bristol and West. So as with the men's, we've got a spread of classifications here. We have got 5 T38 athletes. Hetty Bartlett, Eve Walsh-Dan, Alison Smith and Madeline Down in your 2, 3, 4, 5 are all T38, as is Sophie Hahn out there in lane 7. BB Jackson, T44, Sophie Camlish, T64 So an element of being able to compare 5 out of these 7 athletes we've got down there. Keep your eye on Sophie Hahn there in lane 7, world record holder in her discipline. It's a pretty even start there. You can see Hetty Bartlett a little bit isolated in lane 1, but she's working hard to get back on terms with the rest of the field. And at this point, you'd expect Sophie Hahn just to open up, and she does just that. A great second place there for Alison Smith, maybe 3rd for Hetty Bartlett, and 4th for young Madeline Down. But Sophie Hahn really showing her class there in that race, just a shade outside of her season's best, but with that massive asterisk of a huge following wind. Sophie Hahn seemed to get into her running as that race went on.
Yeah, plus 4.6 a few minutes ago, Hannah. Plus 3.6 there for Sophie Hahn. But comfortable victory nonetheless, as expected. Seconds left, gets a very good start. Really quick feet over the first 25 metres or so. Great running in lane 4 from Alison Smith, but she can't live with Hahn. Real contrast in the stature, but Hahn, such quick feet, wins it by what, a couple of metres? Good running over in lane 2 from Hetty Bartlett for 3rd place as well.
Sophie Hahn looking smooth, looking in control. You can see Hetty Bartlett, so a long jump specialist, probably on paper. Another long jump specialist mixing it up this weekend. Lorraine Ugan will be in the 100-metre semi-finals later, and she won't have an awful lot of time to recover from that between her long jump final, but that's a different event. There was Hetty Bartlett mixing it up. No, it's, yeah, Hetty Bartlett mixing it up with the 100 metres and the long jump in her career as well. Alison Smith taking a good 2nd place. Sophie Hahn of Charnwood AC, our victor in the women's 100-metre ambulant race. There we go. That race has been made official again. Unfortunately, I don't think those personal bests and season's bests will stand with that wind reading. But the winning margin is still super impressive for Sophie Hahn, but that's what we expect from a Paralympic champion and a world record holder. And Sophie and the athletes behind her, a lot of them can turn their attention towards those Commonwealth Games. Alison Smith, Hetty Bartlett selected for that England team. Of course, Eve Walsh-Dan will be representing Northern Ireland at those Commonwealth Games.
Well, we can go back to the heptathlon shot put now. And we're in the 3rd round. Madison Hutton, 10.86 and then 10.60. Lying in 3rd place at the moment. Lead still with that 2nd round effort of Ella Rush, 11.80 from Jodie Smith's opener of 11.62. Now, Madison Hutton, best of 11.51. So she won't be happy not to push through.
Really accomplished in the shot put. If she can just get her timing and put that together. Do, of course, only have three throws here in the multi-events. Ella Rush had a solid start at 11.80, but this is her final attempt if she wants to add anything to her point score. And she need about 70 centimetres ahead of Oxford City's Eloise Hind if she wants to go into the bronze medal position after this event. 11.82, that's not really a massive improvement for Ella Rush, but Eloisa Hind at the moment is only on 10.42, so she has given away some points there. I do think we'll see Ella Rush up into the medal positions when we recalibrate the scores. Grace Bauer, Liverpool Harriers, 10 metres 24. That's her 1st round attempt. 6th place at the moment. Bauer was so close to some decent clearances in those high jumps. A lot of them were taking third time attempts. Bauer just missing out on so much needed points in that high jump. That won't be any improvement, so she'll finish with 10 metres in 24. 4:04 competitor Melissa Courtney-Bryant. She's got something Laura Muir hasn't got. She's got a medal at the Commonwealth Games. Laura Muir contended the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow 2014. and wasn't successful in securing a medal. Melissa Courtney-Bryant doing that over in Australia in 2018. But Hannah Nuttall, some good experience over the longer distances, dabbled in the steeplechase over the last couple of years, and she's the athlete to take up the running at the moment, coached at the moment by Helen Clitheroe, so they will have a plan, and I'm sure Hannah Nuttall will try and execute that plan as they come through the first 200 metres around about 4:20, 4:22 pace, so it's not lightning quick. And everyone will know that Laura Muir is just biding her time behind. You can see her just at the back of your picture wearing that Great Britain kit with a red number on her front. She is the UK lead with 4:02.8. But the rest of the athletes have just got to look at each other and try and figure out these minor places.
Well, it's on the slow side, isn't it? 54 seconds. Laura Muir, the whole field in her sights. Probably the right thing to do at this stage, although I'm always a little bit nervous when it's really slow, Hannah, and you fear that somebody might go down. And if you're towards the back of the field, you can get caught up in this. 73 seconds, the opening lap. Laura Muir might be more comfortable. It would have been about 10 seconds quicker.
Absolutely, as would Melissa Courtney-Bryant. At this point yesterday, Ellie Leather, you can see her on the outside of your picture, she thought, this is going too slow. I don't want to be running this slow, so maybe Ellie Leather might swing round and have a go. I thought Alex Millard might. She's there on the inside in the red vest with the one on her hip. She ran a great sub-16-minute 5K. She could be in the 5K later if she wanted to, but choosing to come here perhaps because of that great 4:12 personal best she ran in Watford a few weeks ago. Ellie Leather just on the shoulder of Melissa Courtney-Bryant. Kai Malunga getting pushed super wide here. I've seen her training partner Isabel Ives make that 800-metre final, but look at, here comes Laura Muir. Let's get a clock on this. Laura Muir, same as she did yesterday, coming through with 2 laps to go. Maybe she's going to test herself, see what she can do over the final 800 metres. That wasn't the change of pace we saw yesterday, but all the other athletes politely just letting Laura Muir get herself near the front, and why not? Melissa Courtney-Bryant will be waiting for this. She's positioned herself on the outside of Hannah Nuttall here. I feel that that's certainly to try and respond when Laura Muir just swing wide. And look at that from Ellie Leather. I love that. You've got Olympic silver medalist on your shoulder. What do? You push her wide a little bit, protect your position. So we're coming up with 600 metres to go.
2:26 at 800 metres, another very slow lap. In fact, even slower than the first. It was outside 73 seconds. But Laura Muir, well, it'll be a test. I thought she might kick in hard there with 800 to go. It was 2:09 there, but she hasn't done that, Hannah. So just beginning to wind it up here nicely. And you can see the only other athlete who's broken 4:10 this year getting into a slipstream there, Millie Bryant.
So Laura Muir, that is the big move. 500 metres to go. She's really put her foot down. This wasn't a slow lap. This will be a 63 or so off Laura Muir, and now she's really got into her full flow running. Melissa Courtney-Bryant in second place at the moment. Hannah Nuttall holding on for third. The athletes are spread out behind her. They've kicked. Everybody is really moving flat out now. Laura Muir's home and dry. She's got 300 metres to go thanks to a 60-second lap. Nobody could live with that change of pace. At the moment, Melissa Courtney-Bryant looking okay for the silver medal, but Hannah Nuttall's closing hard. Sabrina Sinner is with her. Alexandra Millard is there. You can see as that camera pans out. Hannah Nuttall at the moment in that bronze medal position. Melissa Courtney in the silver medal position. That gap has remained the same for the last 300 metres. Laura Muir striding away down the track. It's great to see an athlete of Laura Muir's calibre here contending this British title. And it's going to be another British win at this UK Championships for Laura Muir. She's racking up these titles. Olympic silver last year after so many years of being in and around that podium. And it's another UK title with a scintillating closing lap. Melissa Courtney holds on well for the second silver medal. And Sabrina Sinner bags herself her first senior medal. She was 4th or 5th at the Indoor Championships. But hats off to Sabrina Sinner and her coaching team, because that is some run. He said there was an opportunity behind the likes of Laura Muir and Melissa Courtney-Bryant. And the best of the rest today was Sabrina Sinner. A brave run from Hannah Nuttall, just slipping back into 4th place.
Well, the last 800 for Laura Muir won't have been much outside 2 minutes. She ran a 60 up to 1,200 metres, and she came home with a last lap of about 60 as well, 60.2 there or thereabouts. So probably about 201, 202 her last 800 metres, Laura Muir. She was really working on the final lap, Hannah, up the back straight into the wind, grimacing there. You can see here she's still working very hard. Yesterday was just some sort of an experiment mid-race. Apparently she ran that 800 mid-race yesterday, really with only a hard 650 in about 203. Well, here I think she's gone quicker for her last 800. So it's been a superb weekend's workout for Laura Muir. With all due respect to her opposition, virtually a couple of good hard training blowouts for Laura Muir. Disappointing that 9 women in the UK have broken 4:10 this year, but only 2 of them in this final. There are different reasons for that. Katie Snowden, of course, we know is not well, and other athletes are focusing on other priorities. But that is a totally dominant run from Laura Muir. And as you say, yet another UK title.
I think there's maybe a 2:03 closing 800 from Laura Muir. That's when they came through. The time from 2 laps to go to the finish was probably 2:03 for the leaders, so maybe 2:02 for Laura. But it's windy. You know, that's pretty good running out there on your own when she didn't get going, you know, until sort of 500 metres to go as well. But Ewan is on the infield, and Laura Muir can tell it about it herself.
All right, it always amazes me how quickly you get your breath back. I mean, if I just run in those conditions as hard as you have, I'd be on the floor for 2 days. You're mega fit.
Yeah, I'm really happy where I'm at, and yeah, just really pleased to come here and get the win and secure my place for Worlds.
Now, I know on paper, with all due respect to your opponents today, you can run a lot quicker than that. As we said, the conditions aren't great. How do you approach a race like that, which, with all due respect, you're going to win it? You know, is it a training run, or are you just going to give it everything?
I mean, I have a lot of respect for my competitors as well, you know, and I'm so happy for Millie, you know, our first World Champs team, which is great. But yeah, I just try and make the most out of every time I come out here and run, and because it's all about the summer and being as fit as possible for them. I mean,
that's one thing I always say to you, and I think people respect you for it. You do always give it absolutely everything. You're training well, you're in fantastic shape. Dare I ask it, medals at the Worlds?
Hope so, that's the aim, yeah.
Ladies and gents, we know she can do it. Show some appreciation. Your winner with the 1500 metres, the brilliant Laura Muir.
Laura Muir make her way over to the presentation area. That is our 3rd British champion. No, 4th. We had the men's high jump as well. That is our 4th. No, I'm losing count. 5th, 6th, 7th. There's been loads.
I've given up counting. There is so much going on.
We saw that emotion from Alistair Chalmers securing his automatic selection for the World Championships, and we didn't appreciate that was also going on for Melissa Courtney. Like you said, Tim, there are other British athletes with that qualifying mark. Katie Snowden has it, wasn't able to come here and race today, so she will have to go to the discretion of the selectors. You do need to get a kind of an exemption, whether it's a medical exemption or something from the head coach and the medical team, to still be considered for selection despite not competing today. But Millie Courtney doesn't have to worry about that, and after a torrid couple of years with injury, it's great to see Melissa Courtney secure her selection for Eugene, and her and Laura Muir can set their sights on that, and hopefully the selectors can add Katie Snowden to those ranks as well, or maybe someone else. We won't claim to be able to try and decipher the complexities of selection meetings, because they can get very, very complicated.
Well, there's the result of that heptathlon shot put. Ella Rush winning 11.82. A narrow victory over Jodie Smith, a Windsor Eden athlete, 11.67. Madison Hutton, Epsom Newell, 10.86 metres, with Eloise Hind also well over 10 metres as well. Personal best for Grace Morgan, that's great. 10 metres 35 centimetres for her. And let's have a look at the pointers table in that women's heptathlon. 2.620 for Jodie Smith from Jordana Morish. That lead is fairly substantial, isn't it? What, 233 points for Jodie Smith. Great first day from Jodie Smith so far. They've got the 200 to come.
So there is that result of the 1500 metres confirmed. Laura Muir taking a win, Melissa Courtney holding on well for 2nd place, and Sabrina Sinnott with a powerful last 80 metres, getting herself her first senior medal. Let's hope that's one of many to come, but that's automatic qualification, like we said, for the World Championships for Laura Muir and Melissa Courtney Bryant. We talk about perhaps a slightly diluted field there on the women's side in terms of people with qualifying times. It is the opposite when we turn our attention to the men's 1500 metres. We've got 4 athletes down there think they've got a real shout at that World Championships team, but unfortunately only 3 spots for Great Britain and only 2 available automatically in this race.
Well, it is an extraordinarily strong field, stands in stark contrast with all due respect to the women's field. There is Josh Kerr, the defending champion from Scotland, Edinburgh AC, the Tokyo Olympic bronze medalist. There are 3 Tokyo finalists in this field, underlines the strength of UK middle distance running. George Mills will be a factor here, the Brighton Phoenix man, good over 800 metres. Mike Wilson is there, John Howarth as well, John Howarth from Team Bath. Jake Whiteman, 10th in the Olympic Games. His father Jeff on the stadium public address felt he wasn't strong enough. He's strengthened up this winter after that disappointing 10th place for him. He's a European medalist, don't forget, from 2018 is Jake Whiteman. And James West is there too. Tom Keane for Cambridge and Coleridge. James Young from Morpeth Harriers. Jake Hayward, 9th in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. What a games he had. Fantastic experience for the Cardiff athlete. Callum Elson is a round 8 runners athlete. He's never broken 3:40. I'm not sure if he will today in these gusting conditions. Neil Gourley has a world qualifying time. UK champion back in 2019, was 2nd the following year. Was 6th in the world indoors, by the way, in Belgrade back in March. He's in good form. And Matt Stonier is in there as well, already selected for the Commonwealth Games, the 20-year-old, coached by Chris McGeorge, himself a former Commonwealth Games bronze medalist. So, away they go. Now, how will the times go in this one? It already looks like it's slowing down after initial rush, bit of pushing and shoving there. Let's hope and pray nobody goes down. And Whiteman in 3rd place, Josh Kerr in 2nd. This is going to be a real game of cat and mouse, almost like a game of chess between the big names, as James West eases to the front, but he looks rather reluctant runner, reluctant leader, says the Tunbridge AC man. Jake Hayward wants to put himself in a good position on the shoulder of the leader. That's where everybody wants to be. We're going to see a lot of changing of positions, I suspect, in this one, Hannah. Probably a click under 45 at 300.
There's a lot of pushing and shoving going on there. Jake Whiteman slotting himself on the inside there. That's fine, as long as the athlete in front of you doesn't start slowing. And James West at this stage, with a 61st lap, he'd have no problems. I might expect Jake Hayward to kick kind of a little bit earlier. He hasn't got the 400-metre speed, so 800-metre speed of the likes of Neil Gourley and Jake Whiteman and Josh Kerr. They've all done 144, whereas Jake Hayward sitting more on that sort of 147. George Mills, again, he might not want it to come down to an absolute sprint. You open the door to the likes of Matt Stonier if you do that. Neil Gourley, for me at the moment, just a little bit further back than he needs to be at this stage. Jake Whiteman getting pushed back there by Jake Hayward as he slots in a little bit tighter to the rail, trying to run that shortest line.
So West, Hayward, Mills, Josh Kerr moving down the outside. Stonier boxed at the moment, back in about 8th place on the inside, the winner of the Emsley Car Mile. And they go through with 2 laps to run, and it has been a much slower second lap. The first lap, 60.5. Everybody is there, everybody watching each other. Stonier needs to get off the curb in that red vest of Invicta East Kent. They go through 800 metres. Look at that, 62.5 that lap, 2:03 at 800. The cat and mouse game continues. Josh Kerr now at the front and controlling things. Jake Whiteman back in about 6th place at the moment. Needs to start moving up and covering Kerr. Gourley, haven't really mentioned him in that yellow vest of Gipnock North AC. He's in 2nd place. Whiteman watching everything they're doing in 5th.
That was a good move off Neil Gourley. He wasn't in any great position last lap and he managed to glide through. He almost shut off Jake Whiteman. And at this point, Jake Whiteman is looking like he's making it hard for Jake Hayward to get to the front. Josh Kerr, for me, has got the best position here. The top 4 are almost straight across the track. Jake Hayward of Wales trying to get past the 3 Scotsmen. But Josh Kerr leading at the moment. Can he hold on?
Kerr from Gourley. Whiteman now in 3rd place, Hayward in 4th, Mills in 5th. Stonier's got a lot of work to do. He's back in about 7th at the moment as Josh Kerr leads through 1,200 metres, a 57.1. There's still not a big acceleration yet. 3 minutes exactly at 1,200 metres as Kerr leads down the back straight. He's the defending champion. Now Whiteman tries to get past and kicks in alongside his teammate. They were running as colleagues, as kids, and Whiteman gets into the lead there significantly ahead of Kerr going into the final bend. Whiteman, Kerr, And Gurley in third place. Hayward has got some running to do yet in 4th place. Mills back in 5th. Stonier's out of it, back in 6th place. As Whiteman kicks to the home. Kerr trying to come back at him. Down the outside, Gurley with that recent 144 for 800. But is Whiteman going to take it? He's still holding on towards the line and gets it there. Whiteman takes it. Takes the title. And some big names behind him. Gurley was coming through. Kerr loses it on this occasion. Maybe short of racing. Josh Kerr, he hasn't raced much yet this year. Perfectly executed by Jake Whiteman. Well, the experience he's accrued over recent years will be well used there. Let's not forget that he's a 3:29 performer. On paper, both he and Josh Kerr, fabulously fast athletes with sub-3:30 clockings. But Jake Whiteman has given everything there. I got his last lap at 53.9. I'm sure that's completely wrong, but as a rough idea of what it was like. And there is his dad, Jeff Whiteman. He himself almost broke 4 minutes for the mile. Kath Mary there, an Olympic medalist at 400 metres to the left of picture. And there is one very proud dad, and rightly so. He's had to wait a long time for this, Jake Whiteman.
Is that Jake Whiteman's first outdoor title? I think we've spoken about this in the past.
I think
he's got medals at Europeans, medals at Commonwealths, but he's never won this. And when you had those 4 athletes of that calibre, Josh Kerr, Jake Whiteman, Jake Hayward, Neil Gawley, it really mattered in terms of selection where you finished in this race. And I was hoping Jake Whiteman might do this. This was the same tactic he employed to win the Rabat Diamond League. It's a big last 200 metres. People talk about kicking from 400 out, but Jake is really starting to master a really deadly last 200. And he executed that super well here. You can see Neil Gawley tried to get past Josh Kerr at 150, couldn't manage it. Josh Kerr held him off. Jake Hayward is just flown down the inside, took a bit of a gamble there. But Neil Gawley coming through for that second automatic spot. And the Olympic bronze medalist is showing quite how he got that by fighting again in that final 20 metres. And are we looking there at our World Championship team?
I think we are.
Whiteman and Gawley automatic. Kerr as a defender, he's coming in with Olympic bronze medal. Heartbreak potentially for Jake Hayward of Wales there. He might have to sit at home and dust himself off. He's going to have scraped his knee pretty badly then as well. It's got some track on it, but he might have the last laugh come the Commonwealth Games if those 3 are a bit tired following the Eugene World Championships.
Well, Jake Hayward. Oh. And we're going over to Ewan, who's with the winner, Jake Whiteman.
Come out, and it's certainly shining for this young man. Jake, the 10th time of trying to be British champion, and finally you've done it.
Yeah, always a bridesmaid, never the bride, but today I've got my white gown on, so yeah, it's I think it was almost more impressive to not win it in that time, so relief to get that tipped off today, and also just to get on that plane to Oregon is the main thing.
And obviously you're all big rivals, but everyone seems happy for one another. You've got a couple of wounds on your leg there. That's just part and parcel of it, isn't it?
Yeah, like we're fortunate in athletics, there's not too many bad guys. I got on very well with all the guys we race against, and mates off the track, not so much on. So it was always going to be a good race, that final.
Coming to the home straight, I think all 4 of you, the first 4, had the qualifying time, so it really was about coming in the top 2 or definitely winning it. What was going through your mind with that 100 metres to go? Was it a fact of, come on, hang on, my dad's training will pay off?
It was mainly the wind was so bad in the back straight, hopefully it's carrying me in this home straight, which I knew if I'd come into the home straight with a bit of a lead, there was a good enough chance of holding on, which I managed to do.
And both male and female middle distance running in Britain at the moment is so strong. You're on the plane, as you said. How well can you do out there?
Look at Josh last year getting bronze in Tokyo, and Laura getting silver. It shows that we're up there to compete with the best in the world. We've got an annoying guy called Jakob Ingebrigtsen that we need to try and beat. So yeah, hopefully the 3 of us that go can give him a good run.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're smiling. I've seen your mum and dad this weekend. I mean, we can't shut your dad up, but any message for the old boy? Because, you know, he cares so much and he works hard. And to be fair, it must be hard to commentate on when your son is running like that.
Yeah, he puts as much work in as I do, but my thing to say to him now would be rest your voice a little bit because you're shouting. Save it.
Do us a favour, for Christmas, buy him a better jumper because what he's wearing today is absolutely hideous. Ladies and gents, forget about his dad. What an athlete. He's won it at last. The brilliant Jake Whiteman.
Jake Whiteman then, Well, I wonder if he will buy his dad a new jumper for Christmas, or maybe something a little bit more than that. We all know what Christmas jumpers can look like. Anyway, what a race it was. And yes, I think, Hannah, you're dead right. I think that is the team for the World Championships, should they want the spots. Whiteman, Gurley and Kerr, 1, 2, 3. The Olympic bronze medalist today could do no better than be bronze medalist in the UK Championships. Has to hand over his title from last year to Jake Whiteman, the Edinburgh AC man, who's got a Cockney accent. He's about as much Edinburgh as me, really. But look at those times, 0.63 to 0.66 between Josh Kerr and Jake Hayward. Jake Hayward, the Cardiff athlete, probably, I don't want to predict anything, but probably kept out of the World Championship team by 3/100ths of a second. It was almost on the dive. Great race in that men's 1500 metres. Lived up to its billing. But Jake Whiteman outsmarting all of them with that big surge at 200 metres to grab the lead. Neil Gurley, do you think maybe relied a little bit too much on his finish there down the over the last 150? And with that recent 144 for 800, he was full of confidence.
It was really close tactically, and I think if Neil Gurley had been with Jake, he might have given him a closer battle over the last 50. Luckily, it's a bit simpler as we look towards the men's 100 metres, a bit less tactics that you've got to employ, a bit more execution. Chad Müller there in lane 1.
Well, we go to this first semi-final of 3 in the men's 100 metres. It is the first 2 who go through by ride, of course, with the next 2 quickest, which is a little bit harsh considering the wind has been gusting from very, very strong to fairly light at times today. In lane 1, Chad Müller. In 2, Krishawn Aiken. Jonah Effoloko there goes in lane 3. Oji Adoberon goes in lane 4. And Oberon, Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. He is a 10-1 man this year. Has actually won 10.03. Reece Prescott, well, the reigning European champion from Enfield and the Haringey. 9.93 is his best. He's in lane 5. Again, this is another discipline on the men's side that's in the UK. We are almost have an embarrassment of riches, certainly by European standards. The US title going yesterday in 9.77 to Fred Curley after a 9.76 semi-final. He ran 9.83 in his heat. Oliver Bromby goes in lane 6. There's Kezi Olodoi goes in 7. Elliot Jones in lane 8 for Liverpool and Pembroke and Sefton. So Prescott, the European number 1, 9.93 this year. Obviously the British number 1. He goes in lane 5. Lane 7 is empty, actually. There is no Kezi Olodoi, which is strange because we have a start list with his name on it. But the changes that have been made at the last minute in one event after another have been astonishing this weekend. Last minute changes. The men's first heat, first semi-final of the 100 metres. Reece Prescott in 5. Ooh. Now, I didn't spot anything there. Let's hope it's a faulty start rather than a disqualification. Quite a lot of noise in the arena, actually, and with the wind blowing so hard, there's various bits of the structures flapping. Now, watch this again. Lane 2.
Oh, I don't know, it was Arnold Hughes.
I thought I saw Aiken maybe twitch there.
Oh, no, phew. I was going to say Zarnell Hughes false. I think I saw the GB kit. Zarnell Hughes was competing in that yesterday, because we wouldn't want Zarnell Hughes to false start twice in 2 consecutive British Championships. But go on, give him a faulty start.
Please make it a faulty start.
That's what the crowd wants. All the spectators, at least. Ah.
It was 2. Oh, that is such a shame. Negotiated the heat well, and comes to this point and this first semi-final. Oh, and he cannot believe it. Takes it philosophically to Krishawn Aiken, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, and be down to his teammate Oji Adoberon in lane 4 now to hold the end up for the club. Prescott in lane 5. Good this time. Prescott in the Great Britain kit centre of picture, going really well. Also going well right beside him is Oliver Bromby. But Prescott takes it there by about a metre, just easing away. Coming through strongly in the second half with Odobrun and Efaloko. Remember, only the first two go through by right. 10.07, the win 3.9 though. It was strong. And he won't be bothered about that at all. Reece Prescott, he can now start focusing upon the final. And that final, well, that is the penultimate event of the day at 6:40 this evening. The women's final is 10 minutes later at 6:50. But all good in the Prescott camp. I got the impression, Hannah, there was a little bit being held back there.
Yes, but they were so even for so long. So you can hold something back, but you've got to stay relaxed. Because Efaloko and Edeburen were really driving the whole way to the line. I thought on that, every time I watch it, I just change my mind between Edeburen and Efaloko for that second automatic qualifying spot. But Reece Prescott, he was under pressure here, so maybe he was holding back, but still having that ability to raise your pace in the final closing stages. 10.05 for first, though, that's pretty quick. So maybe it doesn't really matter who got that second and third between Efaloko and Edeburen, but it maybe does matter for a lane draw. That final, just 2.5 hours away at 6:40. So we'll wait on that result. Have a look at Charlie Rowe in this men's javelin. Athletes down there trying to get some more points. Just to give you a bit of a reference point, 1 metre is 15 points. Charlie Rowe in the moment sitting in 4th place overall. Let's see if he can get back on terms with Elliot Thompson. It's around about a 400-point deficit though at the moment, so Charlie Rowe would probably need Elliot Thompson to do something wrong. Had a bit of a yes there from Charlie Rowe. He seemed to like that throw. Charlie Rowe just maintaining that speed all the way down the runway. So you want to see a nice fluid action. It's so complicated launching that spear. Luckily that wind seems to have died down a bit. We had some gusts when we had the women's individual final. Becca Walton managing to navigate that the best and convert her UK lead into a gold medal. 48.99 for Charlie Rowe, saved his best to last. So we are in this final round of the men's decathlon. 48.99 for Charlie Rowe. Big season's best, still a little bit underneath his personal best of 50 metres.
Not far off his personal best, though. It's a great effort from Charlie Rowe. They are throwing, of course, into the wind, so they are getting some help. That was the last throw in the 3rd round.
So that
Jack Turner didn't take his 2nd and 3rd round efforts, Hannah. Just one throw from Jack Turner, 42.22, and then he's stopped. I can only assume he's got a sore elbow or shoulder or something handicapping him.
Yeah, hopefully nothing that would affect his running. Right, so it did get given to OJ Edebora, must be down to the 1,000th there, so he gets that 2nd automatic space. His personal best for Jonah Efaloko, well, they're not with the wind, but let's see if that 10.06 for 10.16 for Efaloko will be enough. But we've got, yes, it has flipped over to official, and it's still Edebora in 2nd place. Bromby on 10.23 at the moment, so those are non-automatic qualifying. Efaloko 10.16, Bromby 10.23, but 2 more semi-finals left to go. Reece Prescott and OJ Edebora safely through.
Well, Reece Prescott in fine fettle, and although there was a 3.9 metre per second wind behind him there, I think when the gloves come off come the final, we'll see him go a lot quicker than that if there is a following wind.
Samuel Hughes, David Morgan Harrison, Andrew Robertson, they will have been watching this. Adam Thomas on that comeback from his fantastic indoor season. But I'm sure they'll save half a thought for Krishawn Aiken and his DQ. Such fine margins. I think we do see the biggest stars perhaps take it a little bit easy through the semis, but they will really try and blast that start once they get to the final. Lane 1, in Wales is Samuel Gordon. I spoke about it yesterday. Welsh athletes doing so many races this season to try and get for one team into the Commonwealth Games. Dira Homer will go in lane 2. bronze at the England Under-20 Championships. Reigning European champion will go in lane 3, Zarnell Hughes. 4x1 silver medal from Rio. Complicated situation in Tokyo. That medal getting taken away from them. Lane 4 will be David Morgan Harrison, Bucks champion this season. Fine Fettle in the championship environment. Andrew Robertson, expect him to have a super fast speed at the start. He does maintain it well for 100 metres as well. Sale Harriers Manchester here in his home stadium where his club is based. Now, this man is also very accomplished over 60 metres. He took 5th place at the World Indoor Championships in Belgrade. And then looks like he maybe took a bit of time off, got some training under his belt. He's come out well a little bit later in the season than some of his competitors. Lane 7 will be Olamide Isaac. Semi-final indoors, adding semi-final outdoors to his resume. Can he challenge his personal best of 10:33? Lane 8 will be Richard Akinyebo. He was second to David Morgan Harrison at those Bucks Championships. And that lovely named club, Be Fit Today Track Academy. I like the sound of them. So you can see the full lineup there. Samuel Gordon in 1, Direct Homer in 2, Hughes in 3, Morgan Harrison in 4, Robertson in 5, Thomas in 6, Isaac in 7, Akinyebo in 8. First 2 get themselves a spot into tonight's final. Clean start, that's what we like to see. Zarnell Hughes in lane 3, the tallest in this field, just gliding away now. But Andrew Robertson and Adam Thomas having a battle down there as well. But it is Adam Thomas, and the screams you can hear to my side, I think, are for Zarnell Hughes. He's got a bit of a fan club down there. And that's why, oh, it's going to be wind. It's not going to be good with the wind. 4.4, the clock says 9. I've stopped looking at the clock.
I know.
Because of the wind. But
991 adjusted to, yeah.
9, but 4.4 wind, but hey, everyone's had a strong wind, and 9.9 is way faster than we just saw from Reece Prescott with his 10.0 in the first heat. So 990, oh, that's going to be, what a final. If just this wind can just die down, it's got 2.5 hours, if it can just go away, yeah. I think we could see a British title won in sub 10 seconds, which is special.
I think it will drop down. It did yesterday through the evening. It tends to, doesn't it, here in the UK. Zarnell Hughes, the European champion. I think I called Prescott the European champion, only he's the silver medalist, of course, from 2018. But I think Zarnell Hughes was not really holding back much here. He gives it a full blast, especially through the second half when he pulls a long way clear. 991 with a plus 4.4. It, of course, was not a championship record. That remains James Dasaolu's 991, funnily enough, from back in 2013, some 9 years ago. But, yeah, Zarnell Hughes looking superb. Lovely, smooth runner, high knees. Even dipped to the line, glanced across the tape. He was going for it, he knew it. 990, though, it has to be put in the context of gale-forced wind behind him. And actually, come the final, they'll all have the same wind. The big names who make it through will all have the same wind behind them, Hannah. So it's kind of immaterial, isn't it?
It is. And I do wonder if the non-automatic qualifiers are going to be, they'll be a bit favoured there in that race. Adam Thomas will get that second automatic spot. He crossed the line in second. And Samuel Gordon and Andrew Robertson, they weren't too far behind. So particularly Samuel Gordon, he wasn't that far behind Adam Thomas. So those guys could unseat our current non-automatic qualifiers. That's Efaloco in 10.16 and Bromby in 10.23. I feel like Bromby might be bumped out by at least one of those athletes in that second semi-final. Got another one down there. They're just getting lined up.
The wind in the first race was 3.9, so the fellas who do get bumped out can't really complain. 3.9, 4.4, not a huge difference. Of course, we can go across to the pole vault final now. We've already had the pole vault decathlon in this session, and it continues. And they're just trying to pull this one up. Hannah and I desperately trying to stay on top of things here. The bar currently at, well, it's the opening height, 475 at the moment.
Okay, we'll get our eye in on that. So, yeah, bar starting at 475. Looks like everybody else has passed. We've had a first-time failure from Glenn Quayle, Tom Wally over at first time, George Turner over at first time. So we'll stay on that 4.75 for Glenn Quayle. Wally just chatting that through with his coach as well.
Very early days, isn't it? The wind obviously causing a few problems. Third heat, or the third semi, I should say, of the men's 100 metres coming up.
Apologies. I think my computer's slower. That looks like Jack Phipps. Okay, so that was first-time failure for Jack Phipps. He hadn't passed. And there's that official result of that second semi-final. Zarnell Hughes with a 9.91. Adam Thomas, 10.08. Sam Gordon, 10.23. Okay, so he has pushed out Bromby there. So that's our next non-automatic qualifier. Sam Gordon, Andrew Robertson not fast enough thanks to Jonas Efaloco in his 10.16 in the opening round. So that's Sam Gordon to our scorecard. Keep an eye on him. So you need 10.21 or faster. They've got 9 lanes, so if we get 2 people on 10.21, they can just have 9 of them.
Well, it's a good point, actually. When you've got a 9-lane track, why not let 9 lads go through to the final? In fact, are there 10 lanes here? Yeah, there are 10 lanes here. What's wrong with a 10-man final? Is that? Can you think of a good reason why?
We've got to save 1 in case you've got a tie, and you don't go and flip
yeah.
a coin, because that's not any good for anyone.
Yeah, but once the 3 semis have been run, give everybody a chance in the final. There's the lineup for the third semi-final, indeed. And as you can see, Harry Akins already goes in lane 4, a heat winner yesterday. Tommy Ramden up alongside him. He's a 10.18 man, slightly quicker this year. There is Zanson Plummer, again from Shaftesbury Barnet. What a strong squad they've got at these championships. 10.39 this year, his best Plummer. Nick Walsh of Sale Harris Manchester. Should be a big roar for him in front of the home crowd. He's a 10.37 performer this year. In 3, Miguel Francis of Wolverhampton and Bilston. Looked good in qualifying. 10.24 this year. Very close to his lifetime best of 10.23. Harry AA, there he is. Harry Akins Aridi won all the age group competitions he could have been served into. The World Youth Championships. And he's an Olympian, of course, Harry AA. Tommy Ramden. Ramden goes in lane 5, the Bexley athlete. 10.18 this year. He's actually ranked right up there this year. Jeremiah Azu, 6th ranked in the UK alongside Tommy Ramden. Jack Lawrence of Birchfield Harriers goes in lane 7. Very close to his personal best this year. 10.37 is best this year. 10.35 in qualifying. Kieran Daly of Blackheath and Bromley, 10.35 this year. But he's a 10.1 man. Kieran Daly, again, of Blackheath and Bromley. Birchfield Harrier, Jack Lawrence. So,
On your marks.
call to their blocks then. Is perhaps the softer of the 3 semi-finals in some respects. Now, the lineup from the far side: in 1, Zanson Plummer; in 2, Nicholas Walsh; in 3, Miguel Francis; in 4, Harry Akins Ariti; in 5, Tommy Ramden; then Jeremiah Azu in 6, Jack Lawrence in 7, Kieran Daly to the left of picture in lane 8. The first 2 go through by right. This could be very close. Nobody really showing significantly at the moment. We're on the lane 3. Miguel Francis going well. Miguel Francis on the near side in 5. And that's always in 6. I think it was Azu. Jeremiah Azu takes that one. The time 9.94 and the wind 5.6. I think that's a weekend record. 5.6 meters per second. 9.94. I'm sure that'll be the quickest Jeremiah Azu has ever covered 100 meters in. So he's very businesslike, as is Harry AA. Did he get second, Harry AA? Fourth from right, Harry Akins Ariti. Azu, third from left. Small and compact, but very quick out of the blocks and good through the second half too. In fact, second place did it go to Miguel Francis in lane 3. We knew it'd be tight, this one, but that's a great run from Jeremiah Azu. Yeah, he dips to win. And in fact, Miguel Francis, a comfortable second there ahead of Harry Akinzariti. But the times, again, Hannah, will tell the story.
Harry Akinzariti, he did walk off as though he'd qualified. He was really full of congratulations for Jeremiah Azu, and that will just be because getting your spot in that final is so important. Jeremiah Azu executed that well. Miguel Francis, we've seen so little of him in the last few years. It's brilliant to see him make this final. I said it yesterday, I'd love to see Miguel Francis in that 200-metre final tomorrow as well. The semis and final, and he'd say 200 metres is maybe his favourite event, but great to see the Wolves and Bilston athlete into the final. And let's have a look. So it's Harry Akinzariti, did take that third place. He's looking for 10:21 to see if he can get ahead of Samuel Gordon.
There's the decathlon javelin result. Charlie Rowe the best, 48.99. Tom Chandler 46.02. Caius Joseph 44.43. Season's best for Rowe and Joseph, and we'll see how that impacts upon the overall points table. There it is, 6.536 to 6.486. That's what, a 49-point difference between Jack Turner and Caius Joseph, and Elliot Thompson back in third place. What, another 79 points back. All those fellas, just the 1,500 metres to come.
So that is two non-automatic qualifiers from that round. Harry Akinzariti with that 10 dead, Nicholas Walsh with that 10.14. That bumps out Jonas Efaloko and Sam Gordon. Wow, Jonas Efaloko came down to the thousandth between him and OJ Edeboran. And I think when you're in the same race and they have separated you, that doesn't get you through to the final. I might be wrong, there might be some rule if you have to go to the thousandths. But no, then it would be Tommy Randon. If you're going to go to 9 people, you'd be down to Tommy Randon. So unfortunately, Jonah Efaloko and Sam Gordon out. Harry Akinzariti in. What a great run from Nicholas Walsh as well in that race. That'd be big wind-aided personal best.
Well, 5.6 the win behind those fellas in that third semi-final. That was a fortunate gust, and that's where you start losing the objectivity, isn't it? You know, nothing you can do about it, and everybody accepts that's the conditions of track and field athletics. But a massive gust behind that first semi-final has enabled the first 4 to go through. I think a lot of people would argue that. Back to this pole vault. And there's a vest that I'm reasonably familiar with. Wore that a few times myself, the old Crawley vest. And George Turner. No, bang, and straight up through that. He's a 5.25 vaulter. He's only cleared 4.90 this year. And he's already vaulting at his season's best there, having cleared 4.75 first time. Just looking at the cards so far, the majority of athletes not coming in yet at 4.75. Glenn Quayle went over it third time, so did Jack Phipps third time. George Turner there was the first to attempt the next type 4.90.
Glenn Quayle down there for his first attempt at 4.90. He has been selected for Commonwealth Games to represent the Isle of Man, so congratulations to Glenn Quayle. That's a small elite team. Glenn Quayle is struggling a bit with the wind. Ah, no, not so much that time. That's a first time clearance for Glenn Quayle at 4.90 metres. He's done 5 metres and 3, so he's getting up amongst his best heights there in tricky conditions. But Glenn Quayle, I'm sure he's glad to get a first time clearance after his third time attempt at the previous height.
Well, the next event on the track, those are the semi-finals of the women's 100 metres. They're due off at 1:30, so in a couple of minutes' time they're preparing down there at the far end already. In fact, they're ready for the first semi.
Do look very ready. That's the start list there on your screen. It's a note to Lorraine Egan. She's got a long jump final starting at 5:08, so she's got 40 minutes or so to get over there. Hopefully the call room team know where she is, because they would have seen a lot of her. Ashley Nilsson, Daryl Nita, Asher Phillip in the middle. Lovely to see Ashley Nilsson and Asher Phillip still competing at this level. Lorraine Ugan, the British long jump record holder, using this weekend to hone her speed as well. Got herself into this final, a semi-final as a non-automatic qualifier. Shani Skirvin, 4th at the English Championships last year. She'll go in lane 2 for Notts AC. Lane 3 will be Scotland's Alison Bell, just a youngster, still a teenager, looked really good in her heat yesterday. I'm impressed by her execution here at such a young age. Ashley Nielsen will be in lane 4. Season's best yesterday, 11.30, qualifying her for this race, this semi-final. Daryl Nita looked phenomenal yesterday. Olympic finalist last season, under 11 seconds for the first time, and she looks like she's barely taken a breath since then. She's pushed on, looking better with every race and every month that goes past. Lane 6 will be Asher Phillip, Newham, Essex and Beagles. She was a surprise silver medalist, I say here, at the Olympic trials last year, securing her automatic selection for Tokyo. Sort of bringing that championship performance when it mattered. Lane 7, the Bucks finalist, Sarah Malone, competing at a higher level here in this semi-final at the UK Championships. And lane 8 will be Eve Wright, alongside Dina Asher-Smith yesterday. Managed to hold her own very much in that race to qualify for the semi-final. So Ugan in 1, Skirvin in 2, Bell in 3, Nelson in 4, Nita in 5, Phillip in 6, Malone in 7, Wright in 8. Daryl Nita seemed to run a very full, hard race yesterday. 11.04 for Wynne-Dated win in her heat yesterday. Will we see something similar now, or will she save a tiny bit? Try to face Dina Asher-Smith in a final later on this evening. Good clean start from the women down there. Good start from Ashley Nielsen and Asher Phillip. Asher Phillip up on Daryl Nita very briefly, but as we come through 50 metres, Daryl Nita starting to stretch away. Lorraine Ugan holding her own on the inside there, but Daryl Nita will automatically qualify, as will Asher Phillip. The clock says 10.92 and the wind gauge says +3, so not the kind of ridiculous wind speeds we saw in the men's just now, but 10.92 off Daryl Nita. That's the fastest she's ever covered 100 metres, whether there was a wind behind her or not. Might have been similar to for Asher Phillip, and I'm impressed. Every season Asher Phillip seems to be getting better and better, despite being around since she was an under-18 world youth champion and the likes of that. Daryl Nita like that, looked like she enjoyed herself. Maybe advantage there being in the first heat as well, tiny bit of extra recovery. And these women will be the very final event of today's second day of the UK Championships. Daryl Nita and Asher Phillip will be there. Ashley Nielsen holding on for 3rd place, just ahead of Lorraine Ugan.
Yeah, Asher Phillip, a couple of metres down there in 2nd place, but 10.92. We know that Daryl Nita can actually get down towards that sort of time this year. Legal, +3 metre per second wind. What a shame it wasn't a +2, because I think she might have gone under 11 seconds here today in this semi-final. But the first 2 go through by Wright. The rest we'll have to wait and see. There it is, Daryl Nita from Asher Phillip. Ashley Nielsen, 11.23, not far behind Asher Phillip. And then Lorraine Ugan, good sprinting from her, 11.49, albeit with that very strong gust behind them. 2 semis to come. Nita, 10.92. Phillip, 11.18.
We'll look back over at the men's pole vault. George Heptonstall, opening height at 4 metres and 90. We've seen Jacob Clark go clear, Glenn Quayle's gone clear. Oh, that's just Heptonstall just running through there. Something didn't feel right at all. This is his opening height. I don't know if that's a tiny bit of a limp going on there. A shame to see the Sheffield and Durn athlete not get a mark here. But he just ran straight through, so he had all that speed, couldn't slam the brakes on. He didn't have time to go back and try again.
Yeah, well, there's a certain point where you're committed and you cannot turn back. Now, Turner next to go. George Turner, 4:75 first time. Oh, we saw him fail it earlier actually. But no, he's good. 4:90 first time failure. This would equal his season's best. It's like a left-hander. Here's Turner. No. He aborts that attempt. Oh, and he goes through. So that will count as a failure. So that's 2 fails for him at 4:90, I'm afraid. And we can go back to the track in the meantime for this second semi-final of the women's 100 metres. And there is the lineup. And, of course, Dina Asher-Smith, world 200 metres champion from Blackheath, going in lane 6. We've seen some rather impressive running already on the men's and women's side in the semi-finals so far. 10:92, remember, by Daryl Neater just now in that first semi-final. What can Dina Asher-Smith do here? Will she run hard, or will she actually just keep her powder dry? Rebecca Jago, the UK finalist indoors now back in 2020, a semi-finalist last year, the Colchester Harrier. Elise Modeste of Enfield and the Haringey, semi-finalist UK indoors over 16 metres this year. Hannah Breyer, selected for the Commonwealth Games already, and a Welsh record in her heat, the 24-year-old. She actually ran in the Commonwealth Games back in 2014 when she was 16, 11:33 yesterday. Leonie Ashmead of Wakefield District Harriers and Athletics Club goes in lane 4. Ashmead, the Northern Indoor Champion. There is Alicia Rees of Edinburgh AC. 11:32 this year, very close to her lifetime best of 11:39. And of course, the one and only Dina Asher-Smith. There she is, going in lane 6, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete, world 200 metres champion, Olympic relay bronze medalist, UK record holder of both 100 and 200 metres. 10:83 is her UK record. Only she and Daryl Neater have ever gone under 11 seconds from the UK. Diane Walker of Birchfield Harriers, 11:74 this year. She'll need to go a lot quicker than that. She wants to get in the top 2 here. And Aaliyah Sibbons completes the lineup in lane 8 for Newham and Essex Beagles. She's 11:59 this year, Sibbons. So, who can join Daryl Neater and Asher Phillip from the first heat? Daryl Neater, remember, 10.92 with a +3 wind from heat 1. Stadium record held by Dina Asher-Smith at 10.91. Asher-Smith, third from left in lane 6. Good start from Alicia Rees beside Asher-Smith, but now the world 200 metre champion gets into a running. Good running in 3-2 from Hannah Breyer. Breyer going really well, but Asher-Smith storming away with that one. 10.97 plus 3.8 the wind. And I rather get the feeling that Asher-Smith did just enough there and no more to take that one. So hard to tell, isn't it, whether or not these athletes are running with something in reserve. It's adjusted to 10.96, her winning time. She goes through, no trouble at all, as we expected. It would have taken something disastrous to happen for her not to have made it through, of course. But let's have a look at this once again. Dina Asher-Smith, second left, kicks very low, doesn't she? You can see that, for example, Rees in the blue there, in the colours of Edinburgh AC, came up much sooner. But Dina, through the second half, gets better and better, as you would expect. It's hard to say whether or not she's better. Oh, so tight for second place. That'll come down to a really tough decision. That'll come down to a photo, of course. But that second semi-final, well, it'll take a while to sort out. Dina Asher-Smith, 10.96 is confirmed, but yes, they are taking a little while to decide who got second place. It was really tight between Rees there and was it Hannah Breyer, I think. Still nothing out computers as yet.
we have got confirmation of those qualifiers for the men's final that will go off this evening. Darnell Hughes getting the fastest times, Jeremiah Azu, Miguel Francis, Harry Atkins-Ariti. Reece Prescott did win his heat, but it didn't take quite so fast for him to win it. OJ Edeboran was second in that heat, and Jonah Efaloko. So they have put 9 in the final. They haven't split OJ Edeboran and Jonah Efaloko. So we will have a 9-person final, and that's brilliant to see Jonah Efaloko get another shot, because that was a tough heat he was in. And so, great news. 10 lanes, 9 competitors.
Yeah, good to see that, isn't it? Well, the bar at 490, and Jack Phipps, the Birchfield Harrier, his moment of truth for the championships this year. Only got 475 at the third time of asking. Now Jack Phipps, who's at 520 Volta, has cleared 5 meters this year. Harry Koppel, by the way, in this field, won't be coming in for quite a while. The UK number 10, the Olympic 5th placer last year. Oh, that's a good clearance. Gets it. Well, Phipps, he knew it was there all along. He actually makes it look rather straightforward, doesn't he? I say that, but I reckon it was almost touching the bar all the way over. That was a nice clearance.
Perfect, wasn't it? Jack Phipps will go over, take some direction from his coach, Kate Rooney. It's all them working together at the high pack recently. I think I've got that right. No, he's getting Scott Simpson taking the instructions there. Kate Rooney and Scott Simpson work so closely together with that large group in Loughborough. Includes Harry Koppel, Harley Bradshaw, and a whole host of other athletes behind that as well, really trying to raise the standard of pole vaulting in Britain. No pun intended, no pun needed. They are really putting this event on the mark, and I love seeing these large fields. It's a complicated event, it's not that accessible. Having to get hold of some poles, having to have kind of expert coaching. So the more competitors we can have do it, the better. That's just another sort of refusal there from George Heptonstall. I think that was his 3rd and final attempt at 4 meters and 90, so that might be the end of the competition for Heptonstall.
Well, there was a long delay before that result came up. Hannah Breyer and Alicia Reese both setting personal bests. Well, they didn't, of course, because the wind was far too strong. It was 3.8. But Breyer 11.29, Reese 11.29, behind Dina Ash-Smith's 10.96. Leonie Ashmead 11.57.
Hannah Breyer backing up her new Welsh record she managed to run last night on a favourable kind of gust. There was a lack of gust of wind. Helped Hannah Breyer to that new Welsh record. I think it was 11.33, and now she's an automatic qualifier into the final. Let's see what they'll do with Reese tied on those times like OJ Edeboran and Efaloko in that first men's heat. But we've got one more semi-final to go in the women's 100 metres. Marnie Lansico was the winner of her heat, allowing herself to be in a different heat from Dina Asher-Smith and Daryl Neita here this afternoon. Ellie Mae Bandy will go in lane 1. Bronze medalist at last year's England Championships. Lane 2 will be Medway and Maidstone's Ellie Turner. She's made the semi-final already at the UK Champs level. Here again to contest a semi-final in 2022. Lane 3 will be the European Under-20 bronze medalist over 100 metres, Joy Easy. Another athlete that was alongside Dina Asher-Smith yesterday, managed to propel herself into this semi-final. Bianca Williams, she's a defending European 4x100 metre athlete. And that team will look to defend that title in Munich when we get towards August. Imani Lansico was the champion here in 2020. That year so disrupted by the pandemic, and Imani Lansico was the athlete that managed to weather the storm and take home that title. 2020. Lane 6 will be the World Junior bronze medalist. She was 4th here in 2021, a fantastic showing. Crystal Awuha moving up from those junior ranks to those senior ranks slowly but surely. In lane 7 will be Alana Fashanu of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, English schools champion last year. And completing the lineup in lane 8 is another European under-20 bronze medalist, this time over 200 metres. That's her favourite distance, I think, Success Edwin. She's down to run the 200 tomorrow. She's got herself into this semi-final. Sure, she'd love to go one step further. Amani Lansiko and Crystal Awuha for me in lane 5 and lane 6. The athletes you might expect to get into this final. Bianca Williams is getting better with every race. I think she ran her season's best yesterday as well. Coming back from becoming a mother. It takes athletes time to find their feet again, get back competing at highest levels, and Bianca Williams is just looking better with race after race. Good start there from Awuha and from Williams. They left Lansiko in the blocks a tiny bit. Easy looking good in lane 3 as well, but Amani Lansiko just pulling away in these latter stages, and what a good second place from Bianca Williams there. That's the slowest winning time, but it's also, I think, the least wind we've seen. But Amani Lansiko punches the air. She's delighted to take that win and secure her spot in the final.
Yeah, very strong through the second half. Like you said, not brilliant out of the blocks, Hannah, but Amani Lansiko doing more than enough to ease through in there. 11.14 unofficially. Oh, it's now official with a 3 metre per second wind. Didn't we have a 5-point-something wind in the men's semis at one point? Goodness me, 5.1 or 5.2, I think it was. Lansiko there, yes. Fourth from left. Crystal Awuha in lane 6, working really hard. But who does get that critical second spot? Well, it's the athlete in lane 4. It's Bianca Williams, as you said, and Crystal Awuha taking third. And it all comes down to the times of the third places now, and maybe the fourth places. Lansiko, nice looking sprinter, isn't she? Relaxed and yet nice and symmetrical. Bianca Williams, a good second spot, as you've said, 11.31, her season's best, and that's what she equals there, albeit with a helpful breeze.
I think Crystal Awuha's 11.36 won't be enough to advance as a non-automatic qualifier. The automatics, Amani Lansiko and Bianca Williams confirmed there. The Reese with her 11.29, tying with Hannah Breyer in that second heat, and Ashley Nelson, her 11.23, might get the nod into that final. So that's a kind of a lot of older names there in that women's 100-metre final. The likes of Ashley Nelson, Asha Phillip, Bianca Williams. Great to see new and up-and-coming talent, but also the athletes that were winning us medals back in 2013, 2014 on the relays.
So Tom Wally then, second time clearance at 4.90. Now we're getting slightly more serious territory. The bar at 5.05. It'll be 5.20 after this, and then it'll start going up in 10-centimetre increments. No, not to be. George Turner's had a pop at it as well, 4.90, but he hasn't gone clear. So, conditions not ideal for too many of the athletes here, middle distance runners. 5.05, first time failure for the Wrexham athlete. Plenty of immediate feedback for Tom Wally then. Next to go will be Jacob Clark, I think. Jacob Clark, who popped over 4.90 first time. That was his first vault. Yeah, here he goes. And Clark, he was a 5.26 vaulter this year. He's actually UK number 5. No, and a refusal from him. 5.05.
Back round to Jack Phipps, Birchfield Harriers vest. Two third attempt clearances, 4 metres and 75, 4 metres and 90. Giving his coaches lots of work, giving his friends and family a bit of a heart in the mouth moment, I'm sure. Jack Phipps not to be there. That was his first attempt at 5 metres and 5.
Oh, I'm going to try and experiment now, Hannah. The wind is so strong. The sun is so bright, we can hardly see our screens, so I'm using an umbrella. If you hear my voice disappearing into the distance, it's just I've hung onto my umbrella as it gets blown across to South Manchester.
Tim Mary Poppins Hutchins, that's what we'll call you.
That would be a first one. One of the nicest things I've been called. But actually, it does help, Hannah. Are you jealous?
I am very jealous, most jealous. I didn't put any sun cream on, because I didn't think there was any way we were going to get this much sunshine here. No pleasing us, by the way. If it is raining or sunny, we will complain. We want 19 degrees and overcast.
Actually, I'm going to have to put it down because I feel so stupid. Crammy's just come up and tapped me on the shoulder, almost crying with laughter. What would he know? He's from the northeast.
Good.
They're born holding umbrellas up there. Mind you, some people would say they are in these parts. So, Owen Hurd, opening height 5:05 for the Harrow athlete. He's a 5:45 performer, Owen Hurd, number 3 on the UK lists this year. Well, we're being given more and more paperwork as the minutes tick by, but it's all very welcome. We need it to have an attempt to call this stuff no. Owen Hurd straight up and through. Plenty of momentum, though, as he went up past the bar, so a little adjustment, I'm sure, will be made, and he'll ease over that, I suspect. Well, just to bring you up to speed with what's going on after those fabulous 1500-metre finals and the 100-metre semis. The next event on the track is the steeplechase. That's due off in about 5 minutes' time. The men's steeplechase final, and then it's finals all the way on the track. The men's 110 hurdles, the 400s for men and women, the heptathlon 200 at the end of the first day for the ladies in their multi-event, and then the 1500, the conclusion of the decathlon, is at 6 o'clock, followed by the women's 5,000 at 6:15, and then 2 100 finals will close this second day, this middle day here at the Manchester Regional Arena. George Turner, 5:05, second attempt for the Crawley man. This would be a significant season's best. Oh no, again refusing there. Turner slaps the mat in frustration. He's a 5:25 vaulter. Only 3 British athletes, in fact, have cleared higher than 5:30 this year. Harry Coppell, Adam Haig and Owen Hurd. The good news is that we've got a squad of young vaulters trying to push into international class in the UK, and some really good coaching with the likes of Scott Simpson helping out, sometimes I think 24/7.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure Scott Simpson lives at the High Pack at Loughborough University. Kate Rooney probably gets to go home, some motherhood duties. Scott Simpson just seems to probably sleeps on the pole vault mat. Such is his dedication to pole vaulting in the UK. Glenn Quayle, like I said, he's got that spot for Northern Ireland to compete at the Commonwealth Games. He's going to have a third attempt at the 5:05.
Well, there's the qualifiers from the women's 100-metre semi-finals to the final. Darren Eater and Dina Atcher-Smith, of course. Moni Lanziquot, 11.14, and Asha Phillip close behind her on 11.18. Ashley Nelson, the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers, with 11.23. Ashley Alicia Rees, 11.29 as well for Edinburgh. And Hannah Breyer, of course, going through for Swansea Harrows. And Bianca Williams, too, so that's nicely set up, that women's 100-metre final. It will be the final event of this second day.
So we said we had a whole load of finals going on. We've got the men's pole vault ongoing, and then shot put's just got underway as well. But this is the men's steeplechase final. We don't have anybody with the World Championship qualifying mark so far. We might have some athletes that might have a shot at being in that top 32 for the world rankings. We've had the Commonwealth Games selections. I saw Johnny Hopkins go for the Welsh team and Zach Seddon for the England team. think Phil Norman feeling hard done by that selection. He's beaten Zach every time he's raced. He doesn't have the fastest season's best or the championship record of Zach Seddon, but the quality of this field is pretty good. Got 11 starters, and they'll all be looking to get a medal. Jermaine Coleman, based over in the States, he'd love to pick up a medal here. I think Phil Norman would like to stake his claim to the win. He's won this title before. Johnny Hopkins always in this final. Battersill getting better with every season. Mark Pierce, the defending champion, struggled with a few injuries in the last few months. Not had the smoothest ride since he took the title here. Whenever it was, just around about a year ago. Can't remember the exact date. Zach Seddon there with that red shirt, number on. He's the UK lead.
I love that. Whenever took the title, whenever it was.
Whenever it was, a year-ish ago. It was always great last year. It was all Battersill paced Mark Pierce.
Look, just say former champion, then he keeps it generic. Right.
But it was great to see those two training partners work together to try and get that Olympic standard. Last season, I don't think we'll see anybody go for the world standard here. That 8:22 is really quite tough for these men, so it'll be much more of a tactical affair. Phil Norman, kind of well known for having a good last 500 metres. He often lets the likes of Zach Seddon or Mark Pierce or Jermaine Coleman get away in that last kilometre, and then can sort of power through and really close hard in the last 500 metres. Mark Pierce has got a decent finish on him as well. Jermaine Coleman, he's having a good season, 8:28. He's underneath that European standard. Nowhere near the world standard. I don't think any of these men will be up there in terms of rankings. Maybe Phil Norman, because he contended the Olympics last season. Mark Pierce just staying wide there. Get our first look at the pace when they're over on the back straight. I hope we at least get kilometre splits here with all the technology out there. So hard when you're commentating on a meet that doesn't have lap splits and all that, and you're trying to remember where the K marker was. Phil Norman at the moment getting a clear look at the barriers. See Zach Seddon just having to step on that barrier there, probably had his view obscured by Phil Norman ahead of him. Mark Pierce committing early on, put himself in that third position as they take their first attempt at the water jump. All over safely, and you've got to say that's going by the form book so far. Phil Norman, Zach Seddon, Mark Pierce, Jermaine Coleman just getting himself back into third place. Will Battersill in fifth, and Johnny Hopkins, Commonwealth Games representative for Wales, biding his time at the back of this group.
Well, you have to say they haven't mucked about, have they? Less than 2 minutes on the clock, and the two favourites up at the front already. Phil Norman and Zach Seddon stringing it out, and gaps appearing, and these six beginning to ease away from the rest. I like to see this. I like good hard running from the front. The steeplechasers have always had this reputation, haven't they, as being the tough guys of the middle distance world. 3,000 metres on the track over the barriers is very, very tough. I never tried it. I just heard that it was pretty horrible. I was never really curious about it. I'm now, all these years later, 30 years too late. But Hannah, you ever do one?
No, it's an art, and you've really got to want to do it because it's hard work. And you've got to do a lot of complicated training and plyometrics, and the load that goes through your body when you land off these barriers, particularly through that water jump there. But you can see these men practice it. They're very accomplished. Just starting to lose Mark Pierce off the back of this group. Johnny Hopkins just swinging wide around him to come into fifth place. Will Battersill, sort of the man outperforming his ranking and his personal best at the moment, getting himself on the back of Jermaine Coleman. There's the 1 kilometre split, 2:47. That's not bad. 2:45 is 8:30 pace, so there is shade outside. Am I getting that wrong? What's 2:47? I need to get my pace chart. Maybe that's faster.
What was it at 1K?
2:47 through 1K.
2:47. No, that's all right. That's all right. That's 8:25 pace.
8:25. Well, there you go. That's what I was thinking. I think they might be on for the World Championship qualifying time. I was wondering whether Phil Norman would just try and get out there and front run it. I'm sure he'd love some help from Zach Seddon. He hasn't got a standard. But Zach Seddon at the moment just happy to sit behind Phil Norman. You can see the complexity here. It's not that simple when you've got bodies around you. Phil Norman stuttered into that barrier. Zach Seddon had to slam the brakes on and then put another foot on the barrier. But he's experienced. He knows what he's doing. And that opened the door a little bit for Jermaine Coleman. Those first two just slowed into that barrier on the back straight. You can tell the pace those first four are moving at. They're flying over that water jump in comparison to Johnny Hopkins and Mark Pierce behind that are working a lot harder.
Well, Coleman just tucked in behind the big pair, being dragged along nicely, and Phil Norman doing a sterling job out in front. If this was a Diamond League or a Continental Tour meeting, he'd be getting a little payday here for this sort of pace-making role he's doing at the moment. He obviously believes, he's backing himself, he obviously believes that through this second half of the race, with just over 4 minutes on the clock, he can begin to ease away from Zach Seddon. But that will be tough. Zach Seddon, very, very experienced, an Olympian, of course, Zach Seddon last year. 8:21 on paper makes him just almost identical as a personal best against Phil Norman.
I don't think I'm very sure Phil and Zach haven't got that qualifying time in the qualification window. That closed after the British Champs last year, so I think they ran that in the lead up to those Olympic trials. But Phil Norman, that 2:47, I've just checked my pace chart, that is 8:22.5 pace, the 8:22 dead for a World Championship qualifying mark. And if they can win a fast time and win or come in the top two, they get a lot of World Athletics ranking points as well. So I'm really impressed by Phil Norman just getting out there and doing this. I think Mark Pierce would have gone, where were you chaps last year? We could have done this together, and all got a fantastic time last year.
I was just going to say, took them together. There we go through, 3 laps to go. I was half thinking, why didn't they have a little chat beforehand? I said, do you want to, let's up to say 5 laps, up to 2,000. Why don't we alternate taking laps each? At the moment, Zach Seddon's just sitting in there. Phil Norman having to do all the wind. Now he turns into the back straight yet again, and it will be head down into the wind up that back straight. That's tough. It's bad enough having to lead in blazing sunshine. This is the hottest moment of the day, actually. We've had hot sunshine on us now for about 15 minutes. And Zach Seddon just enjoying the perfect ride in second place.
Well, that 5:35, that would be on pace for that World Championship qualifying mark. So they've just drifted off that with a 2:53 kilometre. And at this point, if I'm Jermaine Coleman or I'm Zach Seddon, you'd think Phil Norman has taken me almost all the way to a World Championship qualifying mark. If I want it, I've got to go and fight for it now. When they come around, it will be 2 laps to go. Jermaine Coleman, for the first time, just getting more involved with Phil Norman and Zach Seddon. Jermaine Coleman has picked up UK medals before, but I don't think he's ever won a title. Will Battisil battling really hard to stay in contention with these 3. So Jermaine Coleman maybe swinging wide to give himself a better look at the barriers, but not trying to get past Phil Norman yet. It's going to be a hard last couple of laps for Phil Norman. He might have saved something a little bit in the tank. Like I said, he's often got a good last 400 or 500, but he's not usually in this position pushing on at the front. With the likes of Zach Seddon, Jermaine Coleman ran a 13:26 5K recently, so we know he's strong. And could this be Jermaine Coleman's day?
I just think that Phil Norman slowed a little bit. They're approaching 2 laps to go. He wanted somebody else to come around him. I think he probably felt, look, I've done my fair share. I've tried to make it a solid pace. We've lost that chance for a quick time with that middle kilometre being a 2:53. Now I want to be concerned about winning the race. So maybe he wanted them to come past him. But as I say that, so the, is it Hopkins in front has pushing on. Coleman, excuse me, in front, pushing on. And really trying to use his 5,000 metre strength, and he's beginning to stretch these 2, and it's impressive because Coleman sort of pouncing at just the right time, could be heading here for quite an upset. Little glance over his shoulder there, and you love to see that. You want to glance over your shoulder and see a 3 or 4 metre gap, effectively, that you've broken them.
But Phil Norman is always strong in the closing stages. You said, Tim, maybe it was intentional, maybe it was. But like I say, Phil Norman's penultimate lap is never usually as good as his last one. But Jermaine Coleman, this is the run we've been waiting to see off him for years. He's been underneath 8:30 so many times. The only medal he's got at the UK level is 2018 when he picked up a bronze. He was 6th in 2019, 4th at the Olympic trials last year. This could be Jermaine Coleman of Preston Harriers finally getting the win that he deserves. He's got the accolades, but Phil Norman is charging. If Jermaine Coleman falters at all into this water jump or over that last barrier on the home straight, Phil Norman is so good at building momentum in the last 150 in this race. He's got himself past Zach Seddon. Zach Seddon battling through that last water jump. Jermaine Coleman, he does look over his shoulder. He's just got to focus. He's got to get over this. Look at those tired legs, and he's got to lift. I think that's enough for Jermaine Coleman. Could be a personal best for the Preston Harrier, taking his first GB title, and it is a 1 second personal best for Jermaine Coleman, 2nd for Phil Norman. Zach Seddon holds on for 3rd place, and Will Battisil, brave solo run for 4th. Mark Pierce getting the better of Johnny Hopkins in the closing stages to take 5th. And Johnny Hopkins coming home in 6th.
You're dead right, Hannah. He's worked very hard and waited a long time for that, hasn't he, Jermaine Coleman? 26 years old now, 4th last year, 6th back in 2019, 3rd in 2018, 10th in 2017, 9th in the UK in 2016. So, boy, has he waited for that. And not only has he won it, but as you said rightly, a new personal best, 8:27.01. And I tell you what, he looked like he'd got a bit in reserve. Now, I know he had a great pacemaker for about 2/3 of the race, but there's many seconds to come, I think, of Jermaine Coleman's best time. If he gets into a nice European race on a warm, still evening, he can go below 8:20.
Well, that'll get him in a nice European race in Munich, I reckon, round about in August. That's the kind of performance you want to put in to give yourself something to aim for in those August championships. Phil Norman as well with that 2nd place, you'd say that's good enough for that. And I'm unsure Jermaine Coleman's world ranking as such. It all kind of shuffles around so much in these closing stages as people kind of pull out and don't want that slot. But Jermaine Coleman, nonetheless, first British victory, and he's beaten all the big hitters here. Zach Seddon won in 2018 and 19, Phil Norman in 2020, Mark Pierce in 2021. Jermaine Coleman was in all those races. Everybody's here. And Jermaine Coleman just managing to take the victory today. This men's steeplechase is getting more and more competitive every year. Really delighted to see Jermaine Coleman just sticking at it year in, year out. Training in the States, it's tricky to come back over here and time your race perfectly. You can see what it meant to me. A little fist bump, 20 metres out, arms aloft as he crossed the line. And that new personal best as well.
Yeah, far from ideal conditions too. Ironically, the sun, when the wind drops, is really warm, probably about 25 degrees. But they not only had that sun to contend with, but a really strong wind in their faces every lap going up the back straight. And it never balances out. Bit of wind on your back coming down the home straight doesn't equate to a steady lap, I can assure you. Anything but, because it turns the race into a bit of a fartlek. And there's a big hug, and a well-deserved hug from Jermaine Coleman.
The official result there. Wind doesn't ruin personal bests when you're going round and round the track. Jermaine Coleman, shiny new personal best, 8:27. Phil Norman, brave running to try and pull them down to the low 8:20s. Rallied well for that 2nd place, 8:28. He was there to pick up the pieces if Coleman had judged his kick wrongly. Zach Seddon, he is the UK lead, but having to settle for 3rd place today. Will Battersea will be his highest finish in UK championships with 4th place. Nice personal best all the way down to Alex Alston there.
Let's have a look at the results of the women's triple jump. We haven't seen anything of it, unfortunately. So much going on this middle day. I must admit that sometimes I look at the timetable for these 3 days and I think it should be a 4-day championships. Naomi Metzger winning in 14:17. Very comfortably from Sinead Gutsmore, Birchfield Harris. Lily Hullen taking the bronze medal for TVH, 12:84. Well, you can see in the background the live pictures of the home straight with the barriers being put out by the officials. And once again, a massive thank you to all the volunteers and officials who've done astonishing work this last day and a half, and loads more to come from them.
Wally here in the pole vault. Just trying to pull up where we are. Read the scoreboard from here. I think that might have been his first attempt at 5 metres and 20.
Yeah, he cleared 5:05, 2nd time of asking. Lazarus Benjamin cleared 5:05 first time. Owen Hurd cleared 5:05 2nd time, along with Tom Wally. And then George Turner cleared it 3rd time. Jacob Clark went out of that height, so did Glenn Quayle and Jack Phibbs. Harry Koppel, well, he hasn't come in yet. Adam Haig hasn't come in yet either. George Turner, the Crawley man there in that black vest with the yellow boots, he's cleared his last 2 heights. The 3rd time of asking, he's living dangerously. He has cleared 5:05 in the bar. At 5:20 now.
Our first look at Adam Haig, one of the athletes that has been selected to represent the Commonwealth Games. Owen Hurd is the 3rd athlete alongside Adam Haig and Harry Koppel. Adam Haig, fair enough, biding his time, saving his legs, coming in at this 5 metres and 20 height. 5:55 this season. silver medal at the last 2 editions of this UK Championships. He's won the indoor title, 2018, 2015, but silvers 18, 20, 21, a bronze in 90. So if you want to bet either way on Adam Haig, he's usually going to pick you up a medal. He won the European Junior title a few years ago. But Harry Koppel isn't on his very best form yet this season. So this could be Adam Haig's chance to snatch the title. First attempt at 5 metres and 20. Bit of a grimace there as he got close, but perhaps a grimace of concentration because Adam Haig was way over that 5:20. He's been biding his time, having to sit down, waiting for his other competitors to jump. Adam Haig looking good. Harry Koppel's past this height as well. We're not expecting to see him until 5:30. Adam Haig coming in there. Owen Hurd, just getting himself ready for his first attempt at 5 metres and 20. My computer system says it's Owen Hurd. Yes, it is. Good. So that was just his first attempt. First time failure for Owen Hurd. Para-racing athlete. So he's another one coached by Kate Rooney. Could be heading over for advice from Kate Rooney or Scott Simpson. Interchangeable. It's a great way to coach. I think it just reduces that workload. If you've got someone you work really well with, you can support so many more athletes. Divide and conquer. George Turner will be up next. Third time clearance for 5:05 and 4:90. He's had one failure at 5:20. George Turner is going to need to run along, get over that bar. Have so many physical cues they've got to try and hit.
This wind is gusting really viciously, has done all afternoon, by the way, coming from his right, and it's messing up a lot of these vaults. We've seen far more aborted vaults than you would normally see. And George Turner, again there, unable to complete that vault. Doesn't just mess with you physically, messes with your head too. You're running down the runway and you can feel these gusts hitting you from the side.
Yeah, I think a simple in your face or on your back wind you could probably consistently adjust for, but it's,
well, consistency
not,
from any direction,
yeah,
really, isn't it?
Not what we're getting yet, getting those gusts.
And I suppose, you know, you have to accommodate it. I'd like to say it's the same for everybody, but it's not, because some people might get a slackening in the wind and get a nice few seconds for their run up and their vault. But of course, in major championships, as the old adage goes, anything can happen. It can be raining, it can be windy, it can be cold, it can be sweltering hot. I'm trying to think last time there was major championships and it was cold, mind you, but you know, you have to accommodate these conditions. That's why contests like the English schools and other youth contests are so good. It sort of hardens you to just accepting the ups and downs of Mother Fortune in this sport of track and field athletics. And now it's an outdoor sport and you put up with the weather that is served up. Nothing you can do about it.
How about Birmingham Commonwealth Games, Tim? That might be a major championship. We thought we'd have that in Glasgow. It was such awful weather. And then London 2012, to be fair, the marathon was awful weather for the women. And then suddenly it was perfect. And the same in Glasgow. It was
But you know what, I'm a big defender of championships, of British summers. I've spent so much time in the States in recent years, and, you know, they sort of laugh about our weather. And I say, look, excuse me, British weather is not as bad as you make out. It's actually, our summers are normally pretty good. I mean, apart from wind, we haven't had too bad a weekend this weekend.
Infinitely better than it was forecast, for sure.
Oh, final, the men's 110-metre hurdles. Boy, is this one that leaves athletes puzzled if they make an error, because it's so unforgiving, or not. It really is. There is the lineup: Porter, Agbodza, Dave King, Joshua Zeller, the UK #1, Tadej Ajura, Andrew Pozzi, former world indoor champion, Miguel Pereira, and Sam Talbot. Well, there is Jake Porter, best of 13.94. Now would be a great time to push down towards his personal best of 13.68. Joseph Aipotsa got through as a non-automatic qualifier. And there is Dave King. He is ranked 3 in the UK this year, Dave King, the City of Plymouth athlete. And a big run here from King. Could see a bit of an upset, because here is the favourite, Josh Zeller. 13.19. He's world #8 this year. Once you're down into sub-13.20 territory, very, very serious sprint hurdling. Tadej Ajura goes in lane 5 for Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. 13.31 this year. He could cause an upset yet. Indeed, his personal best from this year. There is Andy Pozzi. Has the world qualifying time, of course, former world and European indoor champion, multiple UK champion, Andy Pozzi. 7th at the Olympic Games last year, was disappointed with that. Miguel Pereira goes in 7, the Harrow AC man. 13.62 this year, very close to his lifetime best of 13.60. He's ranked 5th in the UK. And Sam Talbot goes in lane 8, completes the line at the City of Sheffield and Dear Man. 13.89 is best. Well, a stadium record 13.38. We know we've had very strong winds, haven't we, in the last few hours. Look at those 100-metre semi-finals for men and women. I think we had over 5 metres per second in one of the men's semi-finals. Now that in the hurdles is a very significant factor, because they like a little bit of wind on their backs, maybe 1.5 metres per second. But once you start getting up to 2 or 3 metres per second, then it's blowing the athletes down the track and bringing them up to the barriers too quickly. They reaching the barriers too fast, it messes up their stride pattern, so they have to really effectively almost be trying to apply the brakes and yet pushing very hard for a quick time and getting maximum speed. That is a very, very difficult balancing act. The big names to watch then: Dave King in 3, Josh Zeller in 4, the UK #1, Andy Pozzi goes in 6, and don't write off Ajura. So desperate dash for the first barrier. Dave King very quickly away. The King hits that barrier. Going well at the moment is Andy Pozzi. Andy Pozzi, 3rd from left at the moment, is leading. Also going well is Zeller, but it's very tight in the middle. It's going to be Ajura. Ajura takes it from Zeller. 13.25 plus 3.5. Boy, did he come through strongly over the last 3 or 4 flights. I thought Andy Pozzi had it about halfway through hurdles 5 and 6, but Ajura takes it and takes all the scalps. He's ranked 4th in the world in the UK this year, and the 3 men ahead of him got downed there. That is a big, big performance. 13.27 now is official. Of course, it was wind assisted. That doesn't matter. It's a shame, because if it was legal, it would be a personal best. But Tadej Ajura of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow takes the title. He has the European qualifying standard. He was the reigning champion from last year. Retains his title. And now here, Andy Pozzi, 3rd from left, is certainly in the lead. And in fact, Zeller beginning to come through. But Ajura, over the last couple of flights, takes them really smoothly. And on the run, he hits that final barrier. So does Zeller. But he's quick on the run-in and gets it. Perfect dip too. Zeller 2nd, King 3rd. I think Andy Pozzi might have been 4th there.
It's interesting off Ajura there. It wasn't necessarily a clean race from any of these top 4, but how fun to see 4 men going toe-to-toe along the line like this. Ajura was 8th at the NCAs. Josh Zeller was 3rd. So Ajura just managing to turn the tables on his fellow American collegiate athlete. They share a smile. But those two coming 1-2. I'm not sure they have the qualifying mark. 13.32. No. Zeller does have a qualifying mark for the World Championship. So that official result there with Josh Zeller in 2nd place, that automatically qualifies him for Eugene. But the illegal wind, it was really blowing on their back, so Tadej Ajura doesn't have a World Championship qualifying mark, so he can't be automatically selected at first. could get there on the world ranking, though, because that's going to really help him with those points there. But David King and Andrew Pozzi, so much experience, and they couldn't quite hold it together over those final 2 flights. They had to give way to the younger competitors. Tadej Jura and Joshua Zeller holding off David King for bronze, and Andrew Pozzi in 4th place.
Well, Andy Pozzi will be gutted with 4th in a domestic championship. You think he's been a world and European indoor champion and Olympic finalist. But he's trying to get his season to get on stream, trying to get in the groove of smooth, fast sprint hurdling. It's just not happening for him. Ojora, though, takes the scalps, takes the title, the gold medal. And Josh Zeller, as you said quite rightly, Hannah, significant, isn't it? 2nd place, but has the qualifying time for the Worlds. And if you place in the top 2, you're pretty much automatically selected.
Absolutely. Tadej Jura, I'm not unsure. Like I say, there was just too many things to keep across in terms of Road to Oregon rankings. It will changes so much. Back to the men's pole vault. It's Wally with his 3rd attempt. No, the scoreboard's just changed on me. Owen Hurd, 2nd attempt, 5 metres and 20. Totally agree, these guys don't need a number on their front. It's not conducive to performance, but it's a little bit helpful with commentary. Owen Hurd, not an athlete I'm as familiar with as Adam Haig and Harry Coppell, but he is that 3rd participant in that England team for the Commonwealth Games. So I'm going to have to get my eye in on Owen Hurd.
Oh, that's lovely. That's a super clearance. So Hurd, at the 2nd time of asking. And he's well clear too. Owen Hurd, a Harrow man. Pops over 5:20. Adam Haig went over first time.
Said he was going up to 5:30.
So there it is. 4 vaults, 2 heights. George Turner has 1 attempt left. He's had a busy old afternoon despite the number of heights he's attempted. Can he maintain that that habit of clearing at the 3rd time of asking? Doesn't have to rush things. Let's take this nice and steadily. So Turner has already set a season's best. He has a best of 5:25. No, he's going to take a run up again. Yet another refusal. Got 10 seconds to go. He's going to get timed out, I'm afraid. I think he's going to get timed out. No, and he knows that's it. Yeah, got able to smile, philosophical about it. But that's a great shame. I suppose when you've got a minute, it's almost too much time, isn't it? You've got time to sit there and think about it. If they said, right, you've got 30 seconds, get on with it. Maybe, just maybe, it would force people to sort of focus intensely and take the effort.
There's a lot of talk about that, whether it be, I think maybe the horizontal jumps it is reducing because you haven't got as many different factors to try and comprehend. But pole vault is so complicated, especially when you're waiting for the wind. But you're right, we see a lot of athletes standing there trying to wait for the perfect point within that 1 minute to take their vault as well. And that's a whole other element you're trying to concentrate on. Tom Wally down there, you can see them struggling to get this wind up in this bar up in this breeze as well. Not easy work for those officials down there.
They are soldiering on gamely, aren't they, the officials? They're doing a fantastic job. Long old days, these.
So Thomas Wally is ready to take his 3rd and final attempt at 5 metres and 20. We saw the officials in the high jump holding the bar on. The wind might be favourable. The wind is pushing into the uprights here, so I don't think the wind would necessarily dislodge this bar, but it's really hard to deal with. So that will be the end of the competition for Thomas Whalley. That was his third and final attempt. Scoreboard flashing up as fourth position. That could quite probably explains that agony then. Maybe had one hope, one hand on the medal.
5:30.
The bar will now go up to 5:30. But before that, we've got another brilliant final coming up for you. That men's 110-metre hurdle really didn't disappoint. It's high drama. Perhaps the favourites we might have expected, David King or Andrew Pozzi, couldn't quite deliver. In this event, Matthew Hudson-Smith looked brilliant yesterday. He ran really hard for the first 300 metres and then shut it down, but the conditions are a bit windier today. I don't know if we'll see a super fast time. Lewis Davey will be the first athlete to be presented in this final. Vanessa Spiegel out there in lane 8. Lane 7 will be Daniel Putman. Fourth indoors this year. And quite rightly, the BMC gave him a shout out. He does a lot of pacemaking for them, so they were delighted to see him make it into this final. Lane 6 will be our first Birchfield Harrier. He did a PB yesterday for brilliant second place in his heat to make this final. Lane 5 will be Alex Haydock-Wilson, looking for redemption from that indoor season. Crossed the line first, only to get disqualified after the event. He thought he'd booked his automatic selection to the World Indoor Championships, but it was just taken away at the last minute. Lane 4, Matthew Hudson-Smith, the brand new British record holder, managed to secure that mark, coming third in the Eugene Diamond League. I'm sure he'll have his sights set on Eugene again for that World Championships in 3 weeks' time. Joseph Breyer, we've just seen his sister qualify for the 100 metres final. Hannah Breyer having a great weekend. Joseph Breyer ranks number 2 in the UK, and he'll be keen to be the best of the rest behind Matthew Hudson-Smith. Kevin Metzger continuing a strong move from triple jump into 400 metres. He's made this final twice before, from 7th in 2020 and 2021. In lane 1 is our indoor UK champion, Ben Higgins, from Sheffield, City of Sheffield and Durn. Yes, he's on a tight inside line, but he's got some great people to target outside in the likes of Kevin Metzger, Joseph Breyer. Can anyone live with Matthew Hudson-Smith? If he shows us anything similar to what he did in the first 300 metres yesterday, I think it's going to be pretty much 2 separate races. So Matthew Hudson-Smith, the only athlete with a qualifying mark for the World Championships in this race. I think it's too windy to think that the likes of Alex Haydock-Wilson or Joseph Breyer might be pulled underneath that 44.9 mark. We saw some really good times in the women's heats yesterday, but that was a little bit later in the evening. This wind's still causing our athletes some problems in terms of super quick times. They are away. There was a big gust of wind just as they were pulled into the set position. You can see Matt Hudson-Smith at the moment doesn't look like he's going quite as hard as he did yesterday. Rio Mitchum, the other Birchfield Harrier, holding his own here in this senior field, but Matt Hudson-Smith starting to get moving now. That was almost a relaxed first 150. Maybe the opposite if we saw what we saw Matt Hudson-Smith do yesterday. Go off easy and close hard. Matt Hudson-Smith gliding around this bend, and he might have done the likes of Alex Haydock-Wilson a bit of a favour here. Alex Haydock-Wilson closer to Matt Hudson-Smith than he might have been at this stage. Oh, and for me, Matt Hudson-Smith just gliding outside of his lane there. He swung wide, but he was on the outside of his lane, so maybe that won't affect him so much. Matt Hudson-Smith crosses the line first, 44.99. That'd be a new stadium record. Takes Tim Benjamin's stadium record. Yeah, 44.92 will be well underneath the 45.52 of Tim Benjamin. And that's a fantastic run from Matt Hudson-Smith. And he looked relaxed in the first 150. That's a really good run in these conditions, and it's just great to see the composure of Matt Hudson-Smith.
He's got this accentuated, lovely, long, rangy stride. He looks so relaxed. But when he came off the second bend, he actually drifted quite a long way into the lane outside him. Now, he shouldn't be penalised for that because there's no advantage gained, Hannah. Obviously, on the bends, if you drift into the lane inside you, then there is a significant advantage. But Hudson-Smith here, pouring it on up the back straight, making big inroads into the man outside him there. Alex Haydock-Wilson in that blue of Windsor, Slough, Eaton and Hounslow. Lovely running from him, the head bobbing from side to side, or bobbing backwards and forwards in that rather strange style of his, but it doesn't matter. It's what's going on down below that's so brilliant. Now watch his legs here. Comes off the bend, and boom, he just starts moving to three strides on the, well, it doesn't go a long way into it, 3 strides on the line, but it's outside his lane.
I did just check, we've got a gentleman to the side of us who's doing an awful lot of work. He's the track judge here. He said as long as you don't impede the athlete on the outside of you, it doesn't matter, it's fine. So I don't think he did. I don't think he got in the way of Alex Haydock-Wilson at all. He was well ahead of Alex Haydock-Wilson, but that's perhaps the speed and the power that Matt Hudson-Smith brought into this race. He's in lane 4. I heard him and Stephen Gardner talking about training. They often do runs in lane 5, lane 6, lane 7, so perhaps that lane 4 just a little bit tighter than Matt Hudson-Smith might have expected. But nice smile over the line. He's booked his place. Automatic selection into the British Championships.
World Championships, even.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to look. Rio Mitchum was celebrating. That's what was distracting me. I thought he might have got himself silver, but a bronze medal for Rio Mitchum. What a run, and another personal best. Lewis Davey in a personal best is 2nd place as well.
I'm just on the infield with Matt Hudson-Smith. Job done. Obviously not the fastest you've run this year. We know how quick you're running, but under those conditions, sub 45, decent.
Very, very decent. I just wanted to get the qualifier, come and get the job done. Did that, now on to Worlds.
A couple of weeks to go. You are in the shape of your life. What do you do now? Go home, tick over, just keep fit, sleep lots, eat well?
Well, my dad and aunt's here, so hopefully going to feed me after. Just going to recover, get ready to go to Worlds and go from there.
I've seen your auntie's food on your Instagram. You're going to eat well tonight. Ladies and gents, what a winner. The winner of the 400 metres on the way to the World Champs, Matt Hudson-Smith.
Yeah, very impressive. 44.9 in those conditions. Hudson-Smith with that very strong wind in his face down the back straight. That was worth a little bit more, I tell you. 44.92 probably converts to something like 44.6, 44.7, and that's a different category of performance. Adam Haig, a bar at 5.30, has gone clear at 5.20. That was his opening height, and he's going well. He's ticking over nicely, is Adam Haig, the UK number 2.
Been a good first-time clearance from Lazarus Benjamin. Lazarus Benjamin's still an under 20. So that's really quite good jumping there for him, putting the pressure on the rest of the field. Just one failure at 5.20 for the Sale Harrier Lazarus Benjamin. So if Adam Haig doesn't go over first time, yeah, it leaves the door open for that sort of pole position at the moment. Harry Koppel, so Adam Haig there, that'll be one failure at 5 metres and 30. Harry Koppel is on one failure at 5 metres and 30, and that's his only attempt at the competition. Harry Koppel doesn't have a lower height to fall back on. Adam Haig at the moment having to relinquish the lead to Lazarus Benjamin. Owen Hurd occupying 3rd spot at the moment. He's not taken an attempt at 5 metres and 30 yet. He'll be next. So a first-time clearance here for Owen Hurd could put him in joint first with Lazarus Benjamin. Owen Hurd just taking his time. Owen Hurd's attempt at 5 metres and 30. It looks like it. Oh, just another aborted attempt. I wonder what the conditions are down there for these athletes. So that'll be a first-time failure for Owen Hurd. So at the moment, Lazarus Benjamin, with his first-time clearance at 5 metres and 30, has got the better of the older athletes, Adam Haig, Owen Hurd and Harry Koppel. I think it will be Harry Koppel to attempt next. And then Haig, then Hurd. Lazarus Benjamin already has the qualifying mark for the World Junior Championships. That's 5 metres and 20. So our first look at the British record holder, Harry Koppel. Jumped that British record here in 2020. Again, we were so starved of any athletics action. We've barely seen our athletes do anything, some closed, controlled competitions. And Harry Koppel just came out on fire, taking that British record 5 metres and 85. Good showing, 7th place at the Olympics last summer. And this season, though, Harry Koppel just not quite firing on all cylinders. But there's still time. Oh, just knocking the bar with his feet on the way up, but you could tell his body was high enough. He just needs to make a bit of an adjustment. I say a bit of an adjustment, it's so hard. You can see just knocking the bar on the way up. His hips way over where... Oh, he does hit it with his hips. Looked like he'd hit it with his feet. Harry Koppel, one more attempt. He will not want no mark here at the British Championships. That'd be so frustrating. Scott Simpson right on hand to give him some advice.
Well, back on the track, the women's 400 metres final. Spectacular running just now from Matt Hudson-Smith to take the men's title in under 45 seconds in these very blowy conditions. Can we see a spectacular performance from somebody in this race? Although it promises to be a much closer affair. Keely Hodgkinson, well, the Leah Harrier, was second in the UK Indoor Championships this winter, 52.9. She ran yesterday in her heat. 52.61 is her best. She's worth at least a second quicker than that, if not more. Nicole Yergin, an Olympian last year, the Petrivi athlete, she goes in 7, best of 52.70. Then we get into the bigger names in this discipline. The Olympic semi-finalist, Amma Pippi, semi-finalist at the World Indoors too. She has the world qualifying time, the Enfield and Harrogate athlete, 51.08, her lifetime best. Lavia Nielsen, perhaps the favourite, the winner of the UK Championships in 2019 and 2020. She is, and again, an Enfield and Harringay athlete, her teammate Pippi outside of 50.83, her lifetime best. There is Victoria Ohurugu, the UK number 1, 51.05 3 weeks ago in Monteverde. Good lane draw, 2, lane 4. Very dominant run from her yesterday, the Newham Essex Beagle. There's Zoe Clark, very experienced. The champion back in 2017, has the world and European qualifying time, a new personal best this year of 51.22. Hannah Williams goes in lane 2, 4th here last year behind Jodie Williams, the Hearts Phoenix athlete. Only 53 seconds this year. And Lily Beckford won the Loughborough International. She goes in lane 1. The Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier hasn't broken 53 seconds yet this season. World Championship qualifying time 51.35. The European Championship qualifying time 51.70. Those are tough targets in these conditions, but I shall be fascinated to see if Keely Hodgkinson goes out hard from the outside. It's not a great draw for her lane 8. She's very inexperienced at 400 metres, the Olympic silver medalist at 800. And if she doesn't get sight of anybody until halfway around the second bend, she could be left wallowing and leave it too late. So Zoe Clark in 3, Victoria Hurugu, the UK number 1 in 4, Lavia Nielsen in 5, Amma Pippi in 6. Watch Keely Hodgkinson on the outside, lane 8, top of picture. Well, not much room for mistake. See, Nicole Yergin has gone off very fast indeed. They're already up alongside Keely Hodgkinson. That will surely spur her into a slightly faster pace. Nielsen, nice and steady there in the red and yellow of Enfield and Harringay centre of picture, although again, very aggressive running from Victoria Hurugu through the first 200 in that yellow vest of Newham and Essex Beagles around the top of the second bend. Hurugu looking lovely and relaxed. Good running too from Zoe Clark in lane 3 in that blue vest of Thames Valley Harriers. They come into the straight now, and Hurugu leading at the moment. Hodgkinson left her pictures way out of it. Hurugu driving on towards the line. She's not going to be caught. Strong running through the closing stages from Yergin on the outside there in 7. She takes second place. Lavia Nielsen third. The winning time 51.46. The European Championship qualifying time there from Christina Hurugu. She already had that this year. And she wins there pretty comfortably in a very, very competent piece of one-lap sprinting. She's down some big names there by a pretty comfortable margin, Hannah, and I think she will be delighted with that performance. So I tell you what, 51.45 is the official time, and in these conditions, well, a gale in her face going up the back straight, she wouldn't have been far off 51 flat, I suspect, in still air.
She looked so good yesterday, Oruhugu, winning her head. Oh, look what that means to her. She's done the lovely sportsman thing. She's gone and shook everyone's hands, cheered over the line, calmed herself down, gave everyone a handshake, and now look at her. A little bit more emotion there to pour out. She's trying to exit. She's trying to get her kit. The officials are saying, nope, you've got to come and get your medal. She's been such a high performer for so many years, and it's been brilliant to see Victoria Oruhugu just turn it up a notch this season. Lost her coach, Lloyd Cowan, a few years ago. It's been so devastating for so many of our British athletes and the British athletics community, but particularly the likes of Victoria Oruhugu and some of her training partners. And I feel the way she's commanded this race and her season in this 2022 year has been a real credit to Lloyd Cowan and Victoria Oruhugu. Arms aloft, Nicole Jürgen, strong second place there. Nina Nielsen battling well for third place.
Yeah, Nielsen gets onto the roster. I think she'll be disappointed with that, though, Lavia Nielsen. She is a sub-51 second runner. But Oruhugu, another Oruhugu becoming a great champion. There it is, confirmation 51.45 ahead of Nicole Jürgen. Lavia Nielsen, the first three. The medalist getting under 52 seconds. Kitty Hodgkinson, what a personal best. She was strong down the home straight, 52.41 for fifth place for the 800-metre runner.
I think that will be automatic qualification for Victoria Oruhugu and Nicole Jürgen. They were both underneath that qualifying mark, so we managed to get that. Owen Hurd, this will be his third attempt here at 5 metres and 30. Just taking his time. I don't think I've seen anyone go. I think that just a few refusals going down there in this men's pole vault final. Could be a bit of a shock result here. No, that will be fourth place for Owen Hurd. He shakes his head. Is our first look for a while at Lazarus Benjamin. I'm trying to find my scorecard, because if Lazarus Benjamin is jumping again, that means the bar is going up to 5 metres and 40. I wonder if nobody else made it over 5 metres and 30. See, oh, the officials really battling with getting that bar up there. So Harry Koppel had a third time clearance at 5 metres and 30, so he is still in the competition. It took Adam Haig 3 attempts to get over 5 metres and 30 as well. Those two tied for second place. But the junior athlete Lazarus Benjamin, by virtue of a better scorecard, has one hand on the gold medal already. The bar will go up to 5 metres and 40 now. That's just what they're figuring out there. Lazarus Benjamin will attempt that height first. There he is, Lazarus Benjamin. New name for us. Not sure we would have seen him compete. Let me see. Well, it says he got a bronze medal in 2021, so I take that back. We will have watched him compete yesterday. Last year, but Lazarus Benjamin at the moment in that gold medal position. He was just fourth at the indoors. It is 5 metre and 20 personal best. Good enough to qualify him by his mark for the World Junior Championships. The selection for that World Junior Championships will take place at the age group event in Bedford. That's a little bit later this season. We usually expect that to be before this British Championships, but I think we'll wait a couple more weeks for that. But Lazarus Benjamin, if he can pick up a medal here at the Senior Championships, how exciting is that as he looks towards the World Junior Championships in Cali, Colombia? So it's had a bit of a wait, so we were trying to see if we could get Harry Koppel, Adam Haig and Owen Hurd over 5 metres and 30. Owen Hurd, unfortunately, not managing that. We are down to 3 final competitors. Lazarus Benjamin carrying a lot of speed in, couldn't quite convert it up over the bar. Well, he has had a bit of a break. Obviously waited for those other men, maybe he's got to get his iron. Lazarus Benjamin will have 2 more attempts. See there, confirmation of first-time clearing failure for Benjamin Lazarus. Lazarus Benjamin. Clues on the bib. Adam Haig will have an attempt next, but we've also got the female pentathletes down there, heptathletes, ready for their 200 metres. At the moment, Jodie Smith still in the lead overall with 2,620 points, 233 points over Jordana Morris. Morris has got 30 points on Ella Rush. It's 0.3 of a second in terms of points. And Eloise Hind, 18-year-old, 17-year-old, just behind the 18-year-old Ella Rush, on 4th place at the moment. See confirmation of those points there. So Jordana Morris clawed back a lot of points in the high jump and a few more in the shot put.
But you want it to be close, don't you, Hannah? You want it to be get to this point to be closer than it is, perhaps, with Jodie Smith having had such a fabulous first day. I mean, she's, wow, way out in front. What's that, 433 points? What am I saying, 400? 233 points out in front. Is that what you said?
Yes, and I reckon that's about 2.3 of a second. It can't be 23 seconds, surely that's too much.
Well,
if it is 23 seconds,
no,
it's just
half a second is 43 points. So, yeah, it's about 2.5 seconds. It's a massive margin over 200 metres, basically. There is Bauer. Grace Bauer, she's down in 7th place at the moment, total of 2,211 points. She doesn't have a season's best, or indeed a personal best for this discipline on our stats. Jodie Smith, well, she is the competition leader. If she can round off her first day with the consistency she's shown so far, 24.85, she is the 2nd quickest in the race, then she will go in overnight with an even bigger lead. And Madison Hutton goes in 3, and Eloise Hind 2, and Ella Rush goes in lane 1. Ella Rush in 3rd place. Ella Rush with 2.357 is only 30 points down on Jordana Morris in 2nd place, but in that lead of Jodie Smith, well, it does equate to about 2.5 seconds. So, Ella Rush in lane 1 is in 3rd place. Hind in lane 2. She's in 4th place overall. Then Hutton is in 5th place overall. She goes in lane 3. Jodie Smith, the leader, outstanding leader, goes in lane 4. Grace Bauer in lane 5 is down in 7th place at the moment. And oh gosh, there's a lot of running gone on there. Who is that? That is lane 4. It is actually Jodie Smith. She didn't hear that 2nd recall gun, thank goodness. She didn't get round too far around the bend before the 2nd recall gun sounded and did eventually bring them to a halt. Unusual, that. Because I thought that 1st recall was pretty audible, but you know, when you're flat out, you're concentrating, focusing and blowing hard, perfectly excusable. So Grace Morgan is in lane 6. She's in 8th place at the moment. Laura Darcy down in 6th place at the moment. She's in lane 7. And Jordana Morris, who is in 2nd place, has got lane 8. I wouldn't be surprised if Jordana Morris feels a little bit aggrieved in a way. I'm not quite sure how the lanes are drawn in this, but she's in 2nd place overall, but she's got lane 8. Not necessarily a favourable lane. She's a sub-26 performer this year. Indeed, has run a personal best this year, 25.97, so she's quicker than 3 or 4 of the other athletes in this field. So Rush, it is in lane 1, who's been just given a little warning, I think. No disqualifications, of course, in the multis, not the first offence. So once again then, the women's 200 metres, the final event of their first day in the heptathlon. Ella Rush goes in lane 1. She's lying in 3rd place. Eloise Hind in lane 2 for Oxford City. She's in 4th place. Madison Hutton is in 5th place overall. She's in lane 3. Then the competition leader overall, Jodie Smith, goes in lane 4. She has about a 2.5 second advantage. Some huge margin back to the athletes behind her. Grace Bauer in 5, Morgan in 6, Darcy 7, Morris in lane 8, and already making good inroads. Jodie Smith there in the light blue vest. It's a great bend she's run so far. Good running 2 in lane 1 from Ella Rush. Rush has run a really superb bend there from lane 1. She's battling for the lead. Outside her in lane 4 is Jodie Smith. She is pushing hard and just eases away over the final 50. Wins by about a metre. 3rd place there, very tight. Might have been Eloise Hind in 3rd place, actually. The wind speed plus 3.4 behind the women in that 200 metres. 24.80 is official for Jodie Smith. Well, she has run a legal 24.85 this year. Of course, the time is not eligible for record purposes with such a strong tailwind. But that concludes a fabulous first day from Jodie Smith. 24.80. That gives her the admirable total. In fact, I'm having to go to another page altogether, but it is quick with that tailwind. 24.80, 905 points. Rather cool total. 905, and you add that to her 2620, and you've got what is it, 3525, I think. Great that she had Ella Rush over to her left. She will have been aware, and it made her battle, didn't it, through the latter stages, Hannah?
Absolutely. She got a really good start, Jodie Smith, as well. Really nice, crisp start. We saw that over her sprint hurdles this morning as well. And Ella Rush fighting really hard there in lane 1. She needed 0.3 of a second to get ahead of Jordana Morris. Morris was all the way out in lane 8. And I think Ella Rush might have managed that. She might have moved herself up into the silver medal position overnight. Trying to see if we can bring you the result of that 200 metres. Also see how that lines up those points. Tomorrow they'll have that long jump, javelin and 800 to contend. Standings overnight, I would say Jodie Smith looking pretty controlled. This is Lazarus Benjamin's last attempt at 5 metres and 40. Adam Haig's gone clear with the first time clearance. Harry Koppel has passed. So the moment Harry Koppel in the bronze medal position, even if Lazarus Benjamin fails this, Harry Koppel would have to go higher at a higher height. Lazarus Benjamin, if he can squeak out a clearance here, put the pressure back on Adam Haig. He's already surpassed his personal best of that 5 metres and 30 clearance. Lazarus Benjamin, looks like he's eyeballing that wind gauge there just to his side. Not to be for Lazarus Benjamin. So he's in silver medal position at the moment. That would be an improvement on his bronze from 2021, but he's got to wait and see whether the British record holder Harry Koppel has got anything more in the tank today. Adam Haig in that gold medal position at the minute. The bar will go up to 5 metres and 50 now. I think we'll see Adam Haig attempt it first. So Adam Haig has passed at 5:50. It's like a game of tactics here. Adam Haig saying, well, I've already got the gold medal. I don't like these swirling winds. So he's put the pressure back on Harry Koppel. Harry Koppel's got to decide whether he's going to attempt 5 metres and 50. Clearance there would see him return to the #1 position. The officials just readjusting the bar to 5 metres and 50. Almost putting that bar up and then moving away as quickly as they can. Harry Koppel there, so he's still active. He's not withdrawn. He just passed at that 5 metres and 40. So Harry Koppel is going to attempt 5 metres and 50. He's not going to pass that. Just sharing a comment with Adam Haig. So I'll try 550, you try 560, and let the judges figure it out. So Harry Koppel has done 565 this season. A bit shy of the European qualifying mark and that World Championship qualifying mark of 580, but 7th place at the Olympics. Few good performances last season. Harry Koppel might be up there in terms of world rankings. Might still be able to turn his attention to Eugene, but a pass at 5 metres and 40, and this will be his first attempt at 5 metres and 50.
Harry Koppel then is UK's, at the moment, really being perfectly frank, Hannah, he is the UK's sole world-class pole vaulter. And then there's a bunch of guys knocking on the door, trying to make those inroads. I remember him smashing his tooth last year in training just before the Olympic Games in Tokyo. He got an emergency treatment on it, and then went on to placed 5th in the Olympic Games. Fantastic effort from Harry Koppel. It shows a real toughness that is fairly rare. And he laughs about it too. I think he was laughing about it at the time.
That social media journey was very funny. Harry Koppel, first attempt at 5 metres and 50. That's more like it. Showing that 5 metres and 65 he's done this season. Getting up and towards that 5 metres and 85, his British record. Kind of always felt sure that Harry Koppel was going to find his groove. He had such a good season last season. He kind of felt it was only a matter of time till things came together. This is a stadium with fond memories for him at 585 a few years ago.
He cleared that by quite some margin, you know, 550. That was really encouraging. He'll get the feedback now. That was a fabulous effort after the slight problem at the lower height.
So we're nearing towards the end of this men's decathlon championships. It has been pretty entertaining. Caius Joseph took the first round here, and I thought, right, is this Caius Joseph's chance to finally get himself on this British podium? Jack Turner was the favourite coming into the event. But from that opening event, you thought Caius Joseph was going to have something to say about this. Jack Turner did a fantastic long jump, taking the lead in the final round. It was around about 7:27. Something around the likes of that. Piled on the points, kept the pressure on throughout the shot put as well.
Yeah, came second in that shot, consolidating his lead. Great high jump, row 1. But Turner maintaining the tempo, and in the 400, well, they're through this last 200 metres. Elliot Thompson, second to left, coming through that, just easing past Joseph. Battling away. Initially got disqualified. It was said by one of the judges over on the far side that he'd taken a couple of steps outside his lane, inside his lane, I should say, on the second bend, but he appealed. There was no photographic evidence, so the jury of appeal decided to let him stay in. And then the second day, Hannah, oh, big fall there. That was really tough. That was Schluter, who went down and then was disqualified because he went under the next hurdle before going over the rest of them. Turner continued on his merry way. And then the discus, assisted by a bit of a headwind. Good throwing coming again from Turner in that discipline. He enjoyed it.
Callum Newby having the last laugh, or the best pole vault. And pretty much the form book. It was Caius Joseph kind of shook things up a little bit in that pole vault. He moved ahead of Elliot Thompson. Charlie Rowe performing really well in the javelin, getting some great points. Again, challenging conditions with that wind. So a lot of athletes struggling to kind of hit their groove there. But that's the points at the moment as they stand. Jack Turner wearing that red bib coming in as he's done a really good score over in the States. He's studying at university out there. He's got 49 points over Caius Joseph in terms of 1500 metres. That's 7 seconds. Caius Joseph has got a buffer of 79 points ahead of Elliot Thompson in the bronze medal position. That's 11.5 seconds. So we're hearing Callum Newby isn't going to contend this. We've also lost Schulter there. We thought that might be the case. So it's commendable to keep your head in the game when you've scored 0 points in a couple of events. But Newby and Schluter just deciding that they didn't quite fancy the 1500. None of the men like this. So maybe you shouldn't bother putting yourself through this if there's nothing on the line. Elliot Thompson in that bronze medal position at the moment. He's got about 180 points ahead of Charlie Rowe. Caius Joseph pulled himself back into second position. He's had a really good second day. Jack Turner really just sort of delivered event after an event. That long jump was a bit of a standout. High hurdles this morning, big winning margin. That would have got him some helpful points. But Charlie Rowe, standout performer in the high jump and in the javelin. Can he find himself to 180 points to get ahead of Elliot Thompson? On paper, you'd say maybe. He's got a 4:29. Elliot Thompson would have to sort of start treading water, which can happen when you've tried super hard in 9 other events. Tom Chandler there in his Scottish vest. He's sitting in 5th place at the moment.
These fellas absolutely hate the 1500 metres. The other 9 events are all power, speed, and technically orientated. 1500 for them, just sort of baptism of hell at the end of the 2 days.
Well, there goes Elliot Thompson. Can he put 11.5 seconds between him and Caius Joseph? You'd say surely not. And Charlie Rowe is saying, I've got to try and beat you by a whole ton, so I can't let you run off down the track. But Elliot Thompson, it's the way these guys set out about this 1500 metres. It's commendable, but it's painful to watch. Good pace through the first 200 metres there. 66. I'll give you around about 4:12, 4:11, something like that for 1500, which would be a huge personal best for Elliot Thompson. He's got 4:24 listed. That's more around the sort of 70, 71 second lapping. So Elliot Thompson, he will slow. But how much can he take out of Caius Joseph? Caius Joseph just coming through the finish line now with Jack Turner, Tom Chandler. Those 3 running together as a bit of a pack. Elliot Thompson taking that first lap almost on that 66. So like I said, sort of 4:12 pace. I would expect him to slow drastically. But hey, sometimes when you've got speed in your legs, why not? You're going to be really exhausted in the final lap anyway. Why not get the first 400, 600 underway pretty well? There's Jack Turner, our event leader. He's got to beat Caius Joseph by 7 seconds. So I think that's what we're seeing here from Caius Joseph. He's going, just got to stay within 7 seconds of Jack Turner. Caius Joseph doesn't seem to think Elliot Thompson can get a gap of 11.5, but Elliot Thompson's going to give it a go nonetheless.
Yeah, Thompson trying to get a gap on the rest of them, and Charlie Rowe tucked in to the slipstream there, saying anything you can do, I can do. A little bit of pride at stake here. Charlie Rowe, though, moves past Thompson with 2 laps to run. This is pretty impressive running. I mean, Charlie Rowe is built a little bit more like a 1500 metre run, although Elliot Thompson is long and lanky, but Rowe's just got that lovely smooth style. And 800 metres, what, 2:18, a 72-second lap. Not quite as quick as the opener of 68.
No, so that's more sort of the pace. Like I said, that's personal best pace for Elliot Thompson, 71, 72. Charlie Rowe operating quite significantly underneath his personal best of 4:29. It's going to be really painful in these closing stages to see Jack Turner. He looks like he's treading water already. He's got 600 metres to go. Charlie Rowe and Elliot Thompson are working towards the bell, so we'll try and do a bit of a count in my head to see how far ahead of Caius Joseph Elliot Thompson is. Caius Joseph and Jack Turner just happy to bring up the rear at the moment. Charlie Rowe and Elliot Thompson working really well together here. Can they pull themselves further enough ahead of Caius Joseph? I feel like someone's yelled at Caius Joseph, you've got to go. Stop thinking about Jack Turner. You've got to start paying attention to Elliot Thompson. OK, 3:14 through the bell for Elliot Thompson. The clock's stopped there. He needs 11.5 seconds over Caius Joseph to get that silver medal. And he's got 10 seconds now. 11, 12, 13, 14. Caius Joseph is in trouble here. Jack Turner's surely got the gold medal sewn up. He'd need to be 18 seconds behind Elliot Thompson. But Elliot Thompson could be running himself towards a UK Championship silver here. He's piling it on, giving it absolutely everything down this back straight. These men have worked so hard here at this UK Championships, over 10 events, and Elliot Thompson has got 200 metres left. I don't think Caius Joseph can do anything. He's flat out, he's out of gas. Does he know how far ahead of him Elliot Thompson is?
Well, the gap's about 100 metres, Hannah. Elliot Thompson giving it everything. The crowd roaring him on. They're loving it on that final bend.
I think Elliot Thompson could beat Jack Turner here. Jack Turner is slowed nearly to a walk. Elliot Thompson, I think, needed 18.5 seconds to take this title, and I really think he might have done it. Jack Turner is in an awful lot of trouble further down the track. Elliot Thompson, I don't know if he'd done the maths on that gold medal, whether he'd only done the maths on the silver. Charlie Rowe, great run there to take second place over the line. I don't think that will change his standings. Caius Joseph, way 17 seconds behind Elliot Thompson, and I think Elliot Thompson in the final event of the day, in a solo run, a solo personal best of 4:23, has snuck that gold medal, stolen it from this man in the closing stages. Heartbreak for Jack Turner as he stumbles across the line.
4:55, he needed to be around 4:41, didn't he, if there was an 18-second margin. And he was nowhere near that, but absolutely flat out. You remember that famous picture of Daley Thompson? It was in Athens 82, the European Championships, where Daley Thompson won the gold medal, and there's a picture of him after 1500 standing with his hands on his hips, bodies all around him on the ground. Every one of his rivals collapsed to the track, thoroughly exhausted, and Daley's just standing there looking down at them as the champ. Great effort that from Elliot Thompson, full of character and determination. They've all given everything. They're out on their feet, these fellas. Jack Turner on his back, just been past some water. I think he's too knackered to have a sip from it.
It is warm down there. We've been discussing the conditions throughout the weekend, but all of a sudden it is quite warm. And these men doing 9 events, and Jack Turner, for me, I was concerned whether he was even going to make the finish line, 250 metres out. I suddenly thought, hang on a minute, Elliot Thompson is moving massively faster. At the bell, I'd say Elliot Thompson only had about 14 or 15 seconds on Jack Turner. But by the time we got to the end there, it was a huge margin. Nearly 30 seconds. Elliot Thompson running himself to a personal best at the end of the decathlon is very impressive. So that's a personal best for Caius Joseph as well. Jack Turner, a season's best. He'd only done 5:01 so far, so clearly doesn't enjoy a 1500 at the end. He has got a faster personal best, but in terms of putting that on the end of a decathlon, not quite.
Yeah, it's actually a season's best by 11 seconds for Jack Turner, so great effort. And, you know, it doesn't matter how far back you are. If you're giving 101%, Hannah, you know that. We've all had bad days at the races. If you're giving 101%, that's all you can do.
Well, when the fatigue sets in like that, it was, like I said, I was looked up on the back straight, I thought, Jack Turner, he's barely moving. I'd hate to know, what his last 300 there. I think it wouldn't have been an awful lot of fun. But he finished, and that's perhaps the trademark of a decathlete. We have got Ewan Thomas down there with Elliot Thompson. Get his reflections on his decathlon.
Well, I'm just past the finish line. Elliot, I spoke to you in the hotel last night, and it was a bit of a stressful time in terms of the final event last night, the 400 metres. You touched the line, and they think, you might be disqualified. You weren't disqualified. Luckily for you, you weren't. But what a way to finish 2 days. Brilliant run.
Yeah, thanks. It's been a tough few days for all the boys. But otherwise, I'm good to go through that small hiccup at the end of the last event on the first day. But I thought, whatever the result, I'm going to come out and do my best here. And it wasn't my best day too, but I always like finishing like that.
Said it a number of times, you multi-eventers, you really are like a brotherhood. You're there for one another, and I noticed you finish, and obviously you're looking across to see who's coming in and how far behind they are. I'm sure you're looking at the points, you're looking at the clock, but you did enough.
Yeah, just about. In fact, my watch is still going. So, but I did everyone works out how many points they've got to get either side, how many seconds that is. But in the end, it's me against them, and I can run hard, but it depends on them as well.
Brilliant. Go and get yourself a drink. Relax. The winner there, Elliot Thompson. And going in the pole vault, it's Harry Koppel.
We'll see. And we have got the points. They have been worked out. They have been crunched. Elliot Thompson leapfrogging all the way from the bronze medal position to the silver. That's 7,197. So not a huge winning margin over Caius Joseph, but the deficit he came in that bronze medal position, he needed 11 seconds to beat Caius Joseph. He went all the way past that. Caius Joseph with a brave last lap, getting himself the silver medal. And Jack Turner, wow, ouch. That's going to be one of the most painful finishes I've ever seen to a 1500. But hats off Jack Turner for finishing and still picking up that bronze medal here at the UK Championships. See Callum Newby and Jamie Schluter recording a DNF after their couple of events that didn't score any points, so they decided not to contend that 1500.
Now back to this pole vault and Harry Koppel. A couple of failures at 560, popped over 550, looked fantastic at that height. But is he meeting his match here? The wind, if anything, getting stronger all the time. It's very frustrating for these athletes. The sun is beautiful now. I mean, almost blue skies above the arena. There's a fair bit of cloud about, but almost blue skies. The problem is that the wind just will not abate. It just will not leave the athletes alone here. And Harry Koppel trying to find a little period where it relaxes a little bit. Popped over 550 first time. He had a problem at 530. His opening height only went over that third time. 550 first time. Third and final attempt at 560. Oh, that's better. That's better. And again, loads of power, loads of momentum to take him clear. It's almost like he's teasing the audience over on that second bend adjacent to the runway.
Going 17.
Yeah, he's way over that. That's a lovely vault from Harry Koppel. There's plenty more to come if he can get it right. Have a look at this shot. Oh, yeah. The hips, the centre of gravity, probably over that by about 15 centimetres, maybe more. So it's down to Adam Haig now, who's got one attempt left. He passed at 550. Not quite sure why he's conserving vaults. He's only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 5 vaults before 550, and here he goes now. The City of Sheffield man. No. So he does finish in second place. Lazarus Benjamin cleared 530 and then had 3 failures at 540. But Koppel with that third time clearance at 560 is confirmed as champion. Now, I'm sure he'll vault on.
I think so. I don't know that he's, still got to keep an eye on those qualifying marks in terms of the whole season. Harry Koppel will be keen to improve on his season's best so far. 565, he's a much better athlete than that, and any competition experience he can get
Well, is he calling it a day? Look at that. Unofficial results is Harry Koppel winning with 5.60, Adam Haig 5.40, and then Lazarus Benjamin 5.30. Owen Hurd just off the medals with 5 meters 20. But Harry Koppel must have indicated to the officials over there that he is not going to vault on as we move back to the track for the women's 5,000 meters final. Just the 2 100s to come after this. The men first and then the women. But this women's 5,000, well, it's a big old field. Some 17 athletes out there. Verity Ockenden of Swansea Harriers is amongst the favourites. A 15.03 performer at her best. There's only run 15.31 this year. Of course, look out for Jessica Judd. Judd, the only athlete in the field who has broken the 15-minute barrier, really the benchmark of international class 5,000 metre running, 14.57. Judd ran in Birmingham back on the 21st of May. Sarah Astin, a best of 15.39 this year. And Jessica Judd, well, I love the fact that she's reinvented herself from being an 800-metre runner. She didn't really focus on 1,500 metres, came back as a 5,000 metre runner and a cross-country runner. Jessica Judd of real high ability. Inglis in this field, Sarah Inglis of Lothian. She's a 15.05 performer. I wonder if anybody will take this out, Hannah, or if it will be a slow, meandering affair for, say, 8 or 10 laps. 12.5 laps of the track, of course, and anything approaching 15 minutes in this wind would be very strong.
It would, and Sarah Inglis is a handy marathon runner. Just moved down the event, so you could expect her to lead it. Annabelle Simpson, she's led plenty of the domestic races. So I think if it's really slow early, I would expect, if anything, under sort of 13:10 pace. There's a lot of women in here that would want it moving faster than that. Sorry, 3:10, which would be 15:50. A lot of women would fancy being under that. Amy Eloise Marcotte, what a great performance at Rabat. Diamond Lead to come second. Verity Ockenden contended so well over that 3,000 metres at European indoors with Amy Eloise Marcotte. Jenny Nesbitt, great to see her finally run the times that we knew she was capable of. Lots of domestic races without too much competition for Jenny Nesbitt last season.
It's a close race, isn't it? It's really hard to pick out a favourite, and Marcotte, we know, is in great form. So, away they go then. 12.5 laps of the track. Callie Thackeray, the Hallamshire Harrier. Her dad, Carl Thackeray, an old rival of mine, roughly 50 years ago. And he was a heck of a runner, Carl Thackeray. Great 10,000 metre runner, road racer, supreme, half marathon. I think he ran about 61 minutes, Carl. That was in the old shoes, as some people like to call them. Well, Callie Thackeray's raw to the front and then slowed right down. It's not quick. Harrison there, moving on to her shoulder. Samantha Harrison of Charnwood AC, who has been selected for the Commonwealth Games. And at the moment, Big Pat moving along at not a particularly quick tempo. Anything down around 3:05 per kilometre in this wind would be pretty good.
Yeah, Sam Harrison picked in that 10,000 metres for England. Jess in a 5 and a 10. Callie Thackeray in the 5. Jenny Nesbitt down there, she's been picked for Commonwealth Games. Amy Eloise Marcotte, she's in that 5 and 10. So sort of almost a prequel to a home nations Commonwealth Games competition. Sarah Inglis, I think she's Scottish. Like I say, they haven't named their whole team yet. But Callie Thackeray was a really impressive 15.06 she did at Watford a couple of weeks ago. She had a pacemaker, for a really good pacemaker. I think Jenny Nesbitt did a fair bit of that, helping Callie Thackeray. She had Samantha Harrison for company, but Callie Thackeray really ran a lot of that last 2.5-3 kilometres on her own and still managed to run a 15.06. So that's really impressive to me. I did think Sam Harrison might lead. It was great to see her pushing the pace on in the middle of that 10,000 metres at Highgate, the night of the 10,000s, taking second place, I think, overall in the 10,000 metre race. Had to give way to Jess Judd. Jess came through for that win. That's Sam Harrison at the moment, just pushing the pace on a little bit.
Well, and that's good to see, because the first lap, 77.13, very slow. 72 seconds per lap is 3 minutes per kilometre, 15-minute pace. And I wonder if Sam Harrison would have brought it back down towards 72 seconds for this second circuit. Jessica Judd in third place at the moment. Has the speed. Remember, I think when she was 18, she won the European Cup 800 metres at Gateshead. She ran 1:59. A stunning talent who then had a few years of injuries and let's just say indecision before moving up and reinventing herself. Another 77 lap, actually slower. 77.67, 2:34.8 at 800.
So that's round about 16-minute pace, and there's a whole lot of women in here that have run sub-16 this season, and there's a lot of women in here though that have moved up from 15 to 5k, so they'd fancy their chances of having a sprint finish. Charlotte Arter, maybe more of a 10,000 metre run, as is Sarah Inglis, as is Sam Harrison. I'm not surprised to see Sam Harrison in the lead, but she's not necessarily moving it on. Mark Oates for the first time, maybe a little bit concerned that someone might lose their nerve and make a move soon, and she wants to be able to cover it. I was so impressed with Amy Eloise Mark Oates at Rabat. As fearless, going for that win. I think she was within about 400ths of winning a Diamond League. I think Mercy Chirono taking the victory that day, but Amy Eloise Mark Oates said it was a real mark in the sand for her with her change in attitude to that race. She didn't get overawed by the occasion, and she shouldn't do as a European indoor 3,000 metre champion, but nonetheless, Amy Eloise Mark Oates continuing to make strides, and she's moved herself up into fourth place here. Jess Judd just pinned to her inside. Sam Harrison continuing to clip off these laps. It's going to be another 72-ish, I think, as they come through this line. Oh, no, slowed even more.
77 seconds. So the first three laps have each been 77. They're about 77.1, 77.6, and then another 77 circuit there. Samantha Harrison, well, if it's going to be slow, the wind is less of a factor, frankly, so you might as well be at the front. You're getting fresh air across your body. The sun is beautifully warm out of the wind. It's a really warm late June sunlight here in the Manchester Regional Arena, but nobody dropped yet because the pace is relatively slow. This is championship racing as normal. They're all just getting these first few laps clicked by, and Samantha Harrison just getting a good hard work out here. Jessica Judd, boy, back in about fifth place with that head rocking from side to side, which is so distinctive. But she's a prolific racer too, Jessica Judd, isn't she? I'd love to watch Jessica Judd, because she comes out, she races at 1,500, 3,000, 5,000, cross-country, road races, you name it, and she's out there giving it a go. She loves to participate.
She really does. Took the British University's 1,500-metre title just a few days, I think, after running a really good race over in Stamford. 10,000 metres or 5,000 metres, and then coming back and running a 15 at British Universities, because why not? I do think Jess would race every other day if her dad, her coach, let her. But Sam Harrison still leading at the moment. I wonder if these other athletes behind have got sort of a tolerance for the pace. You know, if it's around 16-minute pace, I'll wait. If it's any slower, I've got to do something about it. But Sam Harrison's not a bad pacemaker to put out there, and the other athletes are just happy to let her do it. She's drifting to the outside of that lane, was offering Callie Thackeray the lead. She doesn't want it. Sarah Inglis just happy to sit a tiny bit further back. Those five, kind of the big five to me. Jenny Nesbitt has run fantastically well this season so far. Izzy Fry, a younger athlete, getting to grips with these longer track distances. World University cross-country champion over 10,000, so she's certainly competent.
I suppose if you don't fancy us chances in a dust-up over the last 400 or 600, or indeed the last 200, then you've got to make a decision at some point to push on, maybe with 3 or 4 laps to go, and try and drag the sting out of the likes of Harrison and Mark Oates, because I say Harrison, I meant Jess Judd, because they've got big kicks. Mark Oates there in fourth place with 7 on her legs, the European indoor champion, 2006.27. That lap is 66, the fastest of the race.
So 3:14 kilometre there, just pulling themselves in and around that 16-minute mark. I'm sure we'll see a huge burn up. I'm not sure Amy Eloise Mark Oates has the 5,000 metre qualifying time to get on her power tank. She did run fast last season, but I'm pretty sure it was before the Olympic Games, before that Olympic trials, so she might not have a current qualification period. She's just getting bumped around in the middle of that group as well. Qualifying time in the period. Amy Eloise Mark Oates, good championship runner, one of those people that seems to muster a sprint finish out of nowhere against athletes that have got better 1,500 metre pedigree than her. So if I was the likes of Jess Judd, yes, she's done 1:59, but she must have watched Amy Eloise Marcotes close incredibly well. Verity Okudin, for the first time, just gliding around the outside of the group. No one seems interested in running alongside Sam Harrison. Sam Harrison just doing her best to keep her number 15 leg number on, but she's just had to let it drift off down the track. She tried. She can't be penalised for that flying away at this stage.
But it does conserve energy being at the front in one respect. I know that firsthand that if you're sitting in the middle of a pack like this, lap after lap in a 5,000, where you're working pretty hard just to maintain the tempo, and you're having to avoid elbows and heels, and you're getting spiked and bulked, and you're trying to get off the curb because you're scared that somebody might make a little surge. It's very tiring psychologically as much as physically. You can waste a lot of energy. Much better to be up there in the top 2 or 3, having a clear run at the space in front of you, not worrying about other athletes. So if you're back there in about 10th or 12th on the inside of the pack, you are using up energy just trying to hold your position and not bang into other people. You're spending half your time thinking about the bodies around you. Not ideal. Much better to have a good free run at it like Sam Harrison is here, and I think she's doing exactly the right thing, even if the pace isn't particularly quick. You know, 3:14 at 2K, or 3:13 first kilometre, 6:27 at 2K, I should say, so a 3:13 and then a 3:14. And the lap's clicking by at 77 pretty consistently. It's slow, and that actually makes it even busier in the middle of the pack. It's quite sapping.
It really does, and I was going to say, you know, Callie Thackeray was having a nice ride just behind Sam Harrison, but it's almost like she lost concentration from 150 metres or so, and Sarah Inglis went, right, if you're not going to fight for that position, I fancy slotting into what is a great position there. I think perhaps hampered slightly. Sam Harrison kind of kicks out her legs quite far behind. Sarah Inglis seems to step high, so she's checking herself a little bit. But in terms of elbows flying and this, that and the other, Sarah Inglis now for me in a really nice position. Amy Eloise Marcotes seems happy just to sit in that lane too. Jess Judd for me, she's got to be getting jostled from every side, a little bit from behind, a little bit from the side. And she's not got free running out the front. Verity Okudin kind of sitting in an awkward position there ahead of Jess Judd. So I do think you're right, Tim. I do think there is some emotional energy spent when you're continually checking your stride and not just running relaxed.
3K 9:39. Still very slow through this middle section of the race, and still Samantha Harrison pushing on with a pace there. Jessica Judd back in, what, 6th place at the moment. Marcotes moving up into 2nd place, just keeping close order at the front end. And Sarah Inglis on the inside there with 14 on her shorts. Also up there is Verity Okudin in 4th. Just letting these laps click by, really, before we get to the business end of the race. And I wonder if somebody will lose patience and try and kick away from these 77-second laps. The 7th lap was a 77, and that's what it's been consistently. And 9:39, I mean, it's outside 16-minute tempo now.
It is, and there's a few athletes in there that might be in line for a personal best. Maybe the likes of Jen Walsh, she's just sticking herself to the back of that group, because they will be able to lift in these final few kilometres, the final few laps. But everyone else has sort of waved goodbye to a personal best here today. But that is championship racing. It is windy. They've got 1 mile to go. Now, Sam Harrison could lift the pace from here. Yes, she's been leading. Yes, it's been a sedate pace, but she's very capable of now turning the screw from the front. She's not at her limit. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sam Harrison holds this lead and stretches away a little bit. Jess Judd, she's got to be patient. You've got to fancy her chances over a 500, 600 metre burn-up. But Jess is a ferocious competitor. She loves to throw her hat in the ring earlier than that. Callie Thackeray's got to be careful here, because if there's a big move that Jenny Nesbitt, Verity Okudin don't cover, Callie Thackeray there in red could be in trouble. She's been overtraining in Australia with Nick Beddoe. We know the tactics of his group. They run so well on the Diamond League circuit.
Are you a little surprised that an athlete of the calibre of Amy Eloise Marcotes has got a season best of 15:44, hasn't been able to find a race where she'd get down towards 15 minutes and start really pushing and stretching herself physiologically so that she's, you know, more prepared for world-class racing? Because this is not going to prepare them for world-class racing. This is a championship race where there are medals at stake, of course, and pride at stake. But the time is going to be desperately slow by international standards.
It is, and the performance in Rabat from Amy Eloise Marcotes, nicking that 2nd place, I think it was 8:41 or so. What if it had been a 5K that day for her? It was great weather out there in Rabat, not too hot. wonderful level of competition where she could get involved in the front, and you'd almost kind of go, wish that had been a 5K, not a 3K. But Amy Eloise Marcoux, she's a championship performer. She does have the personal best that back it up. And she doesn't necessarily hit those times on the circuit. It's more the manner in which she races, but everybody is still right in this. Annabelle Simpson tucked in the back of that group. And Izzy Fry doing her best to stay in contention as well. Jenny Nesbitt, that's the first time she's made sort of an intentional move around the outside. And they're moving through with 1 kilometre left to go. Let's see, the 3:12 was their fastest kilometre, and that's a 3:10, so they are lifting the pace. I did say I thought Sam Harrison was capable of that. Amy Eloise Marcoux at the moment, she's almost protecting that pole position she's in. Someone's going to have to go really wide to go around her, and she's probably going to sense that.
Harrison leading then, just over 2 laps to go. They're beginning to hustle, aren't they? Beginning to gather. They know that it's going to come. They know these next 2 laps are going to hurt. It's been, for the majority of this field, a relatively gentle journey. It really has for some 10 laps now. And they come through with 800 metres to run. And it's still Harrison. Marcoux on her shoulder. Now Jessica Judd moving up into a more position with more potential. Ockenden on the outside as well. Thackeray on the insider's box. So is Inglis. Jessica Judd nicely poised now. Who's going to lose patience? Who's going to go for it and try and inject pace? And the thing is that they've been lulled into this really slow pace, Hannah. Lap after lap, 77, 77, 77. If somebody throws in something significantly quicker now, it's harder to pick it up to that tempo than it might otherwise have been.
Absolutely, and I think it's like Sam Harrison was running fast enough to discourage anyone else from having a go, but there goes Jess Judd. Amy Eloise Marcoux had to go first, and then Jess Judd swung round the outside. 73, they've still not really got going. 600 metres to go. Jess Judd has put the hammer down. She's got Amy Eloise Marcoux on her shoulder. Sarah English just behind, Verity Ockenden, and Callie Thackeray has got herself out of a tricky situation. Those were the qualifying marks. It's Callie Thackeray, Jess Judd, Sarah Inglis. If they come in the top 2, they will automatically qualify for those World Championships in Eugene.
Coming to the bell now, Jess Judd, Marcoux, and they push through there, and the gaps begin to open. Sarah Inglis in 3rd place. The rest of them suddenly spread-eagled within the space of 300 metres because of the injection of pace from Jessica Judd. With 300 metres to go, the field has been torn apart. Judd now down the back straight. Marcoux tracking her stride for stride. Good running from Sarah Inglis to keep them in her sights, and she hangs on to them and is gradually being dragged clear in 3rd place. 200 metres to run. Now, has Judd judged it right? Marcoux gathering herself, screwing up the courage for this last 200 metres. 150 metres to run. Onto the shoulder of Judd. Has she got a gear left or not? Marcoux starts working harder with the arms round the outside. That pitter-patter style of her carries her clear. Judd pulls wide. Has she got another gear? Can she respond? No, she can't. Marcoux has judged it to perfection. She's run a very, very patient race. Got it exactly right. Crosses the line there. 15:37, 2:46. That final kilometre from Marcoux. Jessica Judd beaten in that slow race. 15:37 the winning time. A degree of respectability given to the time by the final kilometre, which was quick, but it matters not. Championship racing is not about it's about pride. It's not about fast times. It's about medals and defeating your domestic rivals, and she's done exactly that yet again. Well, so Samantha Harrison did more than her fair share of leading that race, trying to pull it along. But I tell you what, leading for about 8 or 10 laps into that wind up the back straight is no laughing matter. It's not particularly enjoyable.
Sam Harrison will turn her attentions towards that 10,000 metres that Commonwealth Games. Bit of a speed work here for her. But Amy Eloise Marcoux, her sprint finish is really special. Jess Judd dropped a 62-second lap. 62-second 400 from 600 to go to 200 to go, and I thought, wow, you know, that shows Jessica Judd's sort of track calibre on the 800 and the 1500 metre side, that she can unleash a 62. And I thought, there's no way Marcoux can cope with that. And not only did she cope with it, she then pulled away from Jess Judd, a sub 15-minute performer, over the closing 150 metres, kind of reiterating why Amy Eloise Marcoux was able to win that European indoor title. We've still got Harry Koppel down there out in the pole vault. We thought he might have finished, but he's put that bar up above a British record.
Yeah, Harry Koppel. Obviously, the confidence is flowing. When he has cleared the bar, he's looked fabulous. Cleared 5:30 third time, popped over 5:50 first time, and then 5:60 third time, 5:75 second time. He's had one attempt at 5:86. This is second attempt to improve on his own British record. Plenty of speed from Harry Koppel. He is vaulting nicely, but no, one attempt left. He's going for it. No refusal there from Harry Koppel. He's nice and relaxed. He's got the title. He knows he's in fine form from the clearance at 5:75. So Koppel looking for a little bit more, looking to put some icing on the cake, and if he could do that today, that would be very, very significant indeed. He's not had a classic season as yet, but this would really get him on track for something special come the World Championships and the Commonwealths and the Europeans. And at Commonwealth level, as he has a chat with coach Scott Simpson, he certainly has a chance of a medal. The European level, it's kind of a different game altogether, isn't it? Because you've got Mondo Duplantis stepping in, La Villani, and goodness knows who else.
Ben Broder's taking that surprise win in Paris.
Yeah.
Sort of beating La Villani there. But this is the thing with some of these vertical jumps. And Harry Koppel with that 5:85, that's what Ben Broder's has done this year, and that's enough to win Diamond League. If you can recreate anything over 5:80, if you can nail it on the day, you fancy your chances at a medal in most competitions.
It is about consistency, isn't it?
Yeah, and you're always going to have what Duplantis can do. But, you know, he might slip up. Very close to making a mistake in Oslo, wasn't he, in all that rain?
He did eventually jump well over 6 metres. There's confirmation of that win for Amy Eloise Marcotes of Wakefield District Harriers and Athletic Club, 15:37, winning by just over a second from Jess Judd, eventually the Blackburn Harrier, and Beth Kidger, 15:56 in third place for Brighton Phoenix. Charlotte Arter just outside the medals, just outside 16 minutes in fourth place. Boy, did it pick up in the latter stages.
Great to see some personal bests down there. A lot of our female women are kind of capable of lifting the pace. I think we've got a lot of girls that are doing well at 15 and 5K, and that lends itself really well to a tactical race like that. And we haven't been able to show you any of the men's shot put. They've been over in the far corner of the track there, but it was, I think this might be the 14th UK title for Scott Lincoln. Came in ranked #1 and he's left with the title. Yusuf Satat, he was ranked second as well, so no surprise to see him take the silver medal. I think Scott Lincoln's already been selected for the Commonwealth Games, and he's a little bit away from the world qualifying mark this season. Again, like I say, I'm not going to commit to anything on the rankings because they'll change so much as we have these national championships this weekend worldwide. But Scott Lincoln will certainly have a start at the Commonwealth Games. He could well have done enough to get his name in the hat for the Europeans. I think you might have been right on the apologies. I didn't have the results to hand. I think that might have been a World Championship qualifier for Scott Lincoln. No, not quite. But a good win nonetheless, and like I say, maybe the 14th or 15th national title for him.
Well, Harry Koppel, he's the only athlete out there, allowed plenty of time between vaults, hence the relaxed nature of his body language, just sitting down there chatting with competitors, rehydrating. And let's have a look at the women's long jump result. Lorraine Ugen winning with 6:79 from Jasmine Soy's 6:67. That was the big clash. Lucy Hadaway 6:45 from Jahisha Thomas, just missing out on the medal, 6:44 by 1 centimetre. But that's a good jumping from Lorraine Ugen. First 9 athletes over 6 metres.
I think Lorraine Ugen and Jazz Sawyers will have to wait to see how those world rankings unfold. That 6:79 winning mark is European qualifying mark, but not a world one. And I'd like to say, I don't think the wind would have been playing ball over there, judging on what it's been on the sprint line so far. But it is time for the big one. We've got just 2 races left here this evening on the second day of the UK Championships. Men's 100 metres first, then we'll turn our attention to the women. But it does feel like the wind's dropped ever so slightly. And if we can get below that 2 metres a second, wow, maybe we could start to dream about that championship record and stadium record.
Boasting rights at stake then. Reece Prescott, Zarnell Hughes, the silver and gold medalists respectively at the European Championships back in 2018, and both looking in fine fettle for defence of those medals in Berlin. There's Jono Efaloko, 10:16 performer this year. He's ranked 8th in the UK. There's Harry Akins Arita. He goes in lane 2, the Sutton District athlete. He's been there before, Harry, a former champion. 10 seconds dead he ran in his semi-final. Wind assisted. It's put down here as their season's best, but of course that is not the case. There were huge winds behind those semis a couple of hours ago, and actually the wind has dropped significantly. There is Arnold Hughes, European champion. Shaftesbury Bonnet Harrier goes in lane 3, starts as favourite, I think. Jeremiah Azu, though, could cause an upset. The Cardiff man, he goes in lane 4 in that Great Britain vest. 9.94 in his semi-final. Miguel Francis, again with big wind assistant in lane 5. 9.96 in his semi. The Wolverhampton Spilster man, he's in 5. Then Reece Prescott, perhaps the biggest threat to Zarnell Hughes. He goes in lane 6. 9.93 is his legal personal best. Reece Prescott, the Enfield and Haringey man. Adam Thomas in lane 7. Bracknell AC athlete. He's a very fast starter. He may well lead over the first half, Adam Thomas, but they will probably compass him the bigger names like Hughes and Prescott, and then Oji at Oberon getting through here as a non-automatic qualifier. Best of 10.16. His lifetime best 10.04. So, who's your money on? Hughes, Prescott? Can one of the 2 athletes in between, who look so strong in the semis, cause an upset here? Jeremiah Azu in lane 4. Miguel Francis in lane 5. Focus has to be, as a result of the performances in the semis, on those 4 middle lanes. Zarnell Hughes in 3. Jeremiah Azu in 4. Miguel Francis in 5. Reece Prescott in lane 6. Men's 100 metres final. The women next.
My first bet might be Reece Prescott, unless there was a flinch. It definitely looked like it was over towards Reece Prescott.
Third from left.
Ooh, no.
I think lane 8.
Yeah.
B. Don't want to jinx anybody, but
OJ Adeboran, I think there was some twitches going on, but OJ Adeboran definitely came out of his blocks early. Whether he can claim distraction from some twitches on the inside, those will be picked up on the sensors they've got on the track down on those starting blocks. But OJ Adeboran out there in lane 8 won this title in 2019, second in 2020. That coming over the tannoy.
And I think he knew it, Hannah. I think these athletes know full well, they hope upon hope that they will be missed, let off, somebody else will be accused, but no. And he knows full well, and he takes it very well. Does Oji Edober on the Shaftesbury Bonnet Harriet. That's a great shame. He's gone. DQ'd for a full start. But those rules are rules, as they say. So, reset. The men's 100 metres final. Jonah Efaloko in 1. Harry Akins-Ariti goes in lane 2. Then Zarnell Hughes, the European champion, in 3. Jeremiah Azu in 4. Looked fabulous in the semi-finals, as did Miguel Francis in lane 5. Reece Prescott, European silver medalist, in 6. Adam Thomas in 7. Away they go. Really good start there from Azu. Falls from right in the centre of the picture. Azu leading at the moment. Got some catching up to Zarnell Hughes, but Azu leading at the moment. And Azu takes it. What an upset. Prescott second, Hughes third, and the time 9.90. The win 2.5 behind. Azu delivers. Jeremiah Azu, the Cardiff Athletics Club athlete. 9.94 in his heat, 9.90 there with a much gentler win, just over the limit, plus 2.5. What a shame. His legal best is 10.16, but he has just stormed through, and therefore, with that run, makes himself one of the favourites for European Championship getting the gold. Never mind what else he might race in coming weeks. 3 championships, one after another, coming at some of these athletes. Bang, bang, bang. Worlds, Commonwealths, Europeans. That's one of the biggest upsets, probably the upset of the weekend.
That really is. He got that start and just, well, we're going to see it in the replay, but look, Harry Atkins-Ariti lifting Jeremiah Azu aloft. Kind of best crowd surfing moment you can get when there's only 8 people in your competition. But Jeremiah Azu, let's have a look back. Lightning quick start there from lane 4, just piled the pressure on Zarnell Hughes. Reece Prescott, he's not had the best start in many of his races. Obviously he's ran fantastically well on the circuit, but gave himself so much to do here. Almost got back on terms with Jeremiah Azu.
I thought that Zarnell Hughes would come back at him. Hughes realised that Azu had got a blitz start, but he went so strongly through the middle section, Azu. He never gave Hughes a chance to get back, and that probably made Hughes a disheartened Hughes. Azu winning pretty comfortably eventually. Fabulous stuff. He's probably the shortest man in the race. It's not about height, it's about power and speed and getting a great start and putting the pressure on your rivals, and he did just that. Jeremiah Azu, winner in 9.90. What a shame the win was just over the permissible limit. But a great camaraderie out there with Reece Prescott sharing the joy for Jeremiah Azu. And he's only a youngster too. Azu, 21 years old, European under-23 champion. 3rd in the UK Indoor Championships, over 60 metres this winter. Well, you rather think, how did he get beaten with a start like that indoors?
3rd and final attempt at 5 metres and 86 for Harry Koppel. Taking a moment there probably to appreciate that brilliant men's 100-metre race that went on just kind of off to the side of the track here. They're right by the 100-metre start. Harry Koppel's got to take a moment to compose himself. Jeremiah Azu converting that. You know, he's beaten the defending European 100-metre champion there, Zarnell Hughes. He's the under-23 100-metre champion. Maybe he can start dreaming about jumping straight into a senior title.
Absolutely right. Got to start thinking that way now. UK is the powerhouse of European sprinting in terms of strength in depth. And he's up against some top athletes in a really strong era for UK sprinting. It is Harry Koppel's 3rd and final attempt at 5.86. Big-time competitor, Harry Koppel. Now, can he get this one right? Getting all the support he could ever expect or hope for from the spectators over there. Big crowd of spectators out of shot at the moment, but plenty of support from his competitors. 3rd and final attempt at 5 metres 86. Oh! He's almost had too much time to think about it. His last attempt was probably 10 or 15 minutes ago. But it's a good indication. He popped over 5.75 at the 2nd time of asking. 5.60 at the 3rd time of asking. But it'll come. Harry Koppel knows he's in a good groove now. And through this middle section of the season coming up, he can surely make progress and push on.
Any competition you've got a chance to have a shot at your own national record is pretty good, and just brilliant to see Harry Koppel back in this groove. And like I say, maybe high enough in the world rankings. That won't hurt his world rankings one bit. Taking that title at a decent height. It's a combination of the two. the win and the height, how you accrue points. Harry Cockle, him and Scott Simpson will go away, pick that apart, and maybe we'll see a British record later on in the season for Harry Cockle.
We did say it yesterday, didn't we? The irony of the vertical jumps is they always end on failure. Even if you're the winner, you finish on failure. And a refusal there from Harry Cockle, but it's kind of cruel to call it a failure because it's been a great weekend's work from him. 5.75 is world-class vaulting. And he can go home very satisfied with the work done over this last couple of hours. Well, just the women's 100 metres final to come. But there is a special presentation prior to that for a certain long jumper who just days ago announced retirement from the sport of track and field athletics, and the sport in which she has served Great Britain and Northern Ireland in the national colours so well again and again. Beautiful blue track, this blue sky above us, although it doesn't really show up in that shot, but there really is. There's quite a bit of cloud about, but above the stadium right now, lovely blue sky. And presentation now gets underway for one Shara Proctor. And our guest this afternoon, the British long jump record holder, who's medalled at World and European and Commonwealth Games. She finished in 6th at the London 2012 Games. Just 3 years later, jumped the long jump record for the UK of 7.07 in 2015 with her silver medal winning leap at the World Championships in Beijing. A bronze medalist at the World Indoors in Istanbul back in 2012 and at the European Championships in Berlin in 2018. And at the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast back in 2018 as well. We're really, really grateful to Shara Proctor for her fabulous performances in British colours. She said when she came to athletics to compete for GB, she found a family and friends to compete with. And she receives a small token of the great respect and affection from the British crowds. The supporters will follow her year after year. And it's lovely that she's being recognised in this way. Doesn't happen to too many people. Jennifer Thomas, a UK board member, making the presentation to Shara Proctor. It's been a great career. One of the most successful Great Britain Northern Ireland team members of recent years. Literally announced just a few days ago, earlier on this week, that she has exited the sandpit for good. I wonder what the future holds for Shara Proctor. We wish her well.
There would have been some women over there on this start line clapping away for Shara Proctor, long-term teammate of so many of these athletes. Having a slight throwback in this field, Ashley Nelson, Asha Phillip, Bianca Williams. I would have watched much of Shara Proctor's performances as a teammate, as well as some of the other athletes. Alicia Reese will be in lane 1, tied with Hannah Breyer, ultimately given the non-automatic qualifying spot, but the Scotswoman is here in the final. Ashley Nelson, 11.3 this season. Only getting down close to her best of 11.19. Such a reliable relay performer for her. Asha Phillip, surprise silver medal here last year. She certainly had the pedigree, but she outperformed the rest of her season, taking that silver medal. Could she do something similar today? Daryl Nita, she's been second 3 times, third twice, but she's never won this title. Could the Olympic finalist be the athlete to upset the form book here? Imani Lansico took this title in 2020. A great lane draw here. She won her heat. Looking very comfortable. She's almost got the big hitters either side of her. Dina Asher-Smith, the reigning 100-metre champion from this event, the reigning world champion in 200 metres. Has such an impressive resume, but on season's form, just 100th ahead of Daryl Nita. Bianca Williams, 4th at the indoor championships this season. She's running well, looked good, keeping kind of contact with Imani Lansico in their heat. But Hannah Breyer looks delighted to be here in the final. Took a Welsh record in her heat to qualify, and then she took 2nd place in her semi-final to automatically qualify. Hannah Breyer out there in lane 8. Alicia Rees in 1, Ashley Nelson in 2. Last year's silver medalist Asher Phillip in 2. In 3, Daryl Nita in 4. Imani Lansico in 5. Reigning champion Dina Asher-Smith in 6th. Bianca Williams in 7. Hannah Breyer in 8. Closing event here on day 2 of the UK Championships. Surprise victor on the men's side with Jeremiah Azu. God, I think this is going to be a double-header. Daryl Nita and Dina Asher-Smith. We do get away cleanly. Daryl Nita there in lane 4. Dina Asher-Smith in 6. Can anyone else get involved? The moment it looks like it could be Daryl Nita just upsetting Dina Asher-Smith. The clock is incredibly fast. The wind, just to keep you on task, the wind is 3.8. It won't be illegal clocking. But 10.8 from Daryl Nita. Lovely bit of running, but beating Dina Asher-Smith just really cements the progress that Daryl Nita is making throughout this season. She's applied herself every round, 10.04 yesterday to take her heat, sub 11 seconds to take her semi-final. Now another sub 11 clocking, wind aided, but Daryl Nita takes this UK title. She was a finalist at those Olympic Games, came home in 8th place, and she's just pushed on, looked better with every race. And what could be in store for British female 100-metre running? We've got a new UK champion. Finally, after so many silvers and so many bronzes, the title goes to Daryl Nita.
Well, she's been racing and racing well. We haven't seen much of Dina in recent weeks. That has to be said, and you have to race yourself into shape, and Daryl Nita has looked superb. She looked fabulous in Paris just last weekend, and she looks fabulous here today. 4th from right, really good start from her. Dina keeps low, and I thought had a pretty good start as well. At this point, they're matching each other stride for stride, but through the second half, between 50 and 70, 80, that's where Daryl Nita eased away by the half a metre or so, and she takes it by that margin at the line. The pair of them quite a long way ahead of Lansico in 3rd place. That is a real upset nonetheless, despite the fact that Asher-Smith hasn't raced much this year. That is an upset, a changing of the guard, they might say. Hannah?
It's going to be really interesting to watch Daryl Nita convert this onto a championship stage. She's looked really at home in the Diamond Leagues. She's really held her own. But we know Dina Asher-Smith brings an extra level to that kind of championship environment when we look towards the World Championships. But beating an athlete like Dina Asher-Smith is no mean feat. And like I say, Daryl Nita, she's been around, she's been there and thereabouts for so many years. First won a medal in 2016. Finally, the gold medal.
Well, 10.80 might have come up on the clock, but 3.8 the following wind was huge, and it's a little bit of a shame that national record keeps coming up with these wind-assisted times or personal best or season's best, because they're not. They're a long way from it. Fabulous win. Certainly don't mean to diss that, but just for those of you who may not be familiar with the circumstances or the rules of the sport, anything over 2 metres per second as a wind following wind means that record setting is impossible, or personal best setting for that matter. So the 10.80 is super quick, and she takes the big scalp over Dina Asher-Smith. But let's not forget the World Championship silver medalist at 100 and the reigning world champion at 200.
Not quite the shock of Jeremiah Azu. That was a real sort of outperformance of his ranking, but we did think this could happen. Confirmed there, Daryl Nita taking the gold ahead of Dina Asher-Smith. Imani Lansico holding on for a brilliant bronze just ahead of Asher Phillip. Bianca Williams, great return to form there with a 5th place. Really, really high-quality women's 100-metre final, as it was on the men's side as well. Really, really exciting times for British sprinting. It's been fantastic to watch that unfold, starting last night and through the semi-finals and all the way to those finals this evening.
Well, let's have a look at the hammer result from earlier on. Nick Müller winning with 73.84 by over 4 metres from Ossian Jones, the Liverpool Harrier, and Jake Norris in 3rd place for Windsor Slough Eton. Behind that gold medal for the Border Harrier, Nick Müller. Great throwing. Also over 68 metres. Mark Dry down in 4th place. Really competitive too. Look at the gaps between the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Really small gaps. and Jack Paget down in 9th place. Well, that concludes the action here in the Manchester Regional Arena. 21 finals we've had to date, 13 on the track, 8 in the field. I do hope you've enjoyed this long second day, second of 3 days. What a way to finish with a bit of an upset in the women's 100 metres. Daryl Neita, remember that name. The championships are coming at us. She's got more in the tank. She said that last week in Paris. And we can go to Ewan Thomas, who is with Azu, the winner of the men's 100 metres, and that was quite some upset.
Manchester, I can say I don't think I've ever seen a more emotional winner and a happier crowd. I've got to say, Jeremiah, honestly, literally, when you won, even your rivals, everyone was picking you up. I think it's the first Welsh winner in like 53 years. I can see how emotional you are, but you did it from the gun. Great start, and no one could catch you.
Yeah, God is good, honestly. Where would I be without him? I can't even start to think. The people that he's placed in my life, my family, I wouldn't be anywhere without them. I'm so grateful. All year I've been saying it. I've got it on my lock screen, 2022 British champion. And I finally did it. It's hard to believe. I knew I was going to do it, but I still can't believe it.
Jeremiah, honestly, there's grown men in the crowd crying as well. Listen, let's hope you get on that plane to the world champs. You're going to do well. You've got a bright future.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Everybody, you probably don't need a microphone to hear the round of applause. Jeremiah Azu!
Says it all, doesn't it? What it means to Jeremiah Azu. Champion today and beating some fabulous athletes. Speaking of fabulous athletes, there's Christina Hurugu. Interestingly, watching her sister running so well over 400 metres to become champion herself. Hannah, the race for you of the day?
Jeremiah Azu, all those big hitters look fantastic through the rounds. He looked good as well. But when you've got the likes of Reece Prescott and Zarnell Hughes with those super fast times this season, I surely thought it was going to be down to one of those two. But Jeremiah Azu spoiling the party, snatching that bronze, and the accompanying emotion was truly special. Great to see Daryl Neita back up the fantastic progress she's made this season as well.
Olympic, world, Commonwealth and European champion Christian Hurugu there. Been retired a few years now, but chatting to Daryl Neita. It's been a wonderful second day. Lots more finals to come at us tomorrow. Myself, Tim Hutchins and Hannah England will be with you again, of course, from 10:25 tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. That's 10:25 a.m. UK time. Thanks very much for being with us and for putting up with our constant mentions of the wind. Let's hope it's a lovely sunny day tomorrow for all of us. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Surprising upset against very big names here at the championship, and for being the first Welshman to win the title for 53 years. The performance of the day, the Müller £500 goes to Jeremiah